Yeah.
All right. All right, making our way to the bottom of the range. Dominance is at least facing a little bit off of our danger zone. Welcome back, chat. Dang it, White. Yeah, let's go check these orders. Oh, watch out for the flashbang, guys. I don't know what happened to her. Sorry about that. All right, what do we got? 27 million at 103.8. 14 million at 103.75. 10 million at 103.9. Another 10 million at 103.83. 103.84. About 65.70 Bitcoin between 103.61 and 104. If they don't move it again. Where's it right here? Call it 65 will be conservative. Right, they're sitting on top of vector gaps though. We have it one. I mean, we've got some staggered orders down to 101, but honestly, they're not grouped up at all. Really, where the boys are. Yeah, but without leverage, we wouldn't have the volatility either, Peter. The double-edged sword. We need our leverage brothers and sisters to come in and push price, send things parabolic, give us targets that we can shoot for. You can get good action on the coin with no leverage, but it has to be a low market cap. Like some of these memes when they first come out, right? When you can't trade leverage on them, they're still going crazy on buys. But once something gets fat, you need the leverage. Yeah, yeah. When I say you need the leverage, I don't mean you need to trade leverage. I mean we need leverage traders. You don't got to be that guy. There'll always be another one. We're still inside of it. We're waiting for a false move week beginning. No, Big, I don't. Not in crypto. Crypto is leverage. I used to, though, when I first started out. Leverage is one of the best tools to accumulate wealth when you don't have it. It's also one of the best tools to lose it once you have it.
Hey, Dbloc, you think we could check out Vine and see what we got going on?
Yeah.
Was that almost a confirmed head and shoulders up there, even though one shoulder was higher, the right shoulder was higher? Or is that too much of a basket?
On what time frame?
Right where you're looking, right where your cursor's under would be the head.
The neckline would be too low.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured.
And you start getting into sort of slanted head and shoulders, and then you have to get into how far the slant. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I try not to do that too much. But...
This was my going long. I missed that. Yeah, that's the 6-hour double bottom if it holds.
On what?
If it holds. Bitcoin.
Oh.
This was my open long area.
We've got how long until CME? 30 minutes. They're going to make their way back up, guys. They've got to make sure they get back up to this dotted line by the time CME closes, or Daddy will be mad. And they're going to have a rough week.
I was reading Twitter. I don't like to put orders in one. and then do it. I like to see the reaction. Probably come back, hopefully, to double bottom there.
Well,
Hopefully.
if this trip up to CME takes a hit on dominance, I still think that our false move will be down, in my opinion. But this trip up on BTC and down on dominance could be a bit of a rescue ship for some alts if you haven't taken profits off of it. Just depends if we get an actual pop on this or if it just goes to CME and then rolls over. Let's check. Wait a minute. Where's this head Vine? Oh, there it is. But yeah, for Vine, you're retesting the break of that M pattern now. That's your Livermore pivot. You can start invalidating that if you get above and hold, but too strong. You want to avoid that measured move. That's a pretty nasty measured move on Vine if that M pattern breaks out.
Is there a vector gap in there somewhere?
Vine doesn't have market makers to that extreme yet because it's not on
Okay,
centralized
gotcha.
exchanges, so you're just running off of buys and sells. That brings you back down to your next support level though.
Gotcha. Yeah, because on the 30-minute it looks still dark, but it also looks like it might be trying to.
You following it on Deck Screener?
No, it's just playing with it on weeks and using the weeks chart.
One of the things you could do if you pull it up on Deck Screener is go to your transactions and then put it at like 10K buys.
Okay.
And just watch the whales. Right, and you start to see them roll in.
Yeah.
Right, they tend to sell it at the same, in chunks. Like, looks, yeah. When you start to see that sort of action roll in, it's, people are cutting. But it looks like they're currently undecided. A lot of adding, 12K. And you want to see how long ago, right? You don't want to come over here and look at the whales and see that the whales haven't touched this for like 30 minutes or an hour. There's no interest. Right now, they're still throwing it around. Let me see if there's any bigger buys. Let's go 100K. This is ambitious. Only Trump and Melania get. Okay. Yeah, no, you got some action. A minute ago, 2 minutes ago. Mostly sells right now from the big whales. Yeah, the last real buys were 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago.
Okay, so it might make that measured move.
Yeah, just pay attention to these guys. These the 10K guys seem to be the most active.
Gotcha.
You're testing that neckline. If you lose this neckline and make a lower low here, yeah, you're going to that measure.
Okay.
It managed to catch, like you've got a little bit of support right here. Saw that? Oh, not even really. Didn't even come all the way down. Yeah, that's a little area of interest there, but it's weak. Don't expect that to really hold if this breaks down. But Bitcoin can change the sentiment real quick if it just starts to pump.
Yep.
I mean, this is I've liked Vine so far. This is, I think it's
Andreas, to change BTC, we need ETH, Sol, XRP, Cardano. We need some of our top 10 alts to pump. Right, that's what'll pull the dominance away. The higher the market cap, the better. I guess in that
You got sharp lip for the cap table.
Yes. Yeah.
still in that inverse head and shoulders. Need to get above this SR flip though.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
And would you prefer gaff tape or just?
You got an open
Gaff
mic,
tape.
brother.
I do, but it's black.
Okay. Two black.
All right, so if we're counting on ETH to pump here to take some dominance from Bitcoin, we need to see some strength here, right? Not really seeing it on ETH. These XRP showing strength. Not really seeing it on XRP. Sol looks a little better than everything else, but still down. That's why we get that dominance. Litecoin. I don't know. Yeah. Not looking great for dominance at this moment. Yeah, they've got everybody convinced on Twitter that we topped out. Right, bull market is over. Which is kind of funny because when I look at this,
The 50-50 chance they're right. We're either going up or going down.
look at this, I don't see that. This is the closest bull market that we've mimicked so far, the entire time. Even from making all-time highs at the same time, breaking the all-time highs at the same time. Right? That's us. And that's what should come. If history repeats itself, obviously. The hell? What did it do? All right, well. Peter, yeah, I'll explain it. It's on spot and it's on leverage, but most of it happens on leverage. So like, let's take this section here. Market maker's job is to provide liquidity, right? They're what keeps the market liquid. No matter how much you want to sell, you can come in minus a couple of, percentage of slippage. They make it happen for you. When you decide you want to long Bitcoin, if there aren't enough people selling short or selling long on leverage to match you, then market maker steps in, right? Provides that liquidity. So you're going long here. Through all of these candles, retail wanted to go long. Buy the green, buy the green. Market maker fills those orders, but market maker opens parallel orders as shorts. Right? Your entry says take profit. All the way up. Price tops out. If there's no sentiment to keep going, market maker turns around. You see that wick? Turns around, comes down, fills all of his short orders, gets all of his money back. Same here. Went long. Wasn't enough volume to support price. Market maker rolls over, pays himself. Same thing here. Everybody wanted to go short in these levels, right? Because it's a red vector. So there's longs that are set in that range. All the way down through that red vector. Market maker has long set. And then what does price do? Comes up and clears all of them. And that's the game. That's how they provide the liquidity. That's how they get the liquidity back. So the key is, if you want to take the market maker's money here, make sure that you take profit up here so that you don't have to be the sucker that pays them. That's why we preach taking profits. Mix in some basic support and resistance, your liquidation levels, daily, monthly, and weekly mean reversions, and you've got your head wrapped around, I'd say, 80% of the price action at that point. That last 20% is always a whale coming in and just hitting buy and sell that nobody can anticipate with a ridiculous amount of money. Right? No TA in the world can tell you when that's going to happen.
Hey, Dbloc, can you check out XPR? It looks like it made a big cup.
Is it on sexes or dexes?
Well, I'm on weeks,
Okay.
but
XBR, you said?
XPR, and it's on the 30 minute, so it's a giant cup.
Yeah, I mean, you went higher than your handle. Right, the rim of the cup is kind of messed up, but it doesn't matter. This is still kind of bullish here.
Okay.
You put in your W pattern. Looks like you got the measured move for all intents. Then your W came back, held it, pushed away. Yeah, that measured move worked. Came back, held support. Decent.
So will we try for another W now, or
If you can get above this, yeah. If you can't get above this all-time high here, then you're looking for a higher low, which would be the right side of your W. If you can, then you might just J. You know, when it gets really good, it just starts to J hook, right?
Gotcha.
Where it'll just be like J hook and then another J hook, another J hook. So you stop having to sort of build those patterns, but that takes a lot of buy pressure to do that.
Gotcha.
That's what you're trying to figure out now, right? Is it going to J hook out of here, or are you going to get a W?
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be looking for the right side of that W if it does come down to hit this support resistance flip.
Okay.
Support turned into resistance, resistance. Come back if you can get that. If you can get that, then it'll look something like that.
Okay.
Shit, we haven't had any J hooks for years. I think the last time we had a nice row of J hooks was during well, in some memes, but during Bitcoin ETF acceptances. Definitely COVID.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it was about 2020, 21. I remember.
That shit just kept going and going.
I even forgot what the pattern looks like till you told me. You said J. I was like, oh, that's right.
We'll get there again. There was so many J hooks that we had a guy in Discord named J hooks. That's how common it was at the time.
Triangle guy, J hooks. Wyckoff. Oh my goodness.
IO, little IO, yeah. He got into Wyckoff and that shit blew his brain wide open.
Oh, yeah, that was IO, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That shit sparked a light bulb and he went nuts.
I know, right? Wow, I can't believe you remember. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
But his Dago on accent too. It's like, what?
I was impressed by IO. People didn't like his accent. He was kind of difficult to talk to because he would get super nerdy and he would go in circles, but he was really good.
He was good.
He went from not knowing what Wyckoff was to having it explained to him to going off on his own and digging in super deep.
But he wouldn't let go. People wouldn't listen, and he would just like, it's the foreigner in us. It's like, listen, I know something. I need you to like trying to save people from themselves, and you end up sounding like a retard.
All right. So you're feeling a little better now?
Who, me?
Okay, because
Me?
I'm seeing a failure.
What?
I think he's got an open mic.
What is your name? Bad.
Going after that 65 mil.
Another consolidation retest. So, but he said there hasn't been very many big buys there.
You got an open mic, brother. Yeah, he's good. He got it.
Sorry about you.
Nah, you're good. You're good. Come get that monies. All right, we're going to see exactly how strong this sell pressure is here. They can absorb that 65 mil and keep it going.
Yeah, this is my last line of defense here.
What time is it? They didn't get up to CME. 5 minutes left. All right, so we're going to have a gap above us. Small gap, but now's when Zusi jumps in and says, on CME, there is no gap.
This value the opposite of everything.
I love Zusi. Yo, Zusi keep you on your toes, though. You come in here and start shooting some shit, and you don't have anything to back it up, Zusi's going to expose that shit real quick. 3 or 4 questions deep, and your whole plan falls apart.
Bitcoin, you better double bottom here. It's not good. It's not good. Wah, wah, wah. Get.
Just rip the band-aid. Just do it quick, Bitcoin. You're going to do it.
I know. Do it. Do it. Do it. Don't do it.
I think a quick move down for the false move and a 3-day up is a lot less painful than if we pump here and go down for 3 days. Our alts are on crucial support levels. I don't think they can take 3 days of a downturn without some of them having serious breaks.
It has life in it.
This is a 50-year gap now.
Fish hook.
Yeah, that's the bad J hook. That's in the bear market on the way down. Yeah, we used to have that argument a lot. The J hook looks like a J because it's a J,
Yeah.
and the fish hook is this thing that just murders you.
I remember drawing all that on the charts. We're gonna go up. I'm not accepting anything else. Hold on, what the fudge?
Kevin, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate the support. Welcome. Vino Man, yeah, the CME gap. When Chicago closes on Friday, the CME Bitcoin CME closes on Friday. Price is frozen because they don't trade over the weekend. When it opens back up on Sunday, the difference between those two prices is a gap, and that gap tends to fill.
This is no good.
Right, so CME closing now basically means that we have a gap. That's the size of our gap there. Good news is that the gap is above you, right? The gap is above you. It means price is probably going to return to that at some point in the next 24 hours, unless it gets carried away. The ones below us are the ones that we worry about. Like people are still dreaming and praying for that 76K to 80 CME gap. It closes on Friday and it opens on Sunday to here. Right now, literally as we speak, CME's opening.
Yeah. Fortunately, Bitcoin lost support.
Yeah, fortunately, it's right on top of $65 million worth of buy orders.
Where is that?
Between 104 and 103.6. Separate orders, but added all together, it's about 65 mil. And then underneath, you just got scattered like 10 mil orders. There's really nothing huge within striking distance. Yeah, it does that to here. As long as Bitcoin dominance is above this green downtrend, people are going to be freaked out, right? Risk on, risk off sort of metric. They don't feel comfortable holding their alts if Bitcoin dominance is breaking a trend. Cutting through these 100x liquidations now. Kind of want these drops here to be vectors. And we want these to turn into red vectors. We want to know that market makers setting longs in these areas. This is about to turn into a vector. I don't even have to turn on the TV. I am coming down into those orders. 27 mil hasn't been hit yet. The 10 mil is 50% filled. Got a partial fill on that. You can see the orders filling in. Right, you can see that buy order getting filled in. All right, he's filled. 27 mils partial filled. Only 19% of that 27 mils been filled here. You're welcome, Kev. Emotions cost you money in this game, yo. We try to stay robotic as much as possible.
You're helping me right now. Shit.
A 27 mil order stopped price action for right now, but who's this guy? 14 mil, 14 more underneath. Then I think we're done with this range. 2 mil. Yeah. 14 mil at 103.75. We got that red vector I was looking for. The red vector appears because the market maker has to match orders that big. That those orders aren't coming off of the books. I don't, it's not that it's been bearish, it's just that it's been underneath expectations. I think people's expectations were too high. And that's the same as bearish, right? If you're looking for 150, you only get 108, and then you go sideways, you see that as bearish. No, we haven't had any confirmation of a turnaround here yet. This guy's initial buy order was 1 million. He ramped it up to 27 million by the end of it. He's fully filled now. Oh, somebody
It's
likes
fully
this number.
filled and it's still not doing shit, huh?
Yeah. Gonna come fill this 14 mil dude now. That fills, that's gonna be another red vector. It's past his price and still hasn't filled him. 8 exchanges, yo. Market maker has to decide to match that, or it'll, there you go. Got him. All right. Now we've got that vector gap underneath to worry about. These are prior shorts that were set by market maker in these ranges. Right? When everybody wanted to go long here, these shorts got trapped. Yeah, guys, just sit on your heels for a second here. Don't get too froggy. Dominance is taking a drop with Bitcoin. This is good. Right? This could be a lot worse for the alts right now if dominance wasn't dropping with Bitcoin. All the 100x liquidations are gone. There's nothing but a vector gap and some 25x's or some 50x's here. Let's hope that this is our false move down. What we're waiting for confirmation that it's our false move down is if price comes underneath our trapped shorts. Even if it's just a wick, even if it's a double bottom. The side that gets freed first is the false move. Trap longs are up here, trap shorts are down here. Cosmos, you've got to get out of the habit of selling big red candles, bro. Let me show you something.
Mm.
Do you notice a pattern? This is the 4 hour, right? These red bubbles. Let me get all this shit off the chart. These red bubbles are market sells. These green bubbles are market buys. The majority of people trading market are retail. Does it look like they ever get it right when they sell red candles? Look at your biggest sections of market sells here. And look at when they buy, right? Look at when they decide to buy. When you got those green candles, right? Green candles going crazy. You can see it happen in real time. Yeah. So my best buys have been when these market order bubbles are printing, right? Not saying now's the time to buy. I'm just saying that my best buys have always been when people are selling on market. It's on the same liquidation levels indicator that I use. If you just go to liquidation levels and you turn on your market order bubbles. On smaller time frames, it doesn't work as good because every time you hit a liquidation, they've got a market buy or market sell. So you'll see them. But on bigger time frames, you'll definitely see them all clustered at bottoms or tops. It is sad, bro. It is sad. I'm not gonna lie. When I look at it and I see it, it's like you're watching a movie and you're screaming at the girl not to go into the shower. You know what I mean? There's a killer in there, trust me. Not the time to take a shower. Yeah, liquidation levels by Leviathan. But even on smaller time frames, right? Like look at where your clusters are. And look at where people want to buy and where they decide to sell. You know, sometimes you get it right, obviously, but like I said, on lower time frames, you're gonna see the liquidation bubbles. Right? When these guys get liquidated, they've got to settle on market. But the clusters is what you want to look for. Yeah. Sell low, buy high. See on the 1 minute, you'll see the liquidations, right? These are all liquidations. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. Be clear this way. All right. Let's go, baby. Free those trap shorts. It's good. Once we free these trap shorts, the market maker's still in control. And by the look at this weekend trap, I would say that they're very much in control. We should have a three-day swing to play into. Yeah, I said it in the pinned comment. I was like, this has been a textbook weekend trap. Expect a textbook exit. And a textbook exit out of the weekend trap is fast. Right? Because the fast move is the false move. So far this is par for the course. Just be glad that dominance is doing this instead of what it was doing before. There'd be a lot more emotions flying around the chat right now if we were pumping up above 59.2, 59.3. All right, we hit our trap shorts. Let's see how much further underneath they want to take it. Remember, false move has until Monday night to complete. So we're not out of hot water just because we freed the trap shorts. We cleared all of those 50x liquidations. Took all the 100x's, 75x, all the 100x's, all the 75. Technically, yeah. Technically, it would be enough. We've had a couple close double bottom false moves. The only thing that's got me thinking it can go deeper is that, like I said, we've still got 24 hours. Or, yeah. This thing could run until Monday. Not without some relief, though. Yeah, we don't want to push it too far. You don't want to break structure. This double bottom would be as far as I want to go on this false move. If we put in a lower low, then that'll be ugly. But right now, we're just talking higher low territory, guys. If you want to take it down to the pattern, this higher low would give us this W here. Let's say it does come down to that double bottom, or anywhere between here and there. Our bullish trigger is going to be freeing these trapped longs. Don't get in the habit of doing this. Don't get in the habit of drawing patterns before they've played out or before they've fully formed. But if I could magic wand it, that's what I want to see here. Come down, create that W, free these trap shorts, 3-day move up past ATH.
Hope everybody this weekend was doing good. Driving back home. What did I miss? Because I see the charts are going a little crazy right now, huh?
Yeah, dominance was acting up earlier, and Bitcoin went in the wrong direction. What's happening?
Gotcha. Yeah, it seemed like it was steady all weekend, so I wasn't really chat much. I got about an hour drive home now, so I was like, I could just happen to check the portfolio, and I was like, all right, either something was tweeted or it's just a little swipe of liquidity.
Yeah. Dominance looks nasty here. It went down for most of Bitcoin's drop, but it's now popping while Bitcoin takes this last leg down, which isn't great. Get rid of these dead bodies. Damn it, Dominance, what are you doing? Christoph, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. Big red vector on the hourly. Yeah, no reason to not be calm, Christoph. Excuse me. This is exactly what we were waiting for. We got 34 minutes for this hourly candle to close. Yeah, Christoph. Those will be the same people telling you that you're stupid tomorrow because you didn't buy the dip. When they spend all day today freaking out saying that the sky's falling.
And so we hit 350 yet.
I'm scared to look at this movie.
Dude, that is so the truth too. You know what I mean? The influencers today be like, the sky is falling, and tomorrow they'll be like, why didn't you buy the dude? Oh man.
What is a dip?
And we're back down to that spider line that I was looking for on Sui. Let's hope that that was enough. Ugh. 39.
Yeah. Unfortunately. There's room all the way there. 368, 350.
And so the price of cocaine just went up.
Oh, I heard the Colombian president caved already. I heard he already caved in and was like, "No, we'll accept these planes." Would that take a whopping 12 hours?
I mean, it's like Walmart. People don't realize that Walmart's the first retailer ever that's demanded prices from manufacturers. In every other store, it works the opposite. Manufacturer tells you how much they're going to sell it for. You tell them how much space you're getting on the shelves. Walmart tells you, I want this at this price. And if I don't get it, then you don't get a space on the shelf. And guess what happens if you make a product and you're not on the shelf in Walmart? Assed out. Getting swallowed up by the competition.
I mean, that's why you don't see Bitcoin on the shelf at Walmart. I went there and asked them if they had it. You know what I mean? And they said, we told the Bitcoin people that we wanted it for under 20,000. And they said, you could only buy that in Walmart in 2022.
Yeah.
You should have checked the tire section.
Yeah, I mean, Walmart sold me XRP though when it was cheap. So it's all good.
All right.
They should just make their own exchange.
What do we got below this one, Dbloc? Still got
Not a
gaps
whole
down
hell
there,
of a
those gray
lot.
boxes.
Yeah.
You still think he wants to go below? Set that lower weekend trap?
No, there's too much time left. Nah, short traps are done. We just got to see how far the false move is going to be. Problem is we have until Monday night.
If I could call the future, I want it to go down before it goes up and it hit the money. I just don't like that dominance pushing as hard as it is. Everything else is bleeding hard. Do you see or notice any other large big buy orders like that? Like anything over 25, 50 million below us still?
No, there's nothing. There's 10 million scattered here and there, but nothing stacked up like that, like how we had it. That seemed to be the target.
Let's go. Let's go.
We just got to wait for seller exhaustion now. Yeah, I don't like Bitcoin down at all.
It's just mushing the pennies. Out of the crowd, it's kind of funny all the time.
I'll be right back. Let me grab the phone and order some food.
My little spell token's ripping it. It's the only thing that's smashing it today is spell. XYO's giving it another shove too. It's giving it a shot.
Those two only pump, it seems, when Bitcoin drops.
My little guy CTX is shoving it up another 50% too. SKL and IOTX are the other runners. They've been dogging it for a while.
And just put in that Chinese food order. General Tso's.
Oh, that sounds so good. I like that and their steak. Steak is so good. I mix those.
Pepper steak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they do it right, Panda does really nice. Their pepper steak. It's not as dry as the usual.
Yeah, Kane. I'm running off the thesis that this is the false move we begin in here. Which means I'm looking for entries when we get to the bottom. Yeah, to here. Means your high market cap alts are bleeding. Yeah, I saw NASDAQ. I want to see a nice stopping volume candle that gets respected. I want to see liquidity sweep, right? We've got a couple of check marks so far. We don't have a strong stopping volume candle at all, though.
Bitcoin RSI.
Yeah, value area low isn't too far. There's a vector underneath and that double bottom.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's going on, brother?
What's happening here, man?
False move week beginning.
Oh, yeah.
How do you explain the RSI though, man? That's like Black Swan RSI right there. Serious, dude. It's like gone down. Maybe. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Like if you look at its history, dude, it doesn't go down that much.
That's good though. We want our RSIs to reset quick. But yeah.
No, I get it. That's why I'm trying to figure out like if there's some news that we don't know of. I mean, I know there's technicals and this drop was coming, but I'm just saying maybe there's something we haven't heard yet.
I was just gonna ask, is there bad news or something? This seems a little more vicious than expected.
Excessive, I think, but whatever.
What I was saying yesterday about this move being textbook so far, the weekend trap anyways, is how tight we stayed inside that weekend trap. Market maker didn't lose control at all. Not even a little bit. And when market makers in control over the weekend, our false moves are pretty quick and violent. Right? That's where that phrase comes from. The fast move is the false move. In the past, maybe 3 or 4 months, we've seen some good moves out of the trap, but this is one of the faster ones. But it's not outside of the norm. It actually shows that market maker has a lot more control this weekend than he's had over the last, I'd say 3 or 4 months, really. This is super, super textbook. Like, let's compare it to the last weekend trap. Not a very textbook trap at all. Your textbook trap is going to have your weekend trap smack dab in the middle between your longs and your shorts. Right? We got our false move up on Monday when we freed these trap longs, but we did retrace all the way back down to 99 before we made it. So this is not very technical, like not very textbook at all. This, on the other hand, is perfectly textbook. The only difference is that we trapped our shorts on Thursday instead of Friday. That's the only real anomaly. But the control that they have, or that they had over the weekend to keep price, right? And you're like, well, if they controlled it so much, then why leave the CME gap, right? Because CME closed, we've got this entire thing is a gap from 104 to basically the whole weekend trap is a CME gap. Well, if the plan is to come down for the false move and go up on a 3-day climb, then they don't care, right? CME will get filled on that retrace.
So that's 40 chess right there, baby pops.
Yeah, you kind of got to get deep with these guys. Oliver, the CME gap is the difference between CME close on Friday and it's open on Sunday. Those gaps tend to fill. So just to be clear, our CME gap is right about there.
Hey, Dbloc, I know you've explained this before, and I have a indicator that shows CME gaps, but can you go into more detail on why it has to be filled? Like, what is it like I've missed out, so I'm gonna do this? Like, what causes the
Yeah,
trade to not?
there's a bit of that, right? There's a bit of them coming in on the weekend and missing out on a move, but traders love targets, right? Traders love a target that everybody can see at the same time, and CME gaps have just always been those targets. And the one thing we love more than anything is something to trade towards.
Do you think that there's automated setups to
Yeah,
auto trade the CME? Okay,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, bots are set to that shit, definitely. So the amount of people going long into the CME gap also sort of backs up the idea of this being the false move week beginning. CME gaps above, we love. We don't worry about those because that's always a magnet up. The CME gaps underneath that suck. Because what happens is that you'll pump too hard on the weekend and then leave that gap, and you just know that that move isn't going to sustain itself, right? You're like, damn, this thing's got an expiration date on it. Yeah, technically we freed the shorts. Anybody who was short here and didn't get liquidated, right? That's an important part. Anybody who was short here and didn't get liquidated got freed. All your degens got liquidated though. All your 100Xs, 50Xs, 75Xs, those guys caught a bad one. For reversals, we want to look for candle structure. Right? You take it back to the basics. I like to look for a stopping volume candle, right? Which is a candle that has more wick than body, but more importantly, the next candle doesn't close underneath it. So a candle with more wick than body, and the next candle becomes a bullish engulfing. This was a good stopping volume candle here, but it failed, right? This candle closed underneath it. This is a decent stopping volume candle. They're stronger when they're vectors, but for all intents and purposes, this is a reversal doji. But it gets invalidated the second that the body of the next candle closes underneath it, right? And it gets confirmed the second that the next candle gives you a bullish engulfing, right? Or a body that engulfs the entire body of the next candle. But we're down, like super down on the micro now. See, so even though this wasn't a stopping volume candle, your next candle was a bullish engulfing. Right? So this wouldn't be as strong as if it was a stopping volume candle, but we still haven't violated that body. This here is a stopping volume candle, and you notice the next body gave you a bullish engulfing. So you got a continuation. And now on the micro, we start looking for our patterns, right? We need to validate or invalidate. Yeah. Now, once you have that, right? Once you've got your bottom candle, you've got your candles respecting, and you get your higher low, then you got your first opportunity to draw an uptrend, right? No matter how weak it is, that's your uptrend that you're trying to protect right now. Or you could do bodies. Depends. Each person's going to be different. But that's your uptrend. Now, if you stay above your uptrend, your next target is your 50 EMA, right? That's when you get confirmation of your momentum shifts. When your 13 EMA or that orange EMA crosses above the 50 EMA and you get one candle of confirmation, you know that you've had momentum shift on that time frame, which would be the minute here. We don't have that. See? And we're attacking the uptrend. Once this entire thing invalidates, then you know you're still in price discovery to the downside. Not technically price discovery, but you know what I mean. I'm just trying to show you how to judge the rebound, right? How to judge the stop and how to know when that's not valid anymore. And stop aiming for the Pico bottoms of shit, guys. Who cares if you don't catch that wick at 1026 and you only jump in at 103 when there's a, confirmation?
I was just gonna say that, like, if you're close, just kind of, I mean, for me, like, grab a big section, and then I'll just slowly DCA if it drops a little bit more to try to get the bottom, but it's not with big numbers, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's you shoot your shot, and then you trickle in a little bit more if you want to get, like, if you see the reversal. I used to kill myself doing that. I'm like, why did I buy, at 90% of the drop and it went another 10%, But you're still doing good if you grab the drop, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with building a position. The good thing about going into a position saying that you want a DCA is that then you can sort of swing for those wicks. Right? If price comes down under, cool, you got another opportunity to buy. That's the whole point of DCAing. If the price doesn't come back under, like, let's just assume, forget the current price action, but let's say that you got this DCA down here at the bottom and price doesn't keep coming down. And you're like, damn, well, I could have put more. But yeah, but once you get your confirmation of that movement, then you add to your position. If you come back down and you retest and you hold, cool, you're adding to your position.
Those are the fun ones, man, when it goes up and then it does that third down. Well, not third, but you know what I'm saying? Like, people are gonna take profit.
Yeah.
And then grabbing some more.
All right, so we see that our level now has been violated, right? So this wasn't the bottom. This is why we don't swing until we find these things out. Yeah, Dom
I
needs to
mean,
come back down underneath this line, guys. Just pay attention to that blue line. You want Dom underneath that.
see, something I noticed though, when Bitcoin does this and it fails, and then the alts have been bleeding before Bitcoin fails, some of the alts RSI is so damn low that they'll keep going down with Bitcoin, but not as fast now because their RSIs are bottoming out. And I just noticed every time this happens, you're like, oh crap, Bitcoin failed its test. It's gonna drop more. I gotta get on my, like, but the altcoins have already been hit so freaking hard
Seller
that,
exhaustion.
yeah.
Nobody
And then
left to
I'm just
sell.
exactly. So for Bitcoin, it might not be a good time to DCA or whatever, but I find in alts it is. They'll keep going down, but they're not going down as much, and so I just keep DCAing.
So next one we have is 102.5. If that fails, then it's 98. Well, if they're selling, somebody's buying. So.
I have them both up RH, but I watch the stochastic closer than the regular RSI personally. Let's take a quick look at the alts and see how bad we've actually been hit here.
I don't want to.
Just pull up bubbles real quick.
See. It's 3.
I'm not a masochist. I'm not looking at my portfolio or anything. Just looking at the crypto bubble.
They don't. Some of them don't look so bad because they actually went up 5% over the weekend. So if they're down 2%, it's like, oh, this is nothing. But they've actually gone down. Like HBAR's down almost 10% now from its weekend high.
Yeah, I'm not seeing many double-digit drops on the daily at least. Deep is down 18%. AI, I gotta get some more AI XBT. This shit's down 12%.
What is it for silly?
I need to buy some of that. Toshi is still up. Toshi's going crazy. But as far as like double-digit drops, not really seeing too much. Vine, some of the memes, some of the things that were running, Griffin, Melania, but none of the
Swift held down good. CTX, whatever this Cryptex Finance went back down 50%. That baby went up nuts.
Yeah, let's look at the narratives. Real world narrative took a bit of a hit. It's got some pretty big drops on bubbles there. Gaming, not too bad. Couple standouts. The AI took some double-digit hits across the board.
Hey, Dbloc, does this move still fall into our Wyckoff?
Yes. Yeah, we would have to. Let me pull. Damn it, Sui.
Doesn't turn on here at 350 for soon.
I can just find that chart. Damn, remember this shit? Oh, I haven't looked at this thing forever. Me going crazy trying to explain to Tame what the hell a bull market looks like. I had to draw little boxes and color coordinate the shit and everything. This isn't the right, not the right layout.
Well, yesterday's close was a rip or dip close, so that little star we got left. Bear market, that's it.
What's my chart?
Look at my short. Remember that?
Look at my chart.
Here, look at my short. With the accent. Look at my short. It's like, dude. All right, daily close. Evening star, it is. Looks like one more dip.
Right,
Dippity dip.
I need a full-time chart organizer.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, so everybody that was following Wyckoff, that SOS, our range after that SOS, see where the BULPS is down here? You'd have to come all the way down there and break underneath to break Wyckoff. These patterns don't have to be exact, right? Those little drops, it just happened to be exact, but they don't have to be. What's important are the pivots. As long as we don't break those two resistance lines, then we should be good.
Nice. Yeah, MM was saying we got 48 hours, and then he's looking for 125.
Yeah, I would say we've got about 24 hours to get to the bottom of this dip. If we haven't already, somewhat found it, at least to dig out. And then I'm looking for up, but dominance is not making this fun for the alts at all.
Did they move that? Did they move that big order that was in the books earlier?
Yeah.
Like 2 something.
Yeah, that's gone. We cleared this 65 mil too, so we can get rid of this.
Let's hope dominance does a triple top here.
Shit, man.
Nice M top and just dump down.
Yeah, we came down way lower than those buy orders. What do we have down here? Anything interesting?
Didn't we have that really big buy order down there at the 1-2?
Nah, they moved that one and they moved the 1-1. They moved them up.
Oh, weird. Yeah, okay.
No, see, it's like just a bunch of 10 mil orders scattered around all your whole and half numbers. 102, 1015, 101. There'll be another one at 105. Somebody just set a grid, At 100K, there's 15 mil. But
Yeah. What's the deal?
what's going on?
Well, still short.
If we can turn this candle into a vector, we'll have our first stopping volume vector to build off of here. We already hit the measured move from that flat top ascending wedge. Nice, good job to here. I hope you took some profits. Don't forget to pay yourself. That unrealized gain is not your money, it's our money. All right, not a vector, but let's check the 1 minute. Not a vector, but stopping falling candle nonetheless. I just tried to change the YouTube chart to the 1 minute time frame. I need to get some food. Yeah, the other day I couldn't figure out. I was like, what the hell is wrong with my chart? I kept typing 15, 15, 15, and then I look at YouTube chat, and it's just like 3 messages. Me typing 15 into the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I've done that when I was chatting with my wife over Messenger, and I thought I was typing in my wife's chat, and I was typing into the work chat with like 150 people in it.
That could be an issue.
Yeah, like it was only about what she wanted.
Luckily,
shopping.
it could have been worse. You could have been like, "Oh my God, these guys won't shut the fuck up." If you have any idea the shit I have to deal with at work.
But it's funny because it's like I swear to God, I clicked on Teams, Microsoft Teams, and I'm like, I thought I was focused, and apparently I wasn't. I don't know what I did, but it was. People are like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm telling my wife what we wanted for dinner, the kids wanted for dinner," and she was literally at the grocery store. So everybody was laughing at me, but like, man, that could have been something. Like you said, it could have been something else.
Yeah. I always try to make sure that the shit I say, I'd be willing to say in a room full of people just in case.
Good strategy. Good strategy.
All right, so stopping volume candle held. Next candle was bullish engulfing. We've got our first setup to climb out of here now. Once we get a higher low, then we'll be able to set our next uptrend.
Are we done?
We don't know yet. That's what we're trying to figure out. We're down on the
Are
5
we
minute.
yet?
Are we there yet? I'll turn this car around and go home.
I want to close my short.
How about now?
Thinking about closing my short.
I don't blame you. I mean, the expanse of the move, you've already really had it. You're starting to get into the hope part where you hope it comes back down.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, when I start to feel that hope, that's like an action to move, right? Once I start like making promises.
Dude, just look at the RSI. That would be enough to at least take 75 off, 75% off. Let the other 25% ride.
Where we at? 100 and we're still at 100. Surely they want to go under 100 to scare everybody. That's what I would do. 99.
Yeah, Summer. Hope will get you. Any emotion, really. Any emotion that you feel while trading is your brain telling you that you're supposed to be doing something in that trade that you're not doing. If you're too excited, you've got, it's either pumped too hard, bags got bigger than you expected it to. If you're nervous, you probably got too much invested. If you can't walk away from the chart, you probably got a shit entry. Right? Every emotion should tell you that something is up.
Paranoia can also screw you up too. Like not like you don't get in because you just don't trust anything, so you don't buy anything, you don't pull the trigger.
Yeah, analysis paralysis.
I think I got it. I got it, G. 100 even.
Okay, okay.
Why not? Psychological as hell.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or that could be it.
I'm gonna stay in. If
You haven't got confirmation either way, so I don't blame you. But get used to paying yourself a little bit.
yeah, I'm going in here soon, real soon. Here, I want to see what it has here. It takes a little bit back. I'll just get all the way out. I'm done. Been doing this short for 3 days. Not a lot of money. Big percentages.
There's slight differences, Hurricane, but you can get most of the information on
What
CoinAct. What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a soup. It tastes like grape.
Oh,
My bad. I said I love
I just
Dbloc.
walked.
Nah, you guys can talk about food. My food's on the way. Feel free to talk about whatever
Right.
food you want.
No, I forgot.
You know what? You know what WAT is?
Wormhole?
I don't know. WAT is yellow. Oh well, it pumped up like crazy, like 400%. I shorted the top. It's crashing now. I don't even know what it is. Let me look it up. It's a gaming coin. Oh,
My
shit.
boy, I wish you would have pointed out that short. That looks yummy.
No, I got it. I'm in it now. It ain't going nowhere. It's a gaming coin too. Go ahead, take the whole damn move back. Wait, let me put a stop loss in my entry. Trust it. Quick 1600%. I didn't have time to point it out. I just did it. I pointed it out. Let me put this over here. Stop loss. The entry. I don't trust it. I'm scared. Keep going up without me, down without me, come back. It's fine. Confirm. All right.
AIOZ is having a really good day here. A lot of the gaming, I mean, a lot of the higher market cap AI, Tau, AIOZ. AIOZ is up 16%. Just had a rough couple last hour or two, but let's see where this higher low comes in.
I wonder what big time is worth now. Let me guess.
I looked at it the other day. It was not pretty.
What was it?
I can't even remember. I just remember looking at it and thinking that's not pretty. I can't remember the exact number though.
So trash. I wonder how low it's really gonna go. Maybe it's gonna go down to 1.
I've started biting on some alts, French. This literally went down my portfolio, and the Fed, whatever, got hit the hardest. Paying attention to some of the strong movers, though, right? Look at some of the ones that didn't get hit as hard and recover quickly as Bitcoin starts to recover. Those are the ones that in the next 3 days, when Bitcoin moves, should show the most strength. Yeah, now's when the exchanges start giving you notifications about all your coins being down.
I got a guy that I work with who he's a heavy crypto trader, and he doesn't trade. Well, he trades weekends, but he's always out on his boat on the weekends, and he could never trade because he didn't have internet access. And now he's got Starlink on his boat, and he's like, those bitches are not getting me on my Sundays. I'm buying them dips.
Starlink
It's
on the
kind of
boat is a
neat.
flex.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy that, you know, with crypto doing what it's doing, with being institutionalized, and then, now you have access to trade anywhere you want in the world. There's no limit. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, you need it. There's some like really big, what do they call them? Not work from home, but mobile work or whatever. Communities in Thailand, all these beautiful places, bro.
Yeah.
Because there's so many people doing it now, right? And it's good money. Move to one of these places, open up an internet cafe, have all the foreign workers in there.
I work from home. I'm an hour and a half from office, but they have office events that would really eat my travel time that I have to go to. It's like once a month. And I'd love to just move, but I hate flying, man. I mean, I'm not scared of it. I just don't. It's gross to me. So it's like, do I live out in the woods where it's cold and foggy and looks like Castle Grayskull, um, and enjoy myself next to the fire, or do I go to like, the Gulf of Mexico somewhere, and then have to fly in for events? I don't know. It's a tough.
Yeah. Yeah, George, remote work. My bad. I had a brain spasm there for a second.
They are shifting hardcore though, man. Like my company's holding strong with hybrid work, but man, Amazon and Google, they're like either come in or leave.
Oh, Trump said the same thing the other day. Trump put all federal employees on notice. You will be coming back into the office or you will be out of a job.
That's Elon being at his ear. I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
yeah, yeah.
Elon, man, but
That's part of the
Elon is
efficiency. That's part of the efficiency. And it's true. You lose a lot of that person to person on mobile. You get a lot of work done, right? But what takes the biggest hit is creativity and innovation.
and I get it. Networking's important. I get it. But when you're an individual contributor and you're sitting down coding and you've got a task list that you have to do, the last thing you want to be is in meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people need immediate access to you, you know, and that's what I hated the most. Not having immediate access. Like, send me an email.
That is such a boomer insecure mentality. If you're
No,
so insecure that you cannot trust your people, that's a you problem. That's not them problem.
It's a management thing too. Not everybody. Some people micromanage. Some people like I'm hands on personally.
right, but you have people that's not hands-on that's using emails as an excuse, and you wait 30 minutes, maybe a day, to get a freaking answer. You call.
Oh, I get that. Yeah, I get that. That's the wrong person to be remote. You still have to make a judgment call on who you can trust and who you can't.
No,
Like
some jobs don't need to be remote.
I'm green. No, that's what I'm saying. Some people should not be remote. But the people that prove themselves, you shouldn't freaking be hard on them. You should let them do their thing. If they deliver and make you look good, does it matter what their geographical location is?
Yeah, certain jobs, but we had medical coders, and you know, the doctors sometimes when they do patient screening, they don't know how to code it, and now they need a coder to say, hey, which code do I need to put it under? What do I need to put, you know, for the diagnosis, second diagnosis? And here you are calling that person along with 10 other doctors that's trying to get a hold of the same coder because they have a question, and now they have a patient, or they have they only have 2 days to close those encounters. So those coders have 2 days to get a hold of you and answer you and do their job. So it was backfiring because a lot of encounters wasn't closing. When they don't close, patients was getting hurt with that because, you know, your disability, your medication, everything's there. So certain jobs, no. I understand certain jobs. If you're cyber, this and that, I get it. But if you have to have human touch, human contact, if you don't work only for your boss, but you have people under you that you have to answer to or help, your ass need to be at the job.
Yeah, that's why I said individual contributor. Individual contributor they're usually highly skilled. They don't have anybody underneath them, and they always make their boss look good.
Business meetings suffer. We're going back to the face-to-face business meeting. AI is going to force that, by the way.
You don't think hologram decks are gonna?
Nah, man. There's a premium. There's going to be a premium to knowing that you're talking to who you're talking to, and there's also a magic that happens in negotiations that only happens in person.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. When I go in, man, I enjoy seeing everybody, and then we get giggling and laughing, and we're like, "Oh, I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me that over Teams?" And it's like, "Oh, I don't know. It sparks conversation."
When it comes to brainstorming too, brainstorming sessions on Zoom are not the same. There's a magic that happens in that room where everybody's firing on all cylinders and bouncing off of each other in real time. That's something that you don't get on Zoom.
That's the thing with private sectors. You can just fire them if they're failing. But with federal, it takes God to fire a federal employee. So
Trump fixes that because that's tenure is the worst.
It's the union. It's the unions. Because they're unionized. I memorized the union book so my employees couldn't. Okay. Yeah, so screw that. They didn't get their asses to work.
Dbloc, what'd you nibble into?
Just some stuff on my list. I bought a little bit of Beam. I bought a little bit of AIXBT. Let me see what else did I get here. I bought some MOG. MOG had taken a big hit. I bought some virtuals. IMX only went down 1.5%. It didn't drop enough for me to want to feed it.
Yeah, I see that. I'm looking for something along now. It's MOG, and look at MOG.
Become a little bit more evident once Bitcoin finds some comfort here. Still too sketchy. Those buys, in my opinion, are meant to be DCA buys. I don't think I caught the bottom on anything, just to be transparent.
I'll do like 1% increments. All right, Mog. Check that out.
Yeah, for sure. If I'm building a team, like, it has to be as much personal contact as possible. You got to know if your team's clicking or not. And the only way you know if your team's clicking or not is to put them all in the same room together, give them a problem and a deadline.
Dude, my husband has a
watch 'em work.
vibrator on his mouse. Don't tell me.
What?
He has a vibrator on his mouse so his screen doesn't go blank.
That's funny.
A vibrator.
Yeah. You know,
It's called.
they sell those. They sell mouse
Yeah.
vibrators.
Yeah.
You can just download them free. They're just
can
like,
get an
they just
auto
move your
clicker.
mouse every 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's a hardware where it's not gonna fail. It vibrates and it keeps the screen moving.
That's ridiculous.
So
We're
don't
always
tell
gonna
me
find.
from home.
We're always gonna find
I
ways
believe
around.
you. I just think
You can go on eBay right now and buy little clamps that you put on your Tesla, so your Tesla thinks that you're holding the steering wheel.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
See?
like that's how humans are. We're always gonna find a way around,
Yeah.
no matter
You
if it's
get
a
one
dumb
out of
idea
five.
or not. You know.
You
Yeah,
get
you're
one
right.
out of 5 people that actually gives a shit, and the rest, the other 4, is just gonna find ways to get away with.
But I think it's interesting how, Trump was like, we're no longer, the whole gender race thing. He was like, it's gonna be based on merit. And
It's
I'm like,
always been based on merit, though. He didn't take. A lot of people think he took the equal opportunity away.
well,
He
let me
didn't take the
finish.
equal.
What I'm saying is, if it's based on merit, why does it matter if someone's at their screen or not? Why does it matter that they're in
What?
office? If they produce merit,
It's
what
to
does it
hire.
matter where they're at?
It's to hire new people. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's
It's
just
to
saying,
hire.
in general, people will
No.
be judged by their merit.
Well, yes. Well, no. Yes and no. It's the new hires on merit, and new promotions on merit. So what's wrong about that? That's always been the case.
Well,
It's
merit
never.
means that you're capable, you're producing, you're reaching your
No.
goals. Again, what does it matter if someone's in there moving their mouth with a vibrator or not? If
What
they
does a
got their work
merit?
done.
No. What does a merit mean? Merit means the quality or your percentage of.
That's what I just said.
No, your mouse moving doesn't say you're contributing.
I'm saying if you already reached your goals but someone just wants you to be there for accessibility, what does it matter if someone's cheating for 20 minutes because they wanted to go to the grocery
I get
store?
it. So merit goes like this, and I used to give awards to people on merit on what they do. So if you only do what you're supposed to, you're not getting an award. If you do above and beyond, then you get an award. So merit puts you number 1 or number 10, depending on if you barely made the day or barely met the quota or the mission, or if you did more than that.
You always work one level above of your current level. That's just a given rule. I mean, that's like everybody knows that.
I don't think you work with a lot of civilians. When you ask people to do something, they say, that ain't my job. It's like, oh, you think at the end of the year you're going to get an award, or if there's a promotion, I'm going to put your ass in there. If you're the one saying, I did my job, but that's not my job, I'm not going to do it. I've had, a lot of people do that. I evaluated 16 people, and out of 16, 3 actually went above and beyond. They always got $1,500 award. And rest
It's
of
a
them,
zero-sum game. There will always be people that will think that they're achieving above because they're in their own little bubble, and they're not. That's what's great for reward season, because there's always people that think they deserve something and they don't.
It's not about what you think, it's about the facts. It's what's been done. Like what you think doesn't matter. What I think doesn't matter as a supervisor. It's the facts. If the facts are there, it doesn't matter who thinks what.
I know, but what I'm saying is if you achieve something that you thought was important, like a product, and you are and you're super adamant about how much impact that has, that is subjective. And if it's not the goal of your team, then that's what you said, the facts come in. Well, this is what you did was great, but it's not in alignment with what our goals are.
No, it
And
has to be objective. It can't be subjective. Yeah, it has to be facts.
but that individual person thinks they did something that was worth that was above and beyond the
Listen,
120%.
I think I'm the prettiest girl on the street. That means shit.
Yep.
The facts are facts. So merit, it should have always been on merit. Even in the military, they used to always do, oh, we have to get 5% Hispanics. We have to get 5% of women. We have to get 10% of male. It's like bullshit. Bullshit. Because that's why I lost a lot of promotions, because all these units was looking for males. So it wasn't the merit, it was your sexual orientation, and that was it. Or your gender. So
that's gross. I hate that so bad.
merit is the right way to go. Merit should always be the way. If I'm doing more than you, you should not be getting promoted. I don't care who you are.
Doing more than me and probably a great person to work with which is also a good trait.
No, your personality shouldn't matter. Because then again you're becoming subjective. If I may not like
you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying if they're achieving their goals and above beyond and they're awesome and they're a good person. You could work. Have you ever heard anybody who's worked with Elon where he's really smart, he's really productive, but he's a total dickhead in meetings? Sometimes you just don't want to work with those people. It's not worth it.
Oh, I know. I don't. I've worked with those people. I actually like those people better. Ones that tell me the truth.
It's not necessary.
No, ones that tell me the truth instead of going on. Anyways, yeah.
Dbloc, what about Brett? 25% off. 5%. Haircut. Brett. Is that it? No, I'm sorry. It's Bert. My bad. Oops. I thought that was excessive. That's tricky. Maybe I'll just buy Bitcoin. Fuck it.
Dom keeps trying to tap that resistance.
Bitcoin starts pumping eyeballs.
There it goes.
I'd be with all these two kill each other. We're not killing each other, we're talking.
What happened to Go? Is it dead? Oh my God, look at the roof. 30. Hey, deals out here. Super under $1.
Mad as hell.
Maddie, I agree with you. I can't stand people that are they just jerks for no reason.
I see what's true. I'm a soldier, dude. I don't care if people are hard. I don't need friends. I mean, there's a difference. If they're not being disrespectful, and if they're just being direct, I like direct.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying there are people that can get shit done and then they respect you as a person and they're pleasant to be around. Those people exist, and if they don't exist for you, then you need to find a new job because they're around me every day and they're enjoyable to work with.
Maddie, no, I don't want people being direct. I have thick skin. I am not a little. I'm not easy to offend. You know, that's the soldier in me. We're used to kicking and screaming and saying, "I got it." As long as they're not calling me names, I'm good. There's name calling now. That's belittling. That's different. But people can say what you did is wrong. You cost me this and that. And I'm like, okay, tell me how to do it, and I'll just do it that way. I'm not a pansy. I'm not gonna cry because somebody's being hard. But that goes with the soldiers. We're thick-skinned. We're
Are you trading something?
Who?
You.
I'm eyeballing Trump to jump in. I jumped in a little bit.
Oh, going long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on Trump too. I'm still short. Short from 31.11. Long, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Still short. I'm still short on the long here. It seems to keep getting stuck at 2,000%. I've seen that number for the past 2 days now, moving around.
Oh,
Seems
Dominic,
like Trump
you
and Melania
can F
Trump
off.
is stuck at 30. Yeah, I don't like that. That's why I don't want to buy long. But then again, it's kind of high, so maybe it's gonna.
I hope it just dumps so hard. That would be so much fun.
What is it at? It's topping it. Well, it's at 59. It's almost up there. I mean,
yeah, but it's like I have a trend line there, a resistance trend line, and it keeps bouncing off of it. So I don't know. Maybe it's just coincidence.
Let's see. Wow.
Don't pay. Don't.
Long on that. I think I like 238. Not that bad. Let's see. We're at the daily open. They're front running the value area low. Where's the liquidations? There's really no short red. There's no red lines with the short liquidations there. Under the bottom wick that it bottomed at here. Bunch of blue ones though. What is blue? 50? Or is that 25? X. There's plenty of red 100Xs up there at 105,000. What is today? It's Sunday. So they're probably going to reverse this shit after they do max pain, which is obviously going to be down. I'm staying short. And then after they inflict max pain, I'm closing all of them. Which will probably be 100. I think they want to keep it at the 100. I think they want to play that game. Keep it at 100 and then whatever. And then Bitcoin dominance will probably be a big old bitch. Give all tell.
No. This is why you look at the wrong time chart.
All these shorts and talks at 100. I think that's good. That doesn't seem too greedy. I don't want to be extremely greedy. If I was greedy, I would look for the 90s. We're going to see in a minute. Correct so far here. I mean, even if the dominance comes down, it doesn't mean alts are going to go up. They could just go sideways.
Oh, there we go. Dip, baby, dip. Come on, do it. Break that wall. Yeah.
The other coin, dude, WAT. Yeah, now it wants to build something.
Dip, baby, dip.
Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't really have much dominance left. I mean, has dominance ever been going here above 60?
Yes, I mean, it's been a while. Let me look here.
I just remember seeing 58 every time I look at the damn thing.
Yeah, but those, bouncing from 59 to 54 is so violent for alts. We were at 61 in November.
Oh, there you go.
Almost 62.
I forgot what the Bitcoin price was back then.
But man, it would be so nice to see it in the 43s again. That was so much fun. That was March of 21. March. It's when it dumped. Dominance dumped in March of 21. Yeah, March of 21. And then altcoin season kicked in.
1011. You're gonna want to tap down there.
This is the last drop before we go down to 98 if we don't catch something here.
Something's got a hold or shit's gonna hit the fan.
Mm-hmm. How about now?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, is Dbloc around?
He's eating.
He's eating.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll just wait for him to come back then.
You know what I am noticing though, if you look on like the 15-minute with Bitcoin, you look at the RSI, it's a little different from our last point that we made it down to here. So it's going way deeper down on the RSI than the last time it tucked down to this area. So if you draw a line from that bottom point to this bottom point and vice versa, they're opposite. So I just wonder if it's gonna want to shove really hard in one direction or the other, but it just RSIs do this. It's always a pretty clear indicator. But the RSI is finally resetting.
Somebody wants to really low. Yeah. This is why I don't like this RSI below 50. Never a good thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm kind of trying to say is even on like a larger time frame, 2 hour, 1 hour, that RSI is mushing down pretty hard, but price isn't following it. So if you draw a line on the bottoms of the RSI on the bottoms of our low points, it'd be a clear indicator something wrong. I want to jump off here. It gives it room to spring, gives it room to bounce. If not, it's just going to drag sideways down at super low RSIs as it bleeds out, though.
I'd rather go to 101. Actually,
yeah, I'm seeing that gap like 101 area.
And double bottom and come back. Yeah.
That's a double bottom area and see where it goes from there. That's what I'm comparing. We're at the price points of those, but the RSI is like way different.
Was that Shania?
What's up?
What up, Shania? Long time no talk.
Who is that? Your voice is coming from real deep.
I know. I'm wearing my Wicked Shitty headset. It's Qui-Gon Jinn.
Hey, Qui-Gon.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, you sound really different.
You sound like you're in a dollhouse.
Yeah, I'm in. I might as well be. This shitty of a headset.
Did you get in trouble?
No. well, yes, but I'm not. Since the last time I talked to you, I've been in all kinds of trouble.
Why am I not shocked?
I feel like I feel like it's been probably at least 2 years since I talked to you.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I see you on the Beast channel. I come in there to see who's in there. I don't listen in. I just. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in there most of the time. I have my own server now too. I think I sent you an invite, but you never joined.
Oh, I haven't been. It's probably expired. I literally just came
Yeah.
in 2 months ago. I haven't been on Discord and anywhere for a long time.
Yeah, I have to send out new links. Geez, yeah, that RSI is down at 10, huh? 8, 9, or 15 minutes. Okay, so I saw something I didn't like on the Bitcoin chart. We did like nothing for a few days. Just did absolutely nothing, and then that weekly close was pretty weak. You look at the weekly chart and those wicks on the top, and you also got a bearish divergence on the weekly. It was on great signs. They said we'd have to invalidate it, and then we had this big ass sell off a little bit ago. How big of a percent is that? 4 or 5%?
I think it's soon. A little bit more. A little bit more. We should turn around. This is one of the sports, but I would rather if it goes to 101 double bottom, really, because otherwise the daily. No, actually, even from here on, it's good.
Dropped 3.5% in the last few hours.
What was the last low before it went down to 89, right?
Somewhere, yep. Yeah.
89.5. Yeah.
Hey, Qui-Gon, it's BJ. Nice to hear you.
Oh, who's that?
It's BJ.
Oh, BJ. Hey, what's up?
I'm good. I wanted to add that I kind of think I saw what you're seeing on the weekly yesterday. I talked about this going maybe down to the 93 area. Do you see that too?
Yeah, I mean, truth be told, I kind of see it going down to the mid 80s.
Well, that's true. Yeah, but I think the before that, if there would be a stop at around 93, because we filled that in at the 92 and we came up from 92 twice. That's why I think that 93.
Yeah. I mean, that was definitely like the last time when we were down below 90, that was a really strong reaction. So there's definitely buyers below 90, and then 93. I think if we weren't going to go to sweep that range, or if we weren't going to go to sweep that low, then I'd say that a lot of the actual like market buying stepped in around 93. So that could definitely be like an area of value, or like 92.6 I have on my chart. Just as like that range low. And the whole range we've been in since basically mid-November.
Right, and then if that doesn't hold, then you go down to the 85 area, and
yeah,
and because and then beyond that, it would be the 69.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance it could come retest the breakout if things get really ugly. That's probably not what most people want to hear right now.
No, of course not. But the one reason I'm thinking so is because we're so in the middle. And yesterday we came up to perfection. It was absolutely a perfect top yesterday. And then we did not break over that. So we met the middle of that fib almost exact. So now we fell down from that halfway mark. So right at the moment, right now, and if you look on the 30-minute chart, we just went under the 800 EMA.
800 on the 30-minute?
Yep. We just fell right under it. And that takes us to the top of the descending bell-shaped triangle. And that's coming all the way from the top of this fib up here. I don't know if you can see my chart, but I'm streaming it here on the Discord.
No, I'll take a look at it.
So this triangle comes from right here.
Which triangle are you looking
at? Okay, you see this red triangle here.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this line right here extends down right there. Here's our price, right? We just dropped right here, right through this, right into this fib ring. And there's the 800 meeting where we're meeting the 800 right there. So if we don't correct here, see how this is the angle, the upward ascending angle coming from this, the left side of the chart, right over here on the 30-minute. So if we don't correct over this 800 here and swing up and then come past this halfway mark, then we will continue to fall down this triangle. And then we drop off the ledge here. This is the end. This is the end of the circle of this fib wedge. So by not correcting, this is the angle we have to beat this yellow. If we don't, then we fall under this fib spiral right here. And then we drop down under this corner.
What price would that be, the lowest one that you're saying?
This is 98.1.
All right.
So here's this. Yep. So we can, we can glide along, get to the daily open, but that still doesn't get us enough because we have got to get back up over 103.6 now. See, in order to come back through over halfway. So this is the middle. And in order to correct that descending right here from up top.
So if you draw a trend line from the high on December 17th, which was 108, down to the high on January 6th, which was 102, that that trend line there, I think there's also like an anchor VWAP sitting right around there, which is from one of these lows. after August. I think it was the second low after August.
Oh, that August 4th?
Yeah, it's one of those lows, I believe. Or you know what? That's not an anchor view up. I think that's a moving average. I think it's the 50 EMA on the daily. Yeah, the 50 EMA on the daily. I think that's what that is. Yeah. Lines up with that angular trend line that it broke out of on, what was it, January 17th. So maybe it comes back to retest that, and then the 50 daily EMA, and that's at like 97, 98K. But if I look at the 4-hour, I don't know if anyone uses the mean reversion channel, but it's pretty much right at mean right now. So that's at 101.8. Like basically 100K has been pretty good support, and anything just below 100K it seems to be bouncing from lately. So that would probably be the first level, and then I'd say 98 has to hold before we start seeing a bigger breakdown in some lower numbers.
So 101, 380. See, right? Yeah, 101, 100, 612 right here. So then right up above that is the edge of the right. And I think it's the end of the monthly candle is the important candle. To go to the monthly. So here's where the monthly sits. Let me take it off of here. So the monthly crossed its high. And the 50 MA is down at 44.2. The 13 is at 71,780. But okay, the 5 it's up here at 88,600. Usually when you get the big burst, big explosion candle, which we wicked 110. See that? 110, 297. The body and the weekly is here, 101, 592 on the top on the monthly. So where we close and then open on the 1st. We've got what, 3 days?
Where is it supposed to close?
We close on, today is Sunday, 2017 to 9:30. We close on the, right here, Saturday.
Are you just looking for that candle to go? The previous one? Is that what you were saying, or what is it? What is the signal you're looking for the?
I'm looking for this monthly candle to be at the top of its range. If we sink down here, the 5 EMA on the weekly or on the monthly, it's tip here. So if this monthly candle sinks to its wick, which is the support is at 87,955. The support is at the 5 EMA. So that's where we're getting if we take a dip from where it is, if we sink down between now and the 1st of February, then the new candle opens, basically at the 5 EMA, right? On the monthly. So
yeah, but if it closes down there, it's going to be red.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. If we unless we make a new high here and bring that 5 EMA up to meet, so the month opens up at 98 or above, where the 5 EMA travels with it up here. So between now and the close, we need to go higher than where we are now on the month instead of lower. Otherwise, we're going to move laterally across, and we are going to be between 101 and 96 to 93,000, and possibly down even lower. Because if you take this angle and go across like this, so let's go to the weekly. See, look at how the weekly is, the head is turned down.
And is that just a chart?
Huh?
Is that just a line chart on the weekly?
Yeah, this is a line chart. Here's the, oops. It's a line with markers. Keeps flipping back. Hide drawings. Hide. Okay, so here's the candles. So if you continue this, so if we get to the 13, between the 5 and the 13, if we fall here, 13 is at 94.9, and that's basically where I'm seeing possibly a 93,000. Because if we start hunting the weekly 50, the weekly 50 EMA is at the 74. The 50 MA is at the 74, 72 to 74 right here. And so 3-day.
I'd say given that divergence, if we don't make a higher high this week,
that's right,
or within the 4 days, then we're probably going to go down to like the 80s and maybe even 70s.
Exactly. That's what I was seeing yesterday, is that because we made like a perfect top and then we did not follow through yesterday. That was a little concerning to me.
Yeah, it was a pretty weak look for the weekly to close like that. Looks like a rejection.
And especially
or like
since
this buyer's exhaustion.
Because everything is looking so bullish, but it just did not have the, I mean, it just looks so perfect.
Yeah, all the altcoins, a lot of the altcoins that I'm looking at, the stronger ones, they all look really bullish too. Even just up until a few ago. And it's, I don't know. I mean, if Bitcoin ends up rejecting and the buyers get exhausted up here, then and it doesn't break out to a higher high, or at least the RSI has to go higher by like the end of next week. And if it doesn't, then probably going to see a more severe correction. And if if Bitcoin goes down, Bitcoin dominance is probably going to go up, and it's going to suck all of the liquidity out of the altcoins.
Yep.
So that's kind of my theory. It sucks because I'm holding a shit ton of altcoins, but
I mean, Ethereum looked like it was ready to break out. You know, we were just waiting for that 3360 just to get a candle over that, or, you know, to close. And it's not. Solana, same thing. XRP, same thing.
yeah, they're struggling.
This pattern here on this 3-day is not too pretty.
Discount prices.
Yeah, it just might take longer for the alt season to get going. But it's gonna suck if it ends up taking like a whole nother year or something. This cycle is really not like really hasn't been very similar to any of the other cycles. I think just because of like the economic state and like the state of monetary policy.
So on the one hand, this is so super bullish that, I mean, you're ready to say we're going to 117 anytime now. And then on the other hand, you say, no, it's going to 98. It's just crazy. But I don't particularly like that.
Yeah, it's been really difficult to navigate lately. I think that just like probability wise, I think it's probably more likely to go down for a while rather than up. But it always could go up. Stranger things have happened. If it does go down, I hope it doesn't go down very much for very long. I mean, it can go down. It can go down really as much as it wants. Just like the length of time that it takes is also going to be a concern.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just treading lightly in the market right now, as far as spot positions go. If we continue down, I might try to open some short positions on some stuff that's been pumping, but I don't know, stuff like the meme coins and stuff. Like I might just start shorting meme coins because they tend to die a lot when Bitcoin goes down or when the whole market goes down. The meme coins tend to get hit harder. Yeah, thank you for showing me your perspective on that. I don't know. it doesn't really look particularly optimistic right now.
No, we just have to see what the next few hours do. Because it really just takes just a tiny bit, and we're back in business. Like, see right here on the 1 hour, all we have to do is retain and correct over this 50 EMA, and we're fine. So 1044 to 105 is the magic number right there. You just have to get that, and everything is back in business. That's the pivot point. And so you see on the 1 hour, this time frame is dipping below. So we don't need this 50 EMA to dip any further below. That would just be no good.
Yeah, the 1 hour it's really oversold right now on the RSI too.
Yeah. So if we can correct this in this time right here, and then achieve this, then everything is all better between now and Monday at noon. Get over this pivot point, and everything will be fine and dandy.
Yeah, I guess time will tell. I mean, this 1 hour is about halfway through. It's turning into like a doji right now, so showing a little bit of indecision at the moment. But maybe the next will turn around a little bit since the 1 hour got so oversold. We might try to make a rebound back up to sort of like a 104 area. If it gets from there, then I don't know.
Yep.
Probably gonna see lower.
Yeah, that would be the key for me right here. This line that would be the 200 EMA on the 1 hour, and if we can't get above that, that would be a solid indication that we're not going to be making it. But this other line would be this yellow line here for me, this angle. And if we keep coming below here, that's no good. Okay. Are you still doing well on your other journey health-wise? You had mentioned something. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yep, I've been sober for 2 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it up probably as long as I can. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, one day at a time, right?
Yeah.
One day at a time makes months and makes years. So congratulations on your journey.
Thank you. Just hope this, at least at some point in the next year, this altcoin season starts and I get this big crypto bull market. Then I can get rich and I'll feel even better about myself.
Yes, you will.
but yeah, I mean, at the very least, I've been saving a lot of money, just not buying drugs, alcohol.
Yeah, that certainly helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it helps.
Okay, so
How are
the
you,
pardon me.
how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, thank you. I've moved from Florida to Kentucky time now, so I'm trying to get used to the heat. That's why my throat is so dry. I'm not used to having heat on all the time. I'm used to the humidity of Florida,
Yeah.
so I feel like I'm parched all the time.
Yeah, Florida, you don't need heat, you need AC.
Yeah, so it's not very humid here, of course.
Are you okay like adjusting? Cause like I'm in Miami and every time I go to a dry place, I start getting nosebleeds and headaches.
Other than I feel like I have to clear my throat so much. But for the most part, I'm adjusting. But it's been very cold, but I haven't gone outside too much. But it's not fun. I don't enjoy showers because I don't like shivering. But yeah, and going to the mailbox isn't fun when you have to put on 50 layers of clothes. But of course, it's just been very cold the last few days. But beautiful anyway. Snow is pretty. And we have deer coming and seeing us. I'll put a couple pictures up, but we had 4 and 5 deer every day in the field, so they're fun to watch. Looks like we're gonna head down for this line again. I don't know. I'm sorry if you can hear my TV. I'll turn this off or shut my door. Football games on in the other room.
I don't know about you guys, but this price action, the way it's just floating there, it's just whenever you see this, it's usually just gonna dump down more. I never see like slow SFPs, but it is Sunday.
It tends to do that. I agree with you that when it just sits there, it's like it's getting ready to say, "Ooh, I'm going to go down another 1,000, 2,000." I know what you mean.
Well, my concern is we broke into the previous range,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of confluence, like at that 97, 96, like that, like 96.8 area.
Yep.
And a lot of volume there. And we have a money, like, it's the POC we broke in. So if we don't
get out of like if we because what I'm thinking is we retest that 102 and then continue our way down to that area. We have FOMC, like it's kind of lining up in my head right now. We have FOMC coming up. The likelihood is they're gonna try to shake everybody out. People thinking that they're gonna raise the interest rates, and I think that they're actually gonna reduce them. Just because of the news that we've been getting, I think the Fed is gonna reduce the interest rate. I don't think they're gonna raise it or even keep it the way it is. But yeah, this is we broke into the other range, so
Yep. And that lines up exactly with the with this line that you come off of here right on Wednesday. And if you look here, let's see that the Wednesday morning and the interest rate decision is 2 p.m. Wednesday, 2 p.m. is right.
now
Wednesday,
so just so you guys know, we have an order block at
right here.
99, like 571. And that's the previous week low. So you might get some type of reaction there. If we're lucky, because there's also a fair value gap there. So maybe we'll see. But like whenever I see price just stay there stagnant, man, it structure wise, it's gonna break. We'll see though. This is just a sit on your hands type deal.
So I'm trippy how quiet it gets when the price starts turning around.
Yeah, so another thing that happened recently was that the Bank of Japan raised their interest rates. Bank of Japan raised interest rates to, well, they raised them 0.25, so like 25 basis points. They just did that like the other night.
Yes, that's the highest in 17 years.
Japan's in big trouble, so yeah, it makes sense.
I'm wondering if that would cause a big scare, and then now, the markets are going to end up selling off quite a bit for like, I don't know, maybe it's not a long time, maybe it's like a quick drop, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like last time there was that Japanese yen carry trade thing. That was in August, and that lasted about a week.
This move looks identical to what happened on the 19th. So last Sunday, the chart looks almost identical.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what sucks is that it's not bullish for them to be raising interest rates, because now America can't borrow money from them for cheap. The banks used to send money over and put it into JPY and get like free return. They could borrow money from them without interest, but now they can't really do that anymore. What the hell, man? Sorry, hold on, I'm looking for this house. I can't find this house.
one thing I will tell you guys on the alts that I'm watching is ETH. I think people are accumulating ETH. So I have a big bag of Lido, and a lot of staking's coming back into to Lido. So it's kind of giving you like add the big exit, and now people are starting to accumulate and then stake on Lido. So be watching. I have a chart set up. I'm waiting for that like 3100 zone to start hitting, and then I'm gonna take a trade. But yeah, ETH, we might see some interesting things with ETH. Maybe next month. Well, for sure next month.
You're saying bullish or bearish?
Bullish. When you start, like, if you look at so Lido has the most TVL, so total value locked of ETH. They hold the most ETH. When I saw the big like exit out of Lido, I reduced my Lido back there, and then once it got to $1, I kind of like refilled it. But I'm starting to see a lot of staking back on ETH. The volume's up. A lot more people are coming back into the ETH ecosystem. So that's one of the cues that I always look for is, because the people who are staking, that's more of a long-term thing. They're not really trading it. So that's what I'm looking at, man. So I got some targets, but yeah, be mindful. So I think that 3100 area is a nice target for ETH to hit or wick to, and then fly.
Copy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's Michael Saylor's response to the dip. What's going on, everybody? I'm back. Man said volatility is a gift to the faithful. All right, let's go. We're at that double bottom. We've got that last vector gap. If we start
I'm
seeing
all
some
in.
exhaustion here soon.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Good, Joe.
What's up?
Dun. Just finished eating. Needed
Hi,
that.
Dbloc. Hi, Drew.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, boys? Just the two gentlemen I was looking for.
Another day, another dollar.
It wasn't me. It was Drew.
Another day, another doge.
Another day, another doge.
Yo, what's good, guys? Ain't talked to either of you guys in a fucking minute. How the fuck you two been?
Hey, watch that mouth, man.
Better than I deserve. Better than I deserve.
How the heck you two been?
I've been better and I've been worse, but doing all good.
I have no complaints.
I've got a complaint. When alt season?
Yeah, you and everybody else, right? We're watching dominance trying to climb back over 60% here.
There's a lot of it's pumping though, man. Sporadically, I can see this. There's definitely
The difference is that whole idea of throwing a dart, of blindfolding and throwing a dart at the market, and just randomly hitting something that's outperforming Bitcoin. We're not there yet. But if you're following the narratives, then yeah, it's been a pretty good run. You just have to be nimble.
That's what people have been saying. They're like, okay, if you haven't been totally involved in either meme coins or like strictly involved in meme coins or AI, the whole AI narrative, then it doesn't feel like a bull market. And they're right. But I mean, I've been buying stuff like Near and Render and stuff like that, expecting that to do like a 25x. And this stuff just doesn't go that whole price discovery move where it was like shit was just going parabolic.
You're 200 IQ. This is a dumb market. We established that shit early with that first meme coin run, right? So like you had to take like a barbell strategy where you had heavy Bitcoin portfolio and then nimble liquid to be able to jump in and out of these narratives and take profit while you can. But yeah, you just got to be more 50 IQ. We talked about that a while ago. We were like, look, guys, I know this is going to be weird to hear me say it, but I'm selling my utilities for memes. This was like a year and a half ago. And utility just ran flat.
Yeah, the Solana thing, the whole migration to Solana and all the DEX swaps that came out on Solana and blew up like Radium and Jupiter. All of that stuff was just like blew meme coins out of the water because now you could just pump them out. Anytime something went viral on the internet, there was a new meme coin about it in like an hour later.
We have 9 million plus meme coins. We have 9 million plus cryptos right now. Pump Fund alone put out 6 million meme coins on their own. Added 6 million cryptocurrencies to the market.
Yeah, that's insane. It's diluting the market. Like
yeah and no, right? Because what's happening is 95% of those are sitting at zero with $1 in liquidity. They're already dead, right?
Yeah.
But what it did was it brought in a lot of Twitter money. It brought in a lot of TikTok money. It brought in a lot of people that were chasing that. And then those of us that got in there and took their money, grabbed it, and now we're in positions over here, right? So it was like a liquidity suck. Like when Trump came out and you saw the liquidity get sucked out of every other alt for those 2 days.
So is that all just degen retail that's doing this?
There's some smart money in Trump too.
Yeah. No, but the thing, the memes in general, yeah. You know who these guys are? This is remember the NFT crowd during the last bull run? Yeah. All they did was NFTs failed in a way because too small amount of people were rewarded. Right? You had to get the monkey with the hat with the rainbow eyes that was holding the beard and looking to the left, or you were screwed. Right?
Yeah.
But now what they did was, okay, instead of dropping Pepe memes, we'll just drop Pepe as a meme coin. And instead of being a non-fungible token, it's a fungible meme where everybody gets a piece of this one thing and everybody's hold is equal. But really what sent it was VCs. Because VCs got greedy and started dropping shit at $2-3 billion market cap. Right? Super low float. And then just diluting, and they didn't leave any meat on the bones. So people got tired of that whole narrative, and then memes popped up, and it was like, look, fair launch, all coins out at launch, starts at bottom basement prices. You can get in before it even gets on dexes. It was just a better trade.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't get why the VC. It seemed like there was a lot of good utility coins with good promise, and even the gaming coins too that I've been fucking waiting for.
Gaming ran hard, but then they took a backseat.
They all fucking just failed. And I think the VCs, especially the ones that are launched on ETH, and they dropped them at a high valuation, then diluted the shit out of it. Because it's like, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just let it run instead of every time there's an unlock selling your shit? Why wouldn't you let it run?
Because they get to sell off their coins at $1 billion valuation instead of waiting for 6 months for it to get there. You pop it on a low float, you bring the price all the way up to $2-3-4 billion valuation, then your unlock starts. Right, so your early investors, the ones that are getting their money first, the team, they get to sell at a $3 billion market cap and not have to wait, because their point is they don't want to miss this run. They're trying to accumulate just like everybody else. So the VCs then took that money and then put it into that's people learn their lesson not to get into something that's running on a 20% float. That's got 80% to be unlocked within the next 6 months. And drops at a $2-3-4 billion valuation.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know what I missed, but I just bought the dip you're talking about.
Don't trip by the dip. Yeah, I've started nibbling.
It's not a dip, but
tell them I've been waiting for you to get here. That's what I was saying earlier. I need Zeusy to pop in and be like, dip? What dip?
All right. So
yeah, it's not really a dip, but well, I was wondering, I didn't follow anything, the news and all, and now that I'm in position, I'm interested in the news.
Nothing real. I mean, in my opinion, this is not. There was a little bit of Bank of Japan fear.
Okay, cool.
But at the end of the day, we were waiting for our false move. We freed our trap shorts. There's nothing different than any other weekend. It was just the velocity of it. Low volatility.
I gave up on shorting XRP. I TP'd my short. Made back what I lost trying to short it. With a bit of extra, actually. So, only back to full longs, I guess. I don't know. I think I could have holded it till like $2. But, scalp shorts, swing longs. Let's see if that trend continues in 2025.
So a lot of people are expecting, because there's a post, the alt season usually happens in the post-halving year. But last time, we had quantitative easing back then. Quantitative easing had already started. And they started it because of the COVID crash. So it was like, what is going to cause them to actually start quantitative easing? Because they're still not easing. The Fed is still tightening.
We're already waiting for it. They're not tightening anymore. So it goes in 3 stages. First, they announce that they're reducing the pace of tightening. Then they announce that they're concluding the tightening altogether. Then the next of FOMC, they announce that they're adding assets to the balance sheet. We've gotten one of those. They've already announced that they reduce the rate. We're waiting for them to come out and say that they've reduced completely. And then it's usually one FOMC meeting from there that they start announcing that they're putting on. Trump's putting a lot of pressure on bringing the rates down. And if he can't get the Fed to, I don't think he's going to move Powell's hand. He's going to try. But if he can't get the Fed to move early, then he'll just start the money printer himself. They'll find the ways to add to the balance sheet. And once the money's out, it's out. Once it's out of the bag, there's no putting it back.
But we get inflation again, and then they have to raise rates again.
People, have you looked at the stock market? Why the hell would you quantitative ease or anything? Like, it would be crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't really have a reason to, unless there's like a scary spike in fucking unemployment rate. Like,
Guys,
if unemployment rate,
just take a look at the debt bubble that's about to hit. Unemployment's going to get bad. The debt bubble's about to pop. We're at the end of a macro cycle bubble here. We talk about these 4-year cycles and all that, but I mean, like, the macro cycle is 18.6 year real estate cycle. Right? We're at the expanse phase of that, right? Where everything ends up going crazy. Things are going to get out of control. The debt bubble is the worst that I've ever seen, and nobody even talks about it.
Yes, we do.
Across the board.
And yes, you're right. And Trump did announce that big housing package. People aren't looking at that, but that is the largest housing package ever.
There's going to be plenty of money flowing around here in the next year, in my opinion. Hopefully less than that. I do have sort of bad news when it comes to this crypto committee exchange thing he put together for the stockpile. They've got 3 months to get the committee together. They've got 6 months to make recommendations, but they've got 180 days to implement them. Right, that takes us very close to the end. Maybe it's good enough to give us our blow off top, what ends up sending us at the end of the bull market. But this isn't going to be a quick thing. Unless there's another executive order that's specific for the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve that he's just keeping, under his sleeve that he hasn't done yet. But if we're expecting the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve to come out of this committee, it's going to take 180 days before we see any real... In 60 days, we'll get some good catalysts because they'll give their recommendations. But then we still have to wait 180 days.
So there's no executive order for SBR?
No, he made an remember, we had those two options, either executive
you said Senate or not,
or the committee.
You said Senate would be bad news,
Yeah, so he's doing a committee where you get people together to vote on whether you should vote on voting, to have a meeting, to start thinking about voting on voting, to start the meeting when you vote on the next vote after the break. That's how it works in Washington.
This is cool. No, actually, this is good news. It means we can speculate on what
it means that we have good catalysts, but we have good catalysts ahead. It's a while until it gets. That's what you were worried about, right?
Once
You were
that
worried.
thing is signed, it's over. So okay,
you were worried that once we got the news, then what?
Yeah. This is more conservative. It gives more time for alts to pump and all.
And it also puts some light on the alt. It not just being SBR. Right, because now all that money isn't just going to flow into Bitcoin. Now people are speculating on what American altcoins are going to be in this stockpile.
Trump is going to unify the world, and everyone's going to go balls deep in Trump meme coin. And it's going to get up to about 100K, and people are going to be like, "What the hell is going on?"
You know what the conservative numbers are? Conservative numbers are Trump doesn't ever break all-time high, but does get back up to all-time high within the 3 years as everything gets released. $60 billion, a 10x on your net worth. We know it's not all Trump's money, but just for simple math, he's worth $6 billion. That wallet will be worth $60 billion.
You'd love to rub that in everyone's face too. I mean, if you look at the top 20, I mean, I think he could make it up there in the top 25. He's pretty close, right?
Crazy there for a minute.
You put Trump shitcoin.
Yeah, Trump shitcoin, man, all the way. I'm all
into.
in, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, the inauguration did actually. A lot of people were saying that the inauguration was very a big sell the news event. Trump coin did crash that whole day.
And but they made it crash when they launched Melania coin.
Yeah, what the hell happened with that?
Greed, greed. Let's do it again.
I mean,
That's what that was. We did it. Let's do it again.
I would call crash 99% down.
I think they already had it set up. Like they didn't. It's not like, oh, this one. Well, let's do it again. I think they already had. They're like, all right, we're gonna hit them with the left, and then we sell so we can have because it's probably mostly them selling anyways, or so then they have a reason. They can be like, okay, they can point the finger at the market them because we launched more Millennia, and as long as they're the ones timing the market, it's all gravy. So, I think it's dirty work, but I think they planned both of them. They knew they were going to drop Millennia right after Trump too.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, that thing got totally run. Like it didn't even have a chance. Like I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll buy some of it just in case it does what Trump did. But it didn't even have a chance. It was like it came out, got listed on exchanges, and it just dumped.
Well,
like it did nothing.
Yeah,
the crypto community didn't.
Because,
the crypto community didn't like that coin, right? We know what that looks like when it's greed and it's we know what that looks like. We've seen developers do that shit before. Use one project to kill another project. If you guys remember when Melania came out, I told you the first NFT, the first Trump NFTs that came out, they were doing really good. They had a really good floor price. And then Trump dropped the mugshot NFTs and it completely rugged the first project. They did the same thing again, but they did it with memes this time.
I heard Trump was trying to talk Putin into buying some Trump coin.
I don't know.
How men are impulsive, and also Trump represents FOMO. It rewarded people who immediately bought it, right? Melania is a woman. They're more like, they think more long term, and also it might reward people who patiently wait to buy it rather than who FOMO into it, right? So I don't know, just a random guess. I think they're the opposite of each another. One just spiked up.
I think you're trying to get too deep.
Man, they were just trying to pull more liquidity out of it. That's it. The job was done, guys. You got to understand, those devs, they're on the release, their tokenomics, they get 80% of. They keep saying that 80% wallet isn't ours. That's going to be dispersed. Okay, cool. Ignore the 80% wallet. On the roadmap, they get 80%. 80% goes to the team.
But
so whether they got it early, no, not 80% is ridiculous. Only 10% public float. Only 10% of the coins will ever be in public hands.
Don't forget about the 10% liquidity.
Yeah, and then 10% for liquidity, which at the end of the day goes back. That liquidity doesn't just disappear. Like when it's gonna go back to them.
But the wallets are released every 12 months, 3 months, and 6 months, and then monthly after that. What could go wrong?
I don't know. Whether you slow rug me or fast rug me, you still rug me. That's just a good slow rug.
Well, yeah, just because the wallet's releasing, though, it's not. I mean, look at Jasmine. Jasmine was slowly releasing.
But this is releasing to a team that has no interest in, they're not working on this coin. The dev's job is already done. It's not like there's any upkeep. It's not like there's any tech that needs to be up. They literally just, it's a money grab. You put it out there, get as much money as you can. Everybody agrees to the contract, right? You tell them what the roadmap is. You tell them what the percentages are. If you bought it, you agreed to the contract.
It's not like that. It works. If the coin is successful, they will come up with some tech with it. A bit like Shiba did, right? Like it was just a meme, and in the end, they tried to create a use case for it. Or I think it's the other way around. Like once these coins are successful, they have so much money that hey, maybe we should try to do something.
If the team cares about crypto and it's not just a straight money grab, but if they can just do it again and drop another coin.
Maybe they'll just donate those crypto to poor people. Who knows? Maybe they'll donate it to the health fund.
I think that's the plan. You might be right there.
Yeah,
but you never get a second chance.
Right? Why not?
You never get a second chance to make a first impression, though, and they know that too. So, that tweet with Trump tweeting his Trump coin, it's like this is going to be the golden one. I think, the one that's no matter what comes after, this is the one that set it off.
Yeah, that's why I said that the crypto.
I'm biased.
Crypto.
Big bags. Don't listen to me.
Crypto didn't take kindly to the Melania one because it's okay, the first one is you're doing something. The second one is okay, now we know what this is. This isn't,
Yeah, but I'm ready to bet Melania will outperform Trump eventually, but there's really no hurry. I'm talking like months. Yeah. It's one to follow too, because
So
I like that release where it just goes down. There hasn't been FOMO on Melania yet. While on Trump we've seen it. So
I,
does that eventually there is a
Look,
FOMO potential.
if it makes you feel better, Zusi, I think Melania could get her third green candle on the daily.
No. I'm thinking more like months. Yeah, this is for once those supplies are released. Blah blah. Later. There's really no hurry.
for me, I never really liked the whole meme coin craze thing, and Trump is just another meme coin, and so like I've just been treating it like pretty much any other meme coin. But meme coins aside, and like the monetary policy thing, we have the you know yeah they've been cutting but slow, and they're like we haven't seen signs of easing yet. So there's that problem. We've also got the Bank of Japan raising interest rates. That's the problem. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's not enough risk appetite for the high risk assets in the altcoins. Even if Bitcoin dominance is coming down, it could just mean that the stable coins are taking the market share and people are going into stable coins. So
How is Bank of Japan raising rates? Bad news.
It's only bad news if it gets out of control and affects the yen carry trade. But so far, it seems good. As long as the Dixie keeps going down, there's no problem. There'll be enough room for them to raise because they're going to need to. It's when the Dixie's high that is going to be an issue.
The Dixie's not going down. Well, I mean, it could be topping out, but it's like them cutting rates ever since they started cutting rates. The DXY has been ripping. So like that's putting pressure on risk assets, like especially crypto. And so I mean these micro cap altcoins, like they don't even stand a chance. It's like they just keep selling off, and then the new ones that come out that seem promising, the VCs rug them. And then the only other thing you got to turn to is the meme coins that explode, and then when Bitcoin dominance pops again, the meme coins get destroyed. So how do you even long something with that kind of volatility? Like on leverage, like if you're trying to leverage trade, the meme coins are like so difficult to trade because they're so volatile. Like most of them are so volatile that it just hits your stop constantly.
Yeah.
Nah, it's a low market cap spot traders market right now. You really got to stay on narrative.
Yeah, I mean, the Solana meme coins, they have been doing okay, and then there's a few of like the AI memes, like the AI narrative is cool, and like then now there's like this AI meme narrative thing.
They're AI agents. They're not memes. They just look like memes because they've got cartoon characters, but they're AI agents. Yeah, we went on that narrative early too.
Well, let's be honest. Trump
Did you
coin
guys
is.
see the Vine one? The Vine meme?
Yeah.
That one I heard ripped crazy, man.
Even the AI agents are like, they're kind of like pump and dumps right now anyway.
Well, everything like Dbloc was saying is with narrative too, because like the Vine coin, pumped because Elon Musk was thinking of relaunching Vine.
Yeah, and then it launched the app narrative. There was Instagram coin, Telegram coin, Facebook coin.
Exactly.
We can't, like I said, we can't be 200 IQ with this shit. I'm like you, bro. Except I kind of learned my lesson during the last bull market, looking down my nose at SHIB. Right? I was like, Doge killer. What the hell are these guys talking about? Look at all these idiots putting this money into these memes. And then it became the best performing asset in recorded history before our eyes. You know? So it's like at the bottom of this, it's like, look, you can do. I was talking to one of my homeboys. This is about like a year and a half ago. We were talking about memes. He was like, your problem is you're too fucking smart. I was like, what? He's like, dumb down, bro. They're throwing their money at this shit. Just stand in front of it, open your bag, fill your bag, leave with the money. He's absolutely correct.
And Pepe did the exact same thing. Pepe is like the Shiba of this cycle.
Yeah, that was the last big liquidity suck. Pepe and Trump sucked the most liquidity out of surrounding alts because of how hard they pumped.
Pepe was the move to 40K. It was the rise to 40K. It's not the rise to 100K.
There's a bunch that start quick. Like remember Book of Memes, like that that got up to 5 billion, right, or something like that.
Yeah, but that quickly disappeared.
Yeah, they
you had your chill guys, your peanuts, your You know what I mean? Those type of things are like sub narratives that last like maybe a week if you're lucky.
Yeah, I mean, Whiff and Popcat, like them things, like Whiff, like just went crazy for like I don't know a month, and then it came down a lot, and then it started getting listed on all these like big time exchanges, like Coinbase listed Whiff, and I was like, what the hell? Like they wouldn't even list Doge for the longest time.
Yeah,
Remember
but when they
everyone
get up, when they get up to a certain market cap, and the difference is that Doge is on Doge chain, right? Difference is that Whiff has Solana's backing, the same way that Bonk had Solana's backing. Right? Solana started this whole idea of back a meme chain, right? Cash strap your community with funds. And once you make everybody rich off of this meme chain that you drop free to a Solana phone, or that you back with money to put a dog on the globe in Vegas Sphere on the Vegas Sphere, whatever. Once you can do that and your community is now strapped for cash, then they don't leave, bro. Solana guys do not leave. Anybody that made a shit ton of money on Bonk was still there. They made a shit ton of money on Whiff. They made a shit ton of money on everything. They're hardcore Solana guys. So like there's different categories. For me, the top market cap meme on every blockchain is more of a blockchain mascot than a meme. Like Base with Brett. Right? These things have come to like represent the blockchain themselves. And when you look at the math from the bottom, they've captured like 5 to 10x the liquidity that comes in that blockchain. So there's different levels. The brand new shit, official bearing, all of that, you're taking super, super high risk. But the high market cap memes, number 1, number 2 on each blockchain, probably going to outperform the blockchain on the way up, right? They're like leverage plays on the actual chain themselves. But you got to stay away from the garbage.
Yeah, but then how do you know what's garbage and what's not?
Usually market cap, sustained market cap. The fact that, Whiff, Pepe, and these are holding where they're holding means that they hold a significant amount of mind share.
I mean, in your mind, in my opinion, you should always think anything under like 500 million is garbage, which
it's still ruggable. Anything under 500 mil is still ruggable.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, but then I mean, still, how do you get 100x out of something that's above 500?
You're not. That's not why you go into those. The only reason you go into those high market cap memes is to outperform the blockchain. If Solana's going to get a 5x, you'll get more than a 5x on Whiff.
And why are you looking for 100x's, man? People are losing their minds. Yo, you're not going to be happy.
The 100x time is over, guys. The 100x time was buying micro caps when Bitcoin was at 15.5, riding those 10, 20x's. Right now, we're trying to get those multiples that we made at the bottom, that 20x, 25x that we made, and get another 5, 10x on top of it.
Well, yeah, so you test these coins when they were built on ETH and they were coming out, like even in the gaming coins, a lot of the gaming coins did 100x last cycle.
Mm-hmm.
But now that ETH has been replaced by Solana and Solana is just pumping
Hold up. ETH has not been replaced by Solana, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, in a sense, what's pumping? Not utility anymore that's built on ETH. Now it's memes that are built on Solana.
Yeah.
So it kind of took the place of the market share, like the whole market share, all the money that was in it was in those ETH utilities is now in Solana memes.
Well, to be fair, all the speculative money is speculating on what's been moving, which is memes and low market cap bullshit. All the smart money that would usually go into your ETHs and your higher market cap coins are in Bitcoin because of the SBR and all of the shit, the catalyst. That's why dominance is so high. So it's like you've got a clear separation between, I don't even want to say smart money and dumb money. I want to say like risky money and safe money, right? Your safe money is basically sitting in Bitcoin right now. And they've had a really good run at it. And your risky money is going into what's in the narrative, right? What happens to be the hot narrative at the time. So all the shit in the middle is getting no love.
Yeah.
Wall Street buying Bitcoin, but not alts, that's all.
The smart money's sticking with the king, and the degens is just going with the flavor of the week.
Yeah.
And there's no in between.
This altcoin market turned people into maxis. It either turned you into a degen or it turned you into a maxi. There's no in between.
Yeah.
I think
So
it's the best bet. I mean, it's still kind of like a 50-50, but unless you really do your TA and I guess whatever fundamentals you can do, but you find where the hype is. So like that's why I'm in Trump, because I know there's hype about it, and it has enough energy for for it to catch fire and for it to really pump. If it it could become a global phenomenon, or it could just dump. So, but the thing is, the potential, for things like, with narratives that are hot of the week, of the month, sometimes they do last a little bit longer, but very rarely. But for some reason, there could be a flippage with this Trump thing, like maybe later on, I'd say next year, if this thing holds up at least in the billions for like at least 12 months, a year, something like that. I don't know. I think then people could be like, really, really into it. Depends though.
Me personally, I'm out of Trump in the next 2 months and 1 week. Their first unlocks come out. 26% is being unlocked. They're going to dump that. The team's going to get that and they're going to cheat it. They're not holding Trump. They're going to buy some Bitcoin. They're going to buy some ETH just like they did with the first money they made off of it. So me personally, this has got a 3 month from when we started. It's got a 3 month lifespan just because of the roadmap. After that, the releases come in hot and heavy for the next year and a half. I'm good, personally. But the reason that I want to hold it for that time is because, I mean, guys, I held freaking Tucker Carlson on the hopes that every time Tucker got on TV, he'd say something crazy and price would go up, and it did. But this is the president of the United States we're talking about. He's on TV every day. Every day there's a possibility for there to be some sort of catalyst. So there's going to be volatility.
Well, I thought it was going to pump like hell when he came on, because I was watching live when he was signing some executive orders, and one of them was for it was like to make America like the crypto capital of the world, or something. And it didn't pump, dude. It just dumped after that. So I was like, oh, okay.
Well, that's because most of the money wasn't American.
Well, they diluted their user base is what they did with the Melania coin. We saw the money in real time come out when that happened. We saw $2 to $3 million sells on Trump, $2 to $3 million buys on Melania, and then he wrecked them on Melania. So not only do you pull the liquidity out of one, but then you actually take it, and they can't even reinvest it into Trump because they just lost it in Melania.
Yes, that thing is down 1%. It's pulling crypto down.
Yeah, dominance is a problem here, guys. I'm trying to ignore it, hoping that it just turns around. We don't give it too much attention.
At this point,
but
I'm so Bitcoin maxi. The only dominance I'm interested is BTC divided by SPY. And we're gaining, actually. Yeah, it's good to see Bitcoin down.
I agree with you, man. A lot of the guys I know, David, that have been in crypto for over 2 cycles, man, they're like, yo, man, I'm done with alts. I'm done with alts. Like I'm gonna just be a Bitcoin guy. Forget the alts.
That'll change once alts run.
Yeah.
I mean, it changed for people in XRP, right? Like, it depends which
green
alt
candles change all of that shit.
Yeah,
Remember all the ETH haters right now and revisit them after 2 green weekly candles on ETH.
Come back when ETH is
You
at
bet.
but right now Bitcoin is down 1.5% since that weekly candle closed. Freaking ES is down 1%. So Bitcoin is doing amazing here. It's actually impressive. We should be down 3%, not 1. But all right, cool.
Hey D, did you see that Trump did? It had 3 days that it had more volume than Bitcoin. That for me was insane.
Yeah, it went from 3.5 bill to 2.5 bill to 1 bill. Then it was like 700, and now I'm even scared to look at it, bro.
It's
$90 million trading volume. 90 mil. That's ridiculous. That might as well be dead. While that looks good for other coins for Trump, that might as well be no trading volume at all.
Oh, never mind. Bitcoin is down 3%. Yeah.
And look, nothing but look at the sells on here. This is literally nothing but sells for the past 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
So wait, we gapped
4
down.
minutes.
We have an upward gap, no?
Really? None of you guys have decided? There we go. You have to go back 20 minutes to the last time somebody bought. But then you go back 20 minutes and somebody bought $40,000 worth of it. That's why it gets crazy. The money isn't flowing, but when it flows, like look, if you go buy 100K, when it comes in all at once. See, right now the whales are selling. Majority sell on all of this.
Yeah, there's some panic in the market.
Yeah. But then when it comes in, it'll come in $1 million chunks, $900,000 chunks,
They're
$2
selling in the
million
meme
chunks.
coins.
So we're leaving a gap here on CME. That's kind of cool.
They're shaking out all your weak
above.
hands.
105.3 is a gap here.
Like I got the weekly low at 99.5 of 500, 514. But then I'm a structure guy, man, and structure is telling me we have a nice fair value gap at 97 from 98 to 97.1.
So yo, Dbloc.
This is my front run zone here.
97 first or 105 first?
This is my front run zone
Or what
here.
it does in between.
Right, this is the zone where we're in danger of getting front run.
Yeah,
Its entire range down is possible.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a scenario where those coins, some of those to be released coins, could get burned as well, right?
I mean, I guess they could, but I haven't heard anybody talk about that.
I'm gonna start talking about it.
Well, start talking about it to the Trump guys because they're the ones that need to hear it.
Yeah, I just got a news feed from TradingView. Crypto experts forecast Bitcoin bear market within 3 months.
Sounds like within what? Wait, within what?
Within 3 months. Which yeah, because April you start I start to ladder in shorts on April, and then I'm out in June. I always do that.
I'm selling my alts. I'm selling my alts in the summer and going Bitcoin heavy for the last run into September, October, November. Personally, that's my plan.
Sticking to my plan has been hard.
Oh,
Sticking to it, bro. It hasn't been easy. Though. I'm not gonna lie.
For 2.5 months, baby. 2.5 months.
On the subject of Bitcoin, technically speaking, when's the last time you looked at the weekly chart? Because the weekly chart doesn't look healthy to me. It looks like we just put in, we've got buyer's exhaustion. Looks like a rejection wick on the weekly. It was pretty weak for that close. And then if you look at the RSI, that could be putting in a bearish divergence on the weekly. Which every time that happened, it wasn't good. There was usually at least a 20% pullback.
Look at where Bitcoin would have closed if that last hour sell-off didn't happen. And why do you think that last hourly sell-off happened? It's literally trading with the candles. Yeah.
It was the weekly close.
Yeah, it's a weekly candle, but look what happened in the last hour of the weekly candle. So when I saw this, I'm like, okay, I know what you want to do.
Yeah, well, it did nothing for a few days, and then it just dropped right at the end of the week. I don't know. I mean, if
right,
that's
1 hour before the weekly close, right?
Yeah, and it's sort of is solidifying that bearish divergence. A bearish divergence from the weekly is that's concerning to me. That says, okay, we're gonna probably get a bigger correction.
Let me show you something real quick. You looking at my screen?
Yeah.
All right, check this out. We're gonna focus on 3 zones here. Our M pattern with the higher high that broke down. Our consolidation there with a higher high that broke down. And our price action right now. Now look at our 2 bull flags in between. We've been running this fractal since even before. Right, because our first bull flag or bullish channel was there. Yeah, bullish channel, support, break, bullish channel, support, break, bullish channel, support, break.
And now it's over. We did it 3 times. Why do it 4? Damn, if we do it 4 times, we're gonna need the 5th.
So let's take a bar pattern real quick.
It'll be upward this time, not downward.
And I
Take a bar pattern from this expanse from the very bottom.
We're like at 40. The price action is similar to what happened between 40 and 48k. Basically, that's what you mean, right? So we're like in the middle of the impulse, and this third up leg is not over. Yeah, I love that idea. So it's gonna look more like an upward parallel than a downward.
That look familiar to you? Even down to the bull flag, even down to that range.
So
I'm not
would there be-
thinking 284. What I'm thinking is that our next impulse up here takes us to our tops, which is at 160, 150, depending on what happens between here and there. And then this is our downturn for the rest of it. But I think that this leg we still have left. And if we put on my 4-year cycle indicator, we'll see that time-wise, we're nowhere near the end of this bull market. We're at the beginning of where you start to consolidate gains that you've had from the very bottom. Right? If you've been riding alts and you've been riding Bitcoin up from the very bottom, you start to get into these first waves. These are when you start to take profit and consolidate. But every single time, based on time-based, which is what this indicator is based on, we've still got that last impulse up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. I think it definitely would look like that. But I mean, after that last impulse up, do you think it's going to be a blow off top, or do you think there's going to be another 6-month consolidation and then a further run?
No, I think what I'm planning on is popping up into the summer. Selling may go away, but what I'll be doing is I'll be taking my alt profits and putting them into Bitcoin. And then I'll ride in Bitcoin and maybe a few governance tokens. But once we get to the last couple bars on this, August, September, October, I plan on only being in like a handful of positions, maybe 5 positions.
So I remember the altcoins running a lot even after Bitcoin had topped out.
The more speculative ones will, yeah.
So like that was mostly like the gaming stuff.
That was
remember the
gaming and NFTs at that point were the highest speculative stuff. This time, if we're gonna go by that same metric, this time it's probably gonna be memes and AI agents, or maybe gaming if gaming can finally get a run. But memes are definitely gonna run once Bitcoin, and that's the wealth effect, right? Because what happens is you end up taking profits, and now you've got all this money. And people are still hyped, right? Euphoria is at an all-time high at these peaks. Nobody's upset. Everybody thinks it's going to keep going. So everybody around you is hype. You've got a pocket full of dry powder. You're like, all right, let's gamble. You know what I mean? What's hype? What do people like right now?
Yeah. I mean, I can definitely see that, and within certain narratives, but that's sort of like what happened at the end of after the second top in November of the last post-halving year. In the second top of the cycle, because there was like 2 tops.
Yeah.
But remember the first one, the first top in 2021, where it was like a Wyckoff distribution. I'm wondering if there's going to be a Wyckoff distribution at the very end of this post-halving year with Bitcoin, and during that time, that's when the selected altcoins are going to run like crazy during that. Well, Bitcoin is in like this massive, like big Wyckoff distribution pattern, and everyone will think that Bitcoin's going to make another leg up, and it just doesn't.
We've never, like, it was the first time that we ever double topped, right? If you look at each one of these tops, there was usually a blow off top and then a bleed off, blow off top and then a bleed off. That's the first time we actually got robbed. Because you should remove this whole downtrend and slap this uptrend here, and we get to 100K with our blow off top if we had a typical bull market, which we didn't. And we know why we didn't, because they crashed the price because those futures, Bitcoin futures was getting signed. They got signed right on this dip. It gave us that last blow off top to like 69, bullshit blow off top, but it is what it is. We got robbed.
They brought out the future short ETF at the bottom after Elon, after Tesla said we're not accepting Bitcoin anymore, and it crashed. They opened up the future short ETF, and then at the second high, at the double top, they opened the long ETF, and then it crashed from there.
Yeah.
Every significant top, there's like something crazy, like that's something that's supposed to be crazy bullish that just ends up being a sell of a news event. But then also Jerome Powell came out and said, "Hey, we're starting quantitative tightening. We're reducing our balance sheet, yada yada." And the war with Ukraine started, and all kinds of stuff happened all at once. So yeah, like I said, well, I feel like we got robbed with the 100K top, but there was so many weird catalysts in between, and that's when we ended up getting Wyckoff distributed, because it was like the second top I think was only after the B word conference, and then El Salvador came in, and then all this weird, crazy stuff happened. You got the second peak of euphoria with the NFT craze and all that.
You've seen the Wyckoff accumulation that we're in right now?
I mean, it looked like I definitely saw it at the bottom.
Look at my screen. I'll show you. We've been following this for weeks now, months probably.
Oh, okay. So this is like, I mean,
so this is right now on the 4 hour.
Okay. So this would be like a reaccumulation.
Yeah.
Because it's not like a
accumulation schematic one. Yeah, so we got our SC, right? AR, our ST in phase B, our spring, our LPS. We're in the SOS right now. We can come down all the way to 97 and still be good. As long as we don't come down underneath the BU LPS here, we should be moving into phase E next. It should be over here. But that's as clean as I've seen it in a very long time, and I'm not even a huge Wyckoff guy. Some people would like to find Wyckoff everywhere, but
well, it's a weekly bearish divergence going to disturb that, because it has to invalidate that like next week if it's going to happen, and then we also have the monthly candle close, which is
yeah, I'm looking for a 3-day up this week. This is the false move week beginning, in my opinion. We had our weekend trap. We freed our trap shorts. We have until Monday to find our bottoms, and then we'll have a 3-day up, hopefully to test all-time highs. That's the thesis I'm playing into right now.
Well, yeah, hopefully we put in a new high, because by the end of the month, like for the monthly close, because if that closes as more of a Barabozu, it has a chance of actually invalidating, or even just a bullish engulfing. It could like invalidate the weekly bearish divergence, because that's what's troubling me, is the weekly bearish divergence. But if it does close engulfing, or even as a Marabozu, then it could invalidate that, because the monthly is going to have a bigger effect than the weekly.
Yeah, Bitcoin's over 100K. I have a really hard time being worried.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also like, every Bitcoin cycle, it doesn't pop. Like the RSI goes to at least 90 before it's like the next bear market.
Yeah, just the CBBI. CBBI is super low as well.
Yeah, what's that at now? Because I haven't even looked at that.
It's like 80s, something like that. Maybe 70s.
We have negative funding rates going on right now. It's,
I want to check it. But CBBI got me into the game during this bull market against my own TA. I'll never ignore the CBBI.
Yeah,
81.
It's so overrated, or so underrated. I mean,
yeah.
So underrated and so overlooked.
Is it 81 high though? Like it's not 50.
Well, of course it's not 50. We're not halfway through the bull market.
Oh.
But 81's got plenty of space to run. Like if we look at where we've been in the past when we were at 81. If we look last bull market, we're right here. Yeah, we were here. We still had that blow off top. Last time we were 80 here.
Not a single
Same.
dollar lower. This is a crazy bet going on. Ooh.
Down here is when it was fun. Underneath 10, I'm like automatic buys for me. Every red day that the CBVI is underneath 10, I have to buy Bitcoin.
So what about the fear and greed index? What is that at right now?
They've been whipping that thing around by the
It's
short
60,
hairs.
Yeah, but half
was that
of that
60?
index is just price anyway, so it doesn't really bring that much info now.
Well, price affects sentiment, yeah. We see that. Green candles change the sentiment.
Yeah,
But
then like
price is
it
something we
came
follow,
down
right?
to these or
The reason
something,
we
and then
pay attention to it is because some people literally base their trades off of fear and greed. They won't trade over a certain level.
Makes sense.
So I use it to know when certain people are going to come back into the game, right? Or where we have to drop it to so that certain people feel okay to jump in.
Yeah, I only buy when everyone's scared as hell.
That's what I try to do.
that's the best time to buy. I mean, that's when I'd say smart money is buying, and their smart money is usually big money, not all the time, but you know, they're big money for a reason.
Some of these
usually.
guys are idiots. We see it with the ETFs. If you map out on your chart, BlackRock's biggest inflows and outflows, they look like retail. They sell on the reddest days and they buy on the greenest days. And it's not that it's them, it's that the ETF holders, right, are retail. Just because they're big money doesn't mean that they're smart. Yeah.
All of those days where we had the highest ETF inflows, I shorted Bitcoin and made so many good trades just shorting Bitcoin on it. When like the ETF inflows made a new high. Like all the local highs, I shorted all of those and it worked out so good. It was like the inverse Kramer effect or something.
Let's take a look at funding rates here.
Slightly negative on Bitcoin. People are buying though right now. It might even.
All right, this is weekly large cap.
Do we make a lower low before that? Is my question, please. I know you're just doing the Wyckoff reaccumulation thing, which does make sense, but at the same time, it's like I don't know.
We can go all the way to 97 and still be in Wyckoff, so that would be plenty enough to shake out some weak hands.
Yeah, when you say whacked off, you got to take a hit of a cigarette. Remember IO?
Yeah.
Napa IO, dude. Hold on, let me grab a cigarette. Let me tell you about the Wyckoff. Dude, you would have like just these 2-hour-long seminars, dude. It was awesome.
Got a little bit more liquidity down underneath. 98 mil.
Yeah, you got mad at me because I called it whack off, Jerry.
We are in 2025. Coinbase still does not update my Doge count when I buy Doge. It doesn't update my USDC. Actually, does you update your USDC count when you buy? When you put the order? But when the order gets filled, it doesn't update. You have to press F5 to refresh the web page. That's amazing.
Yo, D, man. Alluvium's about to hit all-time lows, bro.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Oh, this shit's stressing me so bad, bro. I bought some more, man. I'm trying to average my price down here. Talk about catching a falling knife.
I'm all in Trump, baby. Let's go.
Dominance was we knew it was gonna be an issue when we got above this line.
It could be a good buy here, no?
Right, when we got above our alt danger line, we knew it was gonna be an issue.
Like
problem is, yeah, the problem is that we're threatening, we're threatening the trend. Right, we've been downtrending ever since 62% at our lower high, at our third lower high, and now we're threatening that downtrend. But as long as we stay in this bullish channel, this bearish channel, we should be all right. That means we can come up all the way to like 59.3, 59.4. We do not, under any circumstances, want to get back above this resistance.
It doesn't matter if Bitcoin is going upward when that happens, or else will do okay.
Yeah, the problem is that when it turns around and goes down, this thing has to drop from a higher percentage. It'll drop faster, and we don't want that. Let's keep this thing under control, slow and steady.
I think even more important is that Bitcoin goes upward.
Yeah, let's start with that. I'll be
The
right back.
bottom
Give me a
of the
second.
range here is not a bad area to not put a lower low. Although, I'd like to see a downward ABC, of course, but we kind of stuck between 100 and 106, 7. So, well, I don't know about wicks, but it seems like 100K was resistance, and now it's acting as support. So, as long as it acts as support, well, you buy 100, you sell 107. You buy 100, you sell 107. It's the same on that Trump shitcoin. You buy 28, you sell 30. You buy 28.
Hey, can you stop calling it shitcoin?
Well, what do you want me to call it?
Call it the coin of all coins. The only official Trump meme coin. There has been no other coin that has been endorsed by Trump.
Yeah, I'm sure he has other coins than his own coin, no?
Yeah, but he has never endorsed any coins but this one.
What's the next support if it doesn't hold that 26 area? Yeah, see you at 16, no, somewhere there. 18, 20.
Damn, don't make me sell right here, because I'll take it down to 18 myself.
Yeah, I know. Please don't sell. Well, I just bought. Can you sell after I sell, please? Not before. Damn, I'm gonna wake up. This thing will be at 16.
I got a big old bag.
For me, it's time to go sleep soon.
Yeah, Drew, I got to be honest, man. I think that it's going to like $20 at least. Maybe not like.
I could live with 20. I'd probably buy that dip.
That's only
maybe
20% lower, actually.
Maybe even 10. Dude.
I don't know if I could live with 10. I might have to quit crypto if Trump drops to 10.
It would be 75% down, right? If it hits $20.
This is what I'm saying about like these 100x things, because it's like a lot of people that bought Trump when it was just on DeFi before it was ever released on an exchange could buy it at like $1. So it's like they're still up like 25, 30x or whatever, and it's like they can still sell for a profit, like a crazy profit. So that's what's scary about these meme coins, like the Solana ones that like originate from a DEX or like a swap. Like unless you're in before it gets listed, it's kind of like you don't know how long it's going to pump. They usually pump for a few days and then they crash.
Well, that's what I bought. I bought the crash because it went all the way from 76. I started buying at 29. So
10 hours new.
Anything under 30, I think, is good for the long term on Trump.
It looks like New York wants to open red. That's 10 hours before that happens. So let's find the bottom in the overnight session. Open a bit above it.
Yeah, what's going on with the what's it called? US 500.
It's down 1%, man. I don't know what's happening over there, but I guess we did pump a bit too much last week, right? So maybe it makes sense, but it's good if we leave gaps here. We could even have 3 red days, we're leaving gaps. it would destroy Bitcoin down to 90K, I guess. That's all.
On the Trump coin, I think we need to consider that when the Melania coin launched, that a lot of the professional soul coin meme traders said no thanks and exited the market completely. And we may not have enough retail to pick up, what's left of it. We may have topped out on that.
Yeah, I think it's still too new to say that because the market's so recyclable, rechoppable. People, 90% of the retail doesn't even know what's going on Twitter. They don't even know about the Millennia coin.
No,
probably
I completely agree. I
Trump.
think it's a tradable coin, but for anyone thinking that it's absolutely going to go past all-time high and double or whatever, I don't know if we're there.
Yeah, anything takes time.
I have it coming down to 13 if it breaks 24.
Yeah, 24. I have a big fat line at 24 myself too. It's like.
Well, I'm okay being stuck from here. It's better than being stuck from 18,
And Qui-Gon and I did have a discussion, and I agree. And part of the reason why I'm very bearish is because we are going onto the right side of the chart, and we did not make a higher high yesterday. We're not over the 50 EMA on the 1 hour yet. And unless we get over that 104,000 pretty soon, it is bearish.
Yep.
And you've got all of the large time frames coming through. And if we are curving down and we get underneath, we're going to hit 89. And then we're going to go down under the 50 EMA. For instance, on the 3-day, the 50 EMA on the 3-day is at 86.6. The 50 MA is below the 50 EMA.
Yeah, so if we break all these EMAs, go back to 85, find support there, start to climb back up, we'll be up to fill this gap in 3 weeks. So your worst case is 3 weeks of downward and then back up here, no?
Well, I have to time that out, but I think it could go.
So if
it could go possibly through March.
2 months, damn, that's a long time.
Mm-hmm. But the problem is that the monthly candle, or the 3 months, I believe, also closes or opens in February. So let's see if we have the monthly and the 3 months having a new candle in February, and they are down.
Wait, why does 3 months have a candle in February? It's in April.
Well, that's what I couldn't remember. So thanks for correcting me.
No, I'm not sure, but actually I don't know. But it doesn't make sense, right?
Okay, that's what I'm looking at here.
Started it in January.
So I looked at this the other day and I just can't remember, so I got to look at it again.
3 months is like a quarterly candle, so it should be January, February, March.
Right, the March, and so we would come down through March. So January, February, March. So we would be in the middle of the tide.
The answer could be 24 hours for your 104.8. Actually, I said it 10 hours. Sorry, 10 hours. New York Open.
And yes, I agree with that too. So it's just very important that we get across that.
Question is, do you want to step out to see before we do that? I guess probably. I don't know. I'm gonna go sleep anyway. I'll know tomorrow.
The move on the 3 months is, between 129 and 132 and 135 and beyond. If we do that, the 3 months is very bullish, but the monthly and the weekly is the one that's not as bullish. The weekly is We have to do something big here.
Well, I'll keep some money for 85K, of course, because that's kind of still a question mark down there. The real scare is once, it went for me. It happened too quick. That's the only issue I have with that Wyckoff thingy down there. Like,
on the other hand,
wanted to accumulate below 90K, man.
Yeah,
that was quick. If you compare it to what happened with Dbloc's Fractal, when we dumped down to 38K before pushing to 74, you had some time below your SR. You had some time below 40K. You had a few days below 40K. It wasn't like just a week. Whereas this time we just had a week below 90K. I mean, that's still like a week to explore. So for me, it's the worst case. Here it's 85, and of course we can break that and go to 30K too, right? But it's like so when you calculate, what are you risking here? Wow, I'm okay with a 15% downside on Bitcoin. We just tripled in price, almost doubled. Forgot. Yeah, we doubled.
So what I thought was really weird about that move down below 90K, which I was expecting it. I actually shorted it. I shorted at 102, and I actually held it most of the position.
Nice.
So we went below 90K, and I was expecting below 90K. But what was weird about it was right before that happened, like a few days before that happened, there was actually a bullish divergence on the daily RSI. It made a bullish divergence.
Yeah,
that was really subtle. And it did bounce up a little bit, but then it fell back down, and it put in that wick below the range, which it usually does. It will clear out all of the leverage, all of the long leverage that's below the range before it makes its next big pop back up and puts in a new all-time high. But that's usually the impulse upwards that Dbloc was talking about. That next big impulse upwards after sweeping the range low. You're supposed to make that impulse upwards, but it looks like it's getting exhausted at this point.
There was not to even panic down there. Like, it's the only issue I have. There was nothing.
I mean, it was just a liquidity sweep. It was a.
Yeah.
I don't think people were panicking. I think people were going long and holding long positions. So there was a ton of liquidations right below 90K, and they went and fucking just grabbed it real quick, and then everything got bought back up because the market makers had to go long because they liquidated everyone that they liquidated that was going long. They had to take on their position, so they were then long after that, and then that would explain this whole big move up that was into the inauguration. But then now it's like, where does the max pain lie? Because there's probably still long liquidity, and I don't know if people probably gave up on shorting. So I don't know how much of like the big money is actually short at the moment.
Quite a lot, because we just made a new all-time high. It's a beautiful ABC upward with the high. So just stay short from 108 and enjoy the ride down. And we even have negative funding rates that shows that there's quite some shorts going on. No?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, though, then you would think that the price would keep going up and there'd be a short squeeze. But it hasn't done that over the past couple days.
Right.
Longs took profit, and some of them got wrecked with this down move at weekly close too. So I guess that's why we have negative rates right now. That'll change in a few hours. People will long it again.
Not if this 15-minute doesn't correct. This 15-minute has got to correct way over the top of it. And the whole time frame has got to regroup, because you have a death cross. You have the 50 MA over the 200 MA. Then you have the 50 EMA over the 800. I mean, it does not look good. then pretty soon the 50 MA is going to come down over the 800. The whole thing is coming down.
It doesn't look good, but on some indicators we managed to put lower lows while price action is still putting a higher low. And if you compare the small time frame, how low RSI went, it went below what happened at 89.
Then you look at the 30-minute, and you're about to have a death cross on the 30-minute. You see that? 50's coming over the 200. Right now.
So money moving to China? What's happening today? Oh, money moving to China? Really? Interesting.
And look at the 1 hour. Same thing.
Going on. Even the overachieving altcoins are going down.
Yes.
So the US 500 is really only down 1%.
It's been 1 hour that thing opened. It's huge for US 500 to be down 1% at open. I mean, it's not huge, but it's pretty significant. It's been open for like what, an hour? It gapped down. It's just
They open for like 4 hours. Oh no, it's Sunday. All right, yeah, you're right.
Well, I don't know exactly when it opened, but there's actually you're right. It opened 3 hours ago, but it gapped down. It opened lower than where it closed, and it's trying to right now a bit like Bitcoin. Yeah.
If you guys aren't up with the news, there was a Chinese AI company that basically launched a competitor to ChatGPT that's much better and at a fraction of the cost. And it's like crashing the economy, basically. That's what's going on.
Thank you, sir. Because I saw money move to China because when I look at Dixie, I'm like, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. It should be up more. Like
it's not better. I actually talked to Piskin about this, and he's familiar with it, and he said that they did it with a lot less money. So like it took a lot less funding to create basically the same thing as ChatGPT, but it's not better. He says that when Piskin said that when he used it to do coding for a project, it still runs into the same hurdles that ChatGPT does. Like it can't figure out like it can only figure things out to a certain extent, and then it hits a roadblock and it can't really like solve the problems anymore. Like when it comes to like the coding and stuff. That's how he put it. He said that like he said that it's comparable to GPT, but it's not really better. Like because it still hits the same roadblock. And he's actually like a computer coder.
Yeah, even if it is better, that's bullish for the market. Like, I mean, AI is going to get better. Like, I mean, it's only going to drive things further. It's just a temporary kind of like, blip, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean,
what's the new one called?
It shouldn't affect Bitcoin. Selling Wall Street to buy Shanghai shouldn't really affect Bitcoin. It's small time frame stuff going on.
If we're looking at it as like an economic thing, it will probably like reduce the amount of jobs that are actually available, but it will also make the businesses that are already existing, it will make them way more profitable because they can cut costs by using AI instead of paying more employees. So employees are going to get laid off. So like basically the working class and the consumer class, they're not going to get anything out of it. But the companies that are actually the first to utilize, like Fortune 500 companies that are actually the first to utilize AI, they're going to be really prosperous. And like anyone that's invested in them is going to be doing well. So I mean, like in that sense, like the market could still do really well, but the economy could not do well because there could be more unemployment and the consumer
No,
doesn't have money to stimulate the economy and buy products.
So
here's what's going to
you'll
happen.
have unemployment, but you'll also have a combination because the main issue is going to be we're going to have to regulate it. They're going to
Is it
end up
called
saying, you know what I'm
DeepSeek
saying,
AI?
$20 minimum wage. If you add AI to the equation, it's going to equal 3 humans per AI bot.
I'm sure AI will improve productivity a lot. But in China, the question is really about, okay, let's be a bit provocative here. Do you think slavery is more expensive than AI?
What's the cost of feeding your slave? How are you bringing this up?
Because, labor cost is very cheap in China. That's why they're producing our goods, right? Like they work as slaves for us through...
You still have to feed people and house people.
Hey, by the way, guys, I'm sorry. What's the name of the competitive AI?
So does it make sense to replace them with AI? If China starts with AI...
I think it's called DeepSeek AI.
Oh,
they're going to gain in competitivity. That's what I'm wondering. Not that sure.
If you're interested in AI, you should check out Flippy.
It's so hard because I'm trying to learn it. For my fiat job. There's just so many of them, man. It's hard to just like figure one out because it's like an overwhelming. That's why I know it's gonna pop. It's gonna be like a .com, and there's gonna be some that are gonna come on top because there's just so many of them. I don't know if that's me, man. I don't maybe I don't know enough, but dude, like I find so many different ones that like I don't even know where to start sometimes.
Shanghai is trying to catch up to the AI narrative. They're like, hey, we have AI too, come buy our stock market. And actually, well, it's too late. The time to do that was 6 months ago when it made new all-time lows and all.
So there's going to be a lot of government contracts available for cryptocurrency and AI as a result of this administration. Free money, sign your business up, you get money to build AI, whatever. So, yeah, there's going to be competitions, there's going to be winners and losers, but there's going to be ample opportunity to both get into AI for yourself for business and to, invest in companies. So, really exciting times all around.
There's a lot of human labor behind all this AI. I'm pretty sure China is going to be competitive too in this AI.
Well, and I think once the robots replace us in the workforce, we just transition to a social media based economy, and we're trading shitcoins all day long. I mean,
no, for America, that makes sense because labor is expensive in America, right? But for a country like China, does it really make sense to do that transition to robots replacing humans? Is it going to be cheaper if robots replace humans for Chinese-made goods? Yeah. I'm just wondering. They're using those Uyghurs as slaves and all. When there's like a lot of shady, like they're working almost for free. Some of them.
I don't know. It'll be cheaper for us. It'll be cheaper for us. The thing is that we'll all lose our jobs.
Well, to buy American goods, yeah, but to buy Chinese goods, I'm not that sure. It's already freaking cheap. Like,
as far as what you guys like, the concerns that you guys are mentioning, that's why Trump wants to be ahead of the game on AI. He wants America to be the leading country when it comes to AI. Did anybody see that press conference he had? He had
and look at what the stock market does today.
He had like the CEO from Oracle, and then he also had Sam Altman, and then that other guy, Chinese guy from like some bank or whatever. And they said that they're all going to invest in this thing called Project Stargate, and fucking they're gonna put $500 billion into it.
Yep, I saw it.
And China is responding to that by saying, "Hey, we also have AI." Basically, you know? That's
Yeah, but they're going with the big guys. Are going with like this whole Stargate thing that Trump is trying to put together. They're doing this whole big infrastructure project. So I'm trying to figure out which company is actually going to be the big, like, or like, I mean, those three companies, I guess, if they're publicly traded, you can invest in them. Like Oracle, I guess you can invest in that, but then OpenAI, I don't even think it's publicly traded, or like I haven't been able to trade OpenAI anywhere. I don't know how to invest in OpenAI.
well, it's supposed to be open and free anyway, no?
Yeah, but they're getting money from somewhere, and they fucking built. If they built ChatGPT, then they must have been getting funding.
I thought it was an open source framework, so that thing is free. But the company that uses OpenAI to deliver a service is not free, and that's called. Well, I thought it was called Microsoft, right? But maybe it's not. And now they're like upgrading OpenAI API and not making that open source anymore because they're upgrading it themselves.
I don't know. The code is one thing, but I think in order to have the servers to run these programs and these models, they needed the whole. They needed the technology to do it, which is why stuff like NVIDIA has been ripping. And it was almost like the foresight to say, hey, like this whole AI thing is going to really blow up. And this could be the big bubble that is sort of like, it's like the same thing as the .com bubble, except for this shit.
You look at investing in data centers then, no? In the hardware, so I don't know. Like the one that comes to mind is Amazon, no? With AW. Well, they all have hardware now. Microsoft has hardware division with Azure, cloud, the cloud stuff. But those guys are gonna buy GPUs to provide. Well, they're already but they're already providing AI services. That compute power is in the cloud, no? When I go to ChatGPT and ask a question, the computing power comes from those cloud that cloud infrastructure, no? Which is a big data centers where there's a lot of GPUs, CPUs, everything, and it's being rented to whoever wants to buy.
Yeah, so who's the company that's running that though? Is it is it mostly Microsoft or like I guess I don't know.
You need to. I don't know either the details, but I think when you buy Amazon, Amazon owns Amazon Web Service, no? So maybe it's not the same company. I don't know. Maybe you can buy only Amazon Web Service and not buy Amazon. But I think they're pretty tied up. So when you buy Amazon share, you're actually buying a bit of data centers too, no? In France, we have OVH. That's a big data center provider. So I know which company to buy if I wanted to do that in France. But in America, these companies have already been bought by the big giants, right? Like Google has its own infrastructure. No, they don't rent it from somebody else. No, they just bought that company. And when I connect on Google.com, it's their own servers, right? It's not somebody else's infrastructure. Well, ask AI.
Yeah. I asked AI one time and they gave me like 20 different stocks.
Yeah.
To look into. And a bunch of them are just like doing really shitty.
But yeah, when you buy Nvidia, you're like betting these data centers are gonna do good in the future. They're gonna need graphics cards, which actually might not end up being true, by the way, on the long run when you think about it, because maybe we'll come up with ASICs or something else for AI that's really, a graphics card is a generic computing unit. It's not specific for certain tasks. So they created these ASIC miners for Bitcoin, where it's like specifically optimized for a type of computation. maybe we'll come up with ASICs for AI too one day, or the equivalent of ASICs. And I think Nvidia will be the company coming up with that anyway. But yeah, maybe AI won't be run on graphics card in a few years.
Well, once that happens, bro, it's like, what? Is Skynet gonna take over? Like
China?
No,
No.
Skynet. Skynet, like Terminator.
It's like it's like when cell phones. Everybody has cell phones nowadays. That wasn't the case 20 years ago. Well, everybody will have access to. We'll be able to ask more interesting. Well, we'll get better answers from the question we ask ourselves, and we'll get them quicker.
Guys, I can tell you something crazy that happened. So last Tuesday, we have our my team, we have our X space every Tuesday at 9 p.m. So last week we had Lily AI jump in our space. It freaked me out because it knows, like it knew about our team, it knew about what we do. It had intelligent conversations. It knew about every question that someone would ask. It was on point. I mean, it freaked me out. It freaked me out. Like I've never like I was like, man, I talked to a robot for the first time in my life. But yeah, that was really insane.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have seen those, but it was nuts.
I don't think I have, but I mean that sounds really creepy.
Yeah, it was, man. Like I said, man, when someone in our team said, "Hey," because they're one of the guys in our team, he's really like on like virtuals, he's really on AI, and he was like, "Dude, Lily AI is in our space." So we brought the AI up to the chat, dude, and it was. I can tell you guys that it was an experience, and now she's gonna come on our YouTube. So we do a YouTube every Sunday from 5 to 7. And yeah, so next week we hope to have her on our YouTube because, like I said, it was a whole other level of, and it's snappy, it's fast, it's creepy. That's the Skynet. Like that's what I was saying. I was like, this is Skynet right here.
So was it answering your questions verbally or through text?
No, verbally, and it had a live video, and it was reacting while so it had a live video going, and yes, verbally it would answer everything, and like I said, it knew about our team and knew the things that we're doing, our projects. It was crazy, and then people in the space were asking it questions, and dude, it knew like, and you couldn't like somebody tried to like clown with it, and it was snappy. It clowned them right back. I'm telling you, it was something on another level, man.
I wonder if it's
Just
still
look up on Twitter, Lily_AI, and then you'll see like it was something I've never experienced anything like that. And that's why I'm really big on on AI now, because yesterday OpenAI released Operator. An Operator is going to let you verbally command your entire computer and set verbally, you can set any type of automation with your voice on your computer. So you can set up browsers, you can have it set up trades. I mean, it's some insanity. It's a little pricey though. It's $200 a month. But that's there. It's there now. Yeah, I have a giant position in Palantir. I hold 1,000 shares of Palantir. And that thing saved my portfolio because I had some bad moves, but that thing, I mean that thing, because it was at $10 at one point, and now it's like at 60 something. But I think it's gonna go higher. But yeah, man, I mean the AI stuff, I'll be honest with you, I think that's the future. I know really young people who are making a lot of money in that space, and there's companies, because they don't know, they're just trying to find anybody who has some sort of experience and hiring them right away and paying them good money. And I think that AI, all it does is automate stuff. I mean, I work in automation, but I work it in audiovisual. So like building automations, things like that, You know, when you go into a big, like, you know, high-end room that, you know, you press one button, everything turns on, and all that stuff. And that's what I see AI as, man. Just automating your life. Some of the things that I've seen, there's a company called Move. Dude, they can create that if you get certain emails from a customer, it'll send you a text message, and then you can have preloaded answers, and then like you can set it up so like if you're in sales, it'll do a quote. It'll like pick up all the part numbers and do a quote for you. You don't even need an inside rep. I think that these things are getting to a whole other level. The problem is how fast they're moving. I mean, I see these things moving at a velocity, man. It's hard to keep up.
You're absolutely right. One thing, guys, I want to make you guys aware of, if you didn't know, I think that the Visa credit card social media account, it may have been hacked earlier, and they posted a pump.fun shitcoin on that account, and this could be bearish news for the industry as a whole. I'm just saying that, like as a general, I'm not calling attention to the coin, just for industry news. This could be bearish.
Hey, as long as it's not Powell being hacked, I think we'll be okay. No,
Well,
not
it
Powell.
could have been the social media company that manages Visa's accounts that got hacked. So don't think it was Visa that got hacked. There's many ways this could have happened. Either way, resulting in a shitcoin being launched and mooning on Visa's name.
At least it's funny.
You know what makes me laugh? Like now, because it's so easy to create a shitcoin. Like the scams are just they because like I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. Do you guys remember the Litecoin scam?
Yeah.
That happened the last cycle.
Walmart stuff and all, yeah.
Well,
Walmart
yeah.
accepting Litecoin.
Yeah. And remember how I just ripped
$212. Yeah, I remember even the price.
Yeah, I mean, but now because one, and this is where I've always told people, I don't know if retail's really returned to crypto because yeah, I mean, I got my family asking, but like they're just I get like people are still very like I guess they're a lot more cautious, you know, or one of my friends told me, listen, the money's not floating around during the COVID when everybody was getting their little stimmy checks. And it's true because he was like, people were getting their stimmy checks and they weren't paying their rent. They weren't paying because they're like, oh, I don't have to pay it. So, you know, and people were just going nuts. You know, so that's one of the things that I've been looking at, you know, as far as, you know, our industry, right? Because be honest with you, you know, the meme stuff, like, hey, and by the way, like I trade Doge. Doge has its levels, like it respects TA, you know, but you know, narrative trading, that's pretty much what it's been, man. You know, and I've done it. Like when Ton came out, when Ton was ripping, and I saw that notice that the meme coin for Ton was not. Hey, man, I made stupid amounts of money on that coin. But you know, that's where the money's just jumping from one to another. The last cycle, when alts would rip, it would kind of move together. This time, it's like it's like you just got to pick one, man, and that one. It's not they're not moving together. It's just like sporadic, and then the volatility is just so insane for them. Like I tell people, I'm like, dude, I wouldn't try to trade this insanity, man.
One of the
You know,
reasons is
like
because when you open your Web3 wallet, there's not only 3 chains or 4 chains, there's like 30 now.
and yeah, like this cycle, I have an issue right now, with Blade, and I'm gonna tell you, like, it's not worth me getting an attorney, but I am like, we're doing a story because, dude, like they got me for like 6K of HBAR, and they're not responding to me. They're not doing like, and there's supposedly all this security and all this stuff. And even like now I'm questioning hot wallets too, you know. And like I said, I think our industry, what's gonna happen now with all the regulation is gonna help out a lot and put stuff out to light. But like this, I mean, what Dbloc was saying with all those memes on Pump.Fun, that's not good for us. You know, that's good for for what I call crypto snowbirds. They're only there when things are pumping, and then once they're out. You don't hear from them for the next cycle. But yeah, man, I mean, I don't know. This cycle has been interesting for me. I don't have a good, like, I've only been through 2 cycles, but I've learned a lot, man. And honestly, like I almost sometimes just want to do the trading. As all the other stuff, man, it's even if you do everything right, something can still go wrong.
Also, retail that survived the bear market has now become smart money in a sense, no? Like, maybe that's why we feel like retail is not, well, being safe and all, because there's actually not a lot of new people. It's just the same ones, but the better ones because they still have enough buying power to act on price. So. For me, trade safe, everybody. Was a pleasure getting some news from the crypto market. And please don't pump crypto too much. We want a red Monday, I guess.
I just don't like this price action right now. I feel like it's gonna dump even more. We'll see level by level.
Well, looking at the Bitcoin market, you can see on the daily had a negative divergence. Then on the 3-day, a negative divergence, confirming that the price is eventually going to go down. And then today on the weekly, you see the negative divergence really confirming. And as soon as the weekly candle came in, you saw the drop. So for the past little while now, you can see the negative divergence where the IRS is going down, but you see the price pushing up. So the market makers are pushing the price up so people will buy in, and then you see the drop. And it's been going on for like a week now. As you can see, the 1-day, the 3-day, and now the weekly all have a negative divergence. Could be 20 to 40% drop from the top there. So have to see what happens. See how far it really goes down before it pushes back up.
Is anyone having problems with the deck screener website?
I just use TradingView.
Huh?
Use TradingView.
Oh no, trade. Yeah, no, this is a different one. I was trying to use it, but for some reason it's not working. I tried like different browsers, like different like the Fox browser, nothing, and the other one. This is wrong.
If you look back in the crypto history, you can watch the charts and you can look back, and every time there's a negative divergence, you will see a drop, and the drop is around 20 to 40% every single time. You can look at Bitcoin, you can go back years, and you can see every time there's a negative diversion, it drops. So a negative divergence is where you could draw a trend line on the RSI, and you can show that the RSI is decreasing. and then you will look at the Bitcoin, and you will see that the candles are actually rising. So if you look at the 3-day, you'll see it's rising, but actually you see the volume going down. So who is buying? If it's going down, you just see the market makers is actually pushing it up, get people to buy. They get trapped in the drop, and possibly they'll sell off when they see all the red candles instead of holding on and waiting for it to come back up. So it's best to take profits, like Dbloc always says. When you see it's up high and it's going up high, start pulling a little. It's not to sell everything. It's just take a little bit here, a little bit there, and then pull capital out as it's going up. Eventually, is going to correct. So you have the 1, the 2, the 3 that goes up, and then you have the ABC coming down, as the other person in the Discord always explains. You can actually chart that out, and you can actually see we had the 1, the 2, the 3 going up. Now you're gonna have the 1, the 2, the ABC going down before the 1, the 2, the 3 goes up again. So where that stops is, everyone sees the market and they see the red and all the red, and they're like, damn. That's why you take profit. If you take profits out, even though you want to, it's hard. You see people see it going up, and you get all excited, and you're like, yeah, yeah, and you don't want to take profits out because you're like, I'm gonna lose because it's gonna go higher and higher and higher. It can't go up forever, so it's always best to take a little here, a little there, a little here, and then when you see the drop come, you can reinvest it at a lower price. Now you doubled up your bag, or part of your bag. You doubled up what you took out. Whatever you took out, it ends up being double or triple or quadruple what you buy for the next 1 to 2 to 3 that goes up. When I saw XRP hit the 340, once it started coming down to 320, I sold half of everything I had. H-bar, XRP, everything. I just sold half of everything because I seen negative divergence coming, and it's not just on the daily. It keeps going to the 3-day. Then it went to the weekly. The weekly was end of the day, so it showed today that the weekly was a negative divergence. And as soon as that candle came in, the drop, because everyone else that's looking at the same thing, they're saying, "Oh man, it's going down," and they're not trying to be caught with the last one with the bag. So I did mine so that this way, when it does get to the bottom and I see it recovering and it starts going up, I can start little by little buying back in as it goes up. So this way my bag will be bigger on the next up. I mean, anyway, anyone that's really in Bitcoin, this ain't nothing to them. It's not a loss. It's not anything. If you're in Bitcoin and that's what your coin is, and you're trading Bitcoin, you should be great. You know what I'm saying? If you did, like if you're really buying, you would have been buying at 15K, 17K. It hit 15K, I think it was, and all the way up to 19, then it started pushing up. So if you bought your bags at 19, you done they made what, like 5x? I mean, like a 5x up, 6x up. So if you sold, 25%, you got the money you put in. If you sold half, you're still up. It's all profit. You got profit in your pocket because you took out your initial, and then you took out profits, and then you still have half of whatever you bought. So if it does, if an asset does be, if it turns in to be the end of a bull run, and that's how you playing it, it goes down. It's not a big deal because the profit that you done took out, you done took half of everything out. So now when it hits the bottom, you're buying up tremendous amount for the next push up. So every cycle you have more and more and more, and as it goes up, you could take profit out, profit out, profit out. Nobody's going to catch the top. If you're just trying to buy an asset and you're like, okay, this asset's going to the moon. You know what I'm saying? You're waiting for it to go to if you're waiting for XRP to hit $10,000, you might be waiting for 5 years. It might hit 10,000 in the next 10, 20 years maybe. Could hit it in 1 year. Crypto's like that. But if you end up having to wait for it to, if you're riding it up, riding it down, riding it up until it reaches that, I mean, if you could stomach that, I mean, I guess.
I don't think it will ever hit $5,000, or like I don't even think it will ever hit $1,000.
But some people think that, and they hold and hold, and they say, you know what, I'm not selling it till it reaches this price, and it goes up, and then when it goes down, their stomach drops, and they go into depression, and then they ride out 4 years, and then when something pumps again, they feel good, and they're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You'll hear them talking about all this stuff, and then it'll just drop on them again because it didn't hit their 10,000 that they feel that it's gonna go to.
Yeah.
You
But
know?
yeah, but what are those people though? Are they traders or are they just people who invest in rest?
They're people that invest in rest. They just put money in and they're not taking it out.
Gotta understand the tokenomics of it though. It's like they could be waiting 50 years if they're looking for something like, and then $1,000 is gonna be worth like what, $10 to what $10 is worth today. Like like I don't think people quite understand like what kind of investment that, like with crypto, it's like it's gonna go down. Like I was telling somebody the other day in a different server, I'm like, look, man. I'm like, if you really want to invest in XRP for like the future, like the next 20, because he's like, I'm in it for the long term. I don't care. Because he's talking about buying XRP at $3. I'm like, dude, I had to sit through a painful fucking like 30 cent and 50 cent range for years, like for it to even get up here. I'm like, if you, he's like, well, I just like, because he's talking about buying it now. And I'm like, dude, and I'm like, yo, it will come down. I'm like, if you're really in it for the long run and you really want to buy something and hold it for 20 years, like, I promise you can get it cheaper than where it's at right now. Like that's what I keep trying to tell people, because it's like nobody thought that like, it's like in the last couple of cycles, it was like XRP is the next Bitcoin. It's going to do what Bitcoin did. And then they had that whole lawsuit and it went down like below 30 cents. And it's like, I mean, that now that that's over, it's like, oh, wow, it finally popped up to where it's like basically supposed to be.
I guess it just depends on what kind of people they are. There's some people that don't follow crypto, don't even want to waste the time, don't care about bearish divergences, don't care about ranges. They're out freaking skiing. They don't care. They just throw some money in and then they have their buddy who's a crypto trader telling them, you're messing up, you're not compounding, blah blah blah. And they're just like, I'm enjoying my life, dude. You sit at your screen and freaking talk on Discord while I'm out freaking, doing whatever I'm doing. It just depends on what kind of person you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, still, like you should have, if you have, typically, like if people have a lot of money, like it's usually not because they're careless with their money. Like you don't want to be careless with your money. That's why it's not good to hold through a bear market, especially not fucking altcoins. So, like, I mean, you could sell, and instead of holding through an entire bear market, you just sell like as close to the top of the bull market that you can, and you just wait a year or two, and you'll definitely be able to buy it back cheaper if that thing is still around. If it's not one of the many altcoins that get just completely wiped off the face of the earth every cycle.
And by the way, like what you guys are saying, like I agree. I actually agree both ways, right? Because, Jake, it's a perfect example of, I know people that they're not traders, they're investors, right? So their buy is like, I'm buying this now and I'm gonna sell it in 10 years. And by the way, I know 3 people that are like that, and they're up a stupid amount of
Exactly.
money.
I got a friend who got
Mhm.
picked on all the time for buying Bitcoin back in 2016 or 2015. Constantly, everybody trashing him. He's a multimillionaire now. And he did absolutely nothing but go off and enjoy his life.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I call those investors, right? You know, it's like trading. There's guys who only scalp, there's guys who swing, there's people who do, you know, a mixture. Um, but for me, the strategy is like, I would, if someone were to say, I'm going to buy Bitcoin now, and my goal is to sell it in 10 years, I'll tell them buy it now. And I will tell them, like, well, you know, if you want to try to wait for this dip, but if your goal is to hold it for 10 years, it doesn't matter if you buy it at this or whatever, because we know that every 4 years, it's always goes higher. And because of just how it is and how the asset is, that's going to probably be the status quo, you know, unless, you know,
Yeah, I
aliens
agree.
come and an EMP or whatever. But so I'll tell you guys, because my crypto group, what we do is, I'm the one who handles all the noobs. And when people tell you, you know, and you hear this, you know, when people are telling me, oh, Shiba Inu to $1 or whatever, you know, I'm like, okay, so there's a website, write it down. It's called the Coin Perspective. And the website, you go in there, you put the price target that you want, and it'll show you what the market cap of the asset has to be, and it considers you know, and if it's an inflammatory, like, you know, if it's an inflammatory token like Doge, you know, it'll explain all that so they can learn. Because I see this all the time, and it's sad for me because I've seen successful people listen to like somebody who just has the crypto fever, and I'm at awe how they'll like FOMO or buy something, and especially a meme, you know, like if somebody's getting into crypto and they tell me, I'm like, listen, read, there's 3 things you have to read. One is the Bitcoin white paper, the Bitcoin standard, and blockchain for dummies. If you read those 3, then you can make an incisive decision on, you know. But if you just want to ask me and throw some money, I always tell people Bitcoin. Don't get into the buying memes, because you're how can you have conviction to something that you don't know anything about? And this is what always happens. People FOMO into stuff. They don't know anything about the project or what it is, or if it's a meme, there's no strategy. And what happens when it drops 20-30%, they sell. Your exit liquidity, you're the bag holder. It's the same thing I always tell people about being diamond handed. I'm like, you know what? You jump on a meme and you're saying you have diamond hands, and all you are is a bag holder. Your exit liquidity. You have to have a strategy to everything, man. You know? And I always try to, you know, guide people that way. So I wanted to share that with you guys in case somebody, you know, is new. Show them that website and explain to them, you know, because by the way, if the only way XRP can get up to $500, its market cap has to be bigger than Bitcoin's, a lot bigger. Okay, so like, you know, those crazy prices that, you know, maybe you know, 20 years from now or 10 years, you know, maybe. But you know, if you have to ask people, what's your, you know, what's your plan? And a lot of people don't have plans. They just go open up a Coinbase account and just buy. And I think that's silly, you know, and it's really silly when you do it in crypto. Because I mean, uh stock has volatility. But you know, you buy Philip Morris or you buy, you know, Apple or whatever, it's not, you know, it's not gonna, you know, 2 or 3% moves is, you know, possible.
Yeah, man, but I've seen people get completely wrecked on Microsoft stock and Nvidia stock more than they lost in crypto. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's normalizing. I get the whole cycle thing. I like buying at the bear market is the most enjoyable thing ever, and doubling down and DCAing at the bear market. But again, it requires some attention. At least at the bare minimum, some sort of website that has all of your, you know,
Or com
tokenomics on it, you know. Yeah.
Conviction. And I'll tell you, so my Palantir, hey man, I had bought in Palantir at $20, right? And I was gun-ho on the company. I had read about them, and I knew that they were gonna be volatile because of just what they were accomplishing, right? So hey, mind you, $20. The thing was at 10. All my friends were like, "You're crazy." Hey, it was $7. I was still buying that stuff. Buying, because I had conviction to it. But I know people that had bought Palantir at 20 or 23 and sold at 10 or 15. And why? Because you didn't have conviction, you know? And me, like, it all depends. Like, if I'm trading something, it's the game plan is different. Because, like, I literally have a 1%, 2% stop loss if I'm trading something. But if I'm investing and I'm buying in a, in an asset, obviously I'm going to give it more wiggle room. And if you don't did the Palantir thing that was tough, but I stayed convicted to it, and it worked out, man. It worked out very well for me.
But if you're gonna buy Bitcoin right now to hold it for 10 years, to me that's insane. Because if you're feeling like you're gonna hold something for 10 years, wouldn't you want to wait for it to get to the bear market before you buy it? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
but
just
the
how I
thing is,
see it.
Yeah,
Right
some
now,
you're
it's not
seeing it,
time to buy.
some people
but
don't
you're
understand.
seeing it as a trader. You're
Yeah,
seeing it as someone who's
yeah,
involved in the industry, right? It's like when you have a financial advisor, right? They put you in, and they always diversify your money, right? Like for instance, I do Masterworks, which is art. Hey, the guy who I talk to, he's telling me all this stuff, and I always have to remind him, like, hey, I don't care. Just put me in something that's going to bring me a return, because I don't know anything that you're talking to me about. That's why I'm using Masterworks. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people will like, it's okay if you don't if you don't know about crypto, and you make, but at the same time, just use your common sense. If you're at a place and there's a kid there saying, "Oh, I made $50,000 on Pepe," right? And you're a grown ass adult, whatever. Because I see this all the time, and I'm not hating on the kid, but what I'm saying is, as a logical person, I'm gonna look at and I'm gonna say, this kid's what, 19, 20 years old, and like, I'm gonna ask questions. I'm not just gonna, then I go outside, he's got a beat up ass Honda Civic, nothing against Honda Civic. And I'm like, so I'm gonna invest, because he might be investing 100. But like, if I'm investing money, it's gonna be a lot more than, than $100. Because I'm gonna learn and commit, because I'm gonna put my hard earned money in there.
I
But
mean,
I've seen a lot of people.
I mean,
Go
it's
ahead.
sad too. Like, I have people message me, family members that don't, like, their career, they don't make as much money as me. And I feel bad because they're like, hey, is this a good time to buy XRP? I have a couple $100. And I'm like, and I have to like take a step back, and I have to think before I answer, because I don't want to, like, for us, a couple $100 is just a click of a buy button. If you're DCAing, you don't care, you don't even think about it, right? But like, I'm like, well, for one, I said exactly what the other guy said, is like, this is not the time to buy. And number two is like, if you have $200, like don't chase, but it felt so bad that I had a nephew and a cousin both ask me these questions, as like the $200 was like a hard decision for them, like to the point where they rarely talk to me, but they always talk to me when it comes to crypto. They're always like messaging me randomly, usually around the times that everything's pumping, right? And
Yeah, they
I'm
always
just like,
talk to you at all time highs.
yeah, and I'm like, I just feel bad because they're really trying to make this $200 grow, right? And I'm just like, I just tell them, do not buy the highs. Just wait for it to cool off, and just watch it, and just, take a dive in when you feel is good. Buy a red candle, something, but don't buy a green candle. And they get it, but it's always the same thing. In 3 more years, I'll have the same question asked to me randomly.
So I'll tell you, I'm going to give you advice that someone gave me. If they have $200, they have enough to buy the books that I told you guys. And
Exactly.
if they're not willing to educate them, because you know what, you should be annoyed. The fact that it's the same question every single cycle. But like, think about it. And like I always tell people in my family, and I know this is gonna sound cocky. I'm like, hey, listen, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm very strict on what I will show them, because if they're not gonna commit, I put years of my life in this. I have lost an obscene amount of money learning this. And if I'm gonna teach you something, like, don't waste my time. Don't be like, well, and I always tell people, if you tell me, well, I'm just gonna give you the money and just do it for me, then I'm not the guy. Then, and I have a guy who's he's a financial consultant, and he adds crypto as part of the profile. I give him his card. I'm like, here you go. Call him, and he's gonna do it for you. Because at the end of the day, for me, you do that, and this is what always ends up happening. They'll be up a stupid amount of money, they don't sell, and then when they get wrecked, they blame you. Oh, you told me, and be like, wait, but hold on, but you were up at this point, yeah, and why didn't you take out the money? Because you didn't tell me to. And I'm like, wait, so I was, when did we agree that I was supposed to call you when to sell?
It's not just us too. I mean, there's even people in this Discord who are, and I'm not naming any names because I don't remember who they were, but they were like 72K. They can't keep going up. It can't keep going up. We're going down. We're going, and then pumps to freaking 106. You know, and like, and I know what you were saying. You're like, it can't keep going up. It can't keep going up. And then the damn thing pumps to 120. Like, they're totally playing with us. The only thing you can do is just, like, you watch your VWAP, watch your chart, see your bearish divergences, and make the best educated guess. Because this damn thing could go to 120.
But you
Because I
see what you're
remember
doing.
so many people.
You're thinking as a trader, man, and you gotta kind of simplify that, man.
But that's why I'm saying is I don't give advice to people. I'm cycling back on what you were saying, or circling back on what you're saying, is that we don't even know. So how arrogant of us is, we're sitting here debating about, is it going to go up and go down? And then you have the nerve to give anybody in your family any advice whatsoever. That's why I'm just saying, I just make it simple. Do not buy green candles, you know, and that's it. I don't say anything else.
That's a great practice.
The Bitcoin is being controlled by BlackRock. So remember this, BlackRock got their hands on Bitcoin. They hold a big amount of Bitcoin, and then MicroStrategy, he holds a big amount of Bitcoin. These guys could just dump anytime. So,
So
they
guys,
could
do
push
you
it
know that
down,
there's,
they could pick it back up, they could play with the whole market. They control that Bitcoin right now like a puppet.
And you
guys,
don't
and
think that they're
I'm gonna try to find them. Have you seen the wallets? The real there's whale wallets, and there's a conspiracy that all, like, it's like 8 wallets, and they always sell they always sell the tops, and they always buy the bottoms. I gotta look them up, but those wallets hold more than BlackRock, and because remember, BlackRock and Michael Saylor, well, Michael Saylor's been buying for a while, but dude, the people who are in crypto in, in 2010, 2011, 2009, that they have ridiculous amounts of Bitcoin, like, those are the wallets that you have to look, like, when they move to an exchange, those are the ones that you got to be careful with, because, and that's why I know people are saying the cycles are going to go away, but till I see that doesn't change, I'm going to stick with that narrative.
We know that manipulation's never going to go away, so you at least have that.
Do you hold Bitcoin?
I do.
You have Bitcoin? Both of you have Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't hold
To
Bitcoin.
be honest with you,
I don't buy Bitcoin. I would never buy Bitcoin. That's just my theory. I've had got stuck on KuCoin. I was on KuCoin, and then it got banned. Like, I got banned from there, so all I could do is sell my position and move my stuff off. So I decided to put in Bitcoin. It cost me so much money to move the little bit of Bitcoin I had, and then to transfer the Bitcoin into another currency. It took like half of my Bitcoin. So, when I look at that, I say to myself, why would I want to hold something that I can't even sell? I'm taking a loss every time I sell. So you might make some profit, and then when you're selling it, you look at the thing and you be like, damn, well, the profit I thought I had, now I'm not even having that. So I don't even hold Bitcoin because I feel that it's like all these guys, all these rich people, they have millions and trillions of dollars in Bitcoin. They can't sell it. If they was to sell their $1 trillion worth of Bitcoin, it would tank so much that they wouldn't even get their own price. It would be dropping, the price would be dropping so bad, they would tank the whole system. So they can't physically even sell the Bitcoin. Think
Yeah,
about
but
that.
like I know, but BlackRock doesn't really. They don't. I mean, I know they have Bitcoin, but that like they're
What's the use?
aggressive.
But what are they going to use
they're-
Bitcoin for? What's the
But
case use?
it
That's what I'm saying. What can you use Bitcoin for?
it's us, man. They're making money off of our freaking emotional. Not me, but like I'm saying, in general, traders.
Exactly.
Like they're aggressive traders. Like you were saying, they're like there's other wallets that are bigger than BlackRock, but BlackRock has the ability to raise capital just like Saylor does. It's not even his own money just to buy Bitcoin. It's like the fact that some of these people may be richer technically doesn't matter because they're not super aggressive. They buy bottoms and sell tops, and they don't sit there and do all this compounding crazy manipulation in between. And that is the use case. The use case is just trading, in my opinion. I mean, you know.
Really quick, you in the future, very near future, you're going to be able to take a loan against your Bitcoin. So that's a purpose to have an asset you can take a loan against when you need cash, as opposed to selling your Bitcoin because you need cash. That's it.
Let me ask
So
you
what if
guys'
you wanted to buy?
opinion
What if you want to buy
on.
a cup of coffee with a Bitcoin? Can you?
By the way, that's what Michael Saylor does. He
Let me guys
leverages.
ask you an opinion on market psychology. So if you bought the 15 to 19 range, like you guys were talking about earlier, you're up 900% right now. From here, we can. The news came out and said we can go another 20%.
Okay, so if you would have bought it, you would have bought it around 20K. So if you do 20K, 900%, that's almost $1 million or something.
Well,
5x. So
15K.
5x is 100. So it's 5x right
15K
now.
would
So
do it 9 times, right? Or is it 8 times? 8 times. 6 or 7. I'm sorry, I was off a little bit.
so my XLM that I bought, you know what I'm
700%.
saying, at 7 cents, you know what I'm saying, I'm just up like crazy. The
Yeah,
same
but if
amount
you're
of
up,
money you put into a smaller cap coin that's going to do the same thing, that probably do more of an X
well, the
than
point being,
Bitcoin.
how high do we go before a major correction or throwback or retrace? Because theoretically, we're up at least 600, 700%, right? 15, 20. Well, if you did 5x, you're up 500 to 600%.
Yeah, but we were up a
So
few X
when we
percent.
got up to 500%, the point being, the news suddenly said it's going to go to 120, which is a 20% range from the current top at 99. So we got up to what, 109? Are we
Something
exit
around there.
liquidity up here?
It was like
Is that
109,
all this is?
108. It was like 18,
Is
19, something like that.
this the
That's
end
when
of the
you sell.
cycle and however long it takes to do the blow off top and that's it? We're exit liquidity for that 20-30% from here.
Well, if you look at if you look at the
Cycle
bullish,
starts over.
the negative divergence, it's kind of looking like they're taking their where the exit liquidity people buying because the price seems to be going up, but the IRS is dropping, showing that there's not that much money coming really into it. There's more money leaving it at this time. So you see people that have bought it at 20 and now it already hit 100. It ain't really pumping too much more. It's kind of going sideways. So people are starting to pull their profits out.
So you're saying you're seeing a bear div on the weekly?
Yeah,
That's what you're saying?
the weekly has a negative divergence. That's a bearish divergence. You call it bearish. It's negative divergence. So you could easily see 20% drop. We already got 5. You could easily see a 20% drop.
A
So
weekly
that's
bear
in like
div is
the
a
low 80s. That would be like the low 80K and then go back up.
we kept bouncing off of our last cycle's all-time highs this year, and we almost broke 50 and went into the 40s. I think technically we went to 49. People were calling
48,
bearish
49, yeah.
divergences. We're calling bearish divergences that called that out, but it definitely wasn't. I mean, that was just an opportunity to buy, right? Because you're in the middle of a bull market. Like, I think we're going down, but I don't think like that 20% is going to be a gift. Like that. I mean,
Yeah, it'd
like,
be a gift for someone to get in.
It's interesting. It was a tough
That's why.
spot because most people, when it broke the 50 weekly MA, that broke their hopes and they sold at the bottom like they were supposed to. Those people also happen to, a lot of them are usually decent traders, happen to also tell people to sell. So like Chain, they got suckered out at the bottom.
I sold half of everything. Every position I have, I sold half yesterday because I seen the negative divergence. See, it's not just the weekly. You got the daily, so the daily comes in. So then you do the 3-day. It could change. It didn't change. It was still a negative divergence. So then the weekly came in today. So that's what I was looking for, the weekly, and I was like, it's not looking like it's going up too high. So I just took my profits out of mines, and if it went up, I could put it back in. It's not like I'm losing that much money. It's just like if it drops, I'm looking at if it drops 40% and I put back in, what my half I just put in, I might almost have almost double what I just sold on the next up. Because it went up, you see it goes up to 1 to 2 to 3. It'll go up 1, then it'll go up 2, another leg, then it'll go up to third leg. It went up 1, 2, 3. So you're looking at a B C down. So it's like a 2-leg down. So you get a 1 leg, and then maybe tomorrow you get the second leg, and then it'll do another 1, 2, 3 up. As long as it's in a bullish trend. So, and Bitcoin controls everything. So if Bitcoin drops, everything going to drop.
I see what
Interesting
you're
too.
looking at, but it's not that weekly's not confirmed yet. But yeah, it may print. But
So
I
an
said
The
interesting
weekly
thing.
candle just came in at 8 o'clock on
but you
Bitcoin.
said you're,
Sounds like a
but you said you're 50% in, so that you're acknowledging that it could do what it did at 72K. There is bearish divergence on
Yeah.
the
I'm not.
weekly.
I would never take, even at the top. I would never take all of my money out. I would ride it to the bottom because
So
I don't know if it's gonna keep going up. So if it keeps going up, I'm gonna keep pulling profits on the rest of it. So I'm not gonna just, if you think you're gonna wait to the very top and sell your bag, you're wrong. You ain't gonna. Nobody's gonna catch the top. But like XRP hit $3.40. That was the top of right now. I sold at 315. I didn't sell at 340. I didn't catch the top, but I seen the negative divergence coming in after that because you're not going to see it at that top. You're not going to, when it's at the top, you're not going to see the negative divergence. You're not going to see it coming in. It takes time for the charts to show it. So I don't see you
But
going to catch the top. So it's best to
but
sell little by little on the way up, 5%, 6%,
but
as you go
keep in
up.
mind, last cycle did a blow off top, went down to 30K, and went up for all-time highs not even 2 months later.
And
So
that's
like,
where, if you take half of your profit at that top and it goes all the way down to 30K, you're good. Look, when it goes down, you have to slowly go back in. So as it drops, it might stop at 80K. And you might say, I'm gonna throw a little bit in here. And if it keeps
yep,
going down, 60K, you throw a little bit in there. It gets all the way down to 30K, you're throwing your money back in. Then you got all that up to run.
yep, I'm a believer. I buy dips.
nice.
And you pull out little by little. If you don't pull profit out as you're going up, you might not get no profit. You'll be one of them people that this is actually my first cycle, and I just researched a lot in the whole bear market because I started at the bear market that was right here. And I just researched the whole time I'm in the bear market of how things are going to end up going and what you should do so that you don't get caught and trapped and then say, damn, I put all this money in, rode it to the top, rode it right back down to the bottom. I learned my lesson. Now I have to wait 4 years. I don't want to do that. So I'm pulling profit out, and you'll see people in here. Dbloc will tell you, you put, let's say you put $10,000, or even let's say you put 500, or even $100. Let's say you buy an asset for $100, and it does a 2x. Take 50 out. Well, not 50%, which will be your 100. Now your 100's in your pocket, and that money is free. That's free tokens. And if it rides up more, you can take more profit out. And if it comes back down, you could throw that back in, and then you'll have a bigger bag when it goes back up the next time. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, compounding, man.
So have you guys
Compounding.
been looking at the daily since the 108K when we dropped down to 92, 91?
Yeah.
So if you look at the chart from there on, is it forming like a megaphone pattern?
I'm not looking at the chart right now, so I couldn't even tell you. But I've seen it when it was at 109, 108.
I'll post it. Hold on. Where should I post it, General? General.
You can just post it in the chat.
Yeah, that's right.
Post in the
So
chat,
I'm
right?
looking at
Mr. Gift.
something like this. I had a channel running up from January. Right now, it's dancing on the top. If it breaks into the channel, it'll be consistent with the first time it broke out at the first all-time highs at 69K, 59, that area, doing that whole stuff, and then breaking back into the channel, sort of thing. So I don't know. I'm looking at this, looking at the daily since that 108 high. Surprised that we got up to 109 so fast. But also, if you see the green disjointed channel, it's kind of forming a megaphone, and we would go down to confirm that. Now.
Yeah, from that I'm looking at, like I was explaining to you, like I don't have this chart, but I see that like I was telling you about a 20% drop. You're looking at like 80, 82, 83, and then back up from there. And that's at somewhere not at the bottom of your microphone, but somewhere down there. And it should push back up. That's how I see it.
Well, 85 was already a decent target for the consolidation before.
Yep.
We're making a bigger consolidation, so if we break out the bottom of that fucking thing at 85, 84, 83, or 89, wherever it is right now, I mean, we're looking at another 13K down back to 75. Retest all-time highs.
I
And then
wouldn't
we
see it
can
going
go.
to 75. I could see it going to around 80, 81.
Well, at this point, if we're going to 80, 81, the all-time high is 73. If we were playing another chart, rechecking the prior breakout before taking off, that's what you'd want to see. Anywhere above it is great, but might as well go check it.
Well, if you look at the charts from the last time, you will see that Bitcoin, all the altcoins all went up. They went up real high. They came all the way down like 30, 40, 50%, some of them 70%, all
80,
the way back
yeah.
down. And then it went right back up again to the all-time high.
Well, I can't find a major retrace on Bitcoin that's less than 70%.
And if you go back and look at the Bitcoin chart, Dbloc brought this up, and I actually looked it up because when people say stuff, I just look stuff up, and I looked at it, and the lowest every time a president was inaugural the voting on November 4th,
Mm-hmm.
never went under that price.
Again, the
So
week
if you look,
after.
yeah, never went under the price again. So if you look at that price, I see that as the bottom, because that's going to even go to.
49.
I think it was like 60 something on November 4th.
See.
I mean, then again, I'd be
November,
looking at like the weekly, so the weekly
yeah,
might.
somewhere around the 57, 60 area, but just that. Tell you what it is right now. The retrace and the bear flag we had right now from 73 to 49 was only 32%.
I mean, the chart that you put in there, you can see two double tops basically. Looks
Yeah,
like
that's
top.
what I'm wondering. We got to wait for it to confirm or deny, whatever. And if you were to go from here to retest support, you're looking at anywhere 73 is around 33% again. And then if we were to go anywhere within that consolidation range, all the way down to 40 would be 54%, the 48 area. And if we only retested like the main area where people were buying, probably 40%.
I mean, like I said, myself, I take half out when I see it's at a real high point, and I see the negative divergence on a 1 day, 3 day, weekly. I see it's a pattern that is going to go down, because if you see the RSI is dropping, the price should be dropping also. And like I said, I take mines out and I wait for it to dip. And when I see the prices looks like it's bobbing them out or close, I'll start DCAing back in the money that I took out, because this is still not, it's not like this is over and it's going to crash down and that's it. It's going to go back up and try to make my bag a little bigger. That's basically what I look at. Like I said, I don't hold Bitcoin. I use Bitcoin as a chart because Bitcoin is like the master of the puppets that runs everything. So if Bitcoin dumps, a lot of other things dump, unless they like depeg and they go the wrong way. So that's how it basically is. But the altcoins are going to run more than Bitcoin in the end. So, I mean, you can catch the altcoins more at the bottom if it goes down more. And then again, like I'm telling you, BlackRock is running this. They have. I mean, they have people buying and selling. They put sales in, and when they put a couple sales in, everyone freaks out, starts selling because it starts dropping, and they already have buys down below, so they're making thousands of dollars in profit, maybe millions, because they're selling it, forcing everyone to panic, and then they buy it right back on a down. They already have their DCA in on the way down, as I've seen it in the past month. It gets bought up like automatically by them. And I wouldn't sleep on XRP at all. I wouldn't if I were you. I mean, some people say market cap, and the market cap has to be this and it has to be that. But I'm look at it a certain way. Ripple has came out with the RLUSD. So you have the RLUSD that they're trying to make flip over on Tether and all these other ones. They want to make that the dollar pegged digital dollar. So they're going to do that. Now, you need XRP to move RLUSD. RLUSD moves on the XRP network. So, put in this perspective as years from now, so you could, probably buy stuff cheaper, in the next bull run or whatever, because I don't know when this is all going to happen, because it's just coming to light now. But if you say you're going to need a couple, let's say you need some XRP in a wallet because everything is being moved on RLUSD. So if everything in the U.S. and around the world or whatever, people's using RLUSD because it can't be made, it can't be created. There's a certain amount of coins, and everyone needs XRP. If you don't have no XRP in your wallet, you're all right. Right now, if you send, let's say, here's a scenario. Right now, you send USDC from, let's say, from Coinbase to like your ledger. You have a ledger. I send $1. I did this test myself. I send $1. I send $1 to my ledger. Now it's stuck on my ledger. I sent it through Matic, which is Pole. Now I cannot move it unless I buy Pole and transfer Pole onto my ledger. So because it moves on the Matic, I use Matic Network to actually move it. Now, so I'm gonna have to have Pole if I'm going to use USDC. So keep that in the perspective. Now, if everyone has to have XRP so that they can get paid from their job or whatever and send people money and pay for merchandise, even though it's only going to use 0.00001 of a penny of the XRP to move all the money that you're going to move. So you're going to need XRP again on your wallet. Now, if you divide all the XRP that's in existence, including everything that Brad Garlinghouse has, the whole 100 billion, divide that up between all the people living on the earth right now, you would have 12 for everybody. So in that scenario, only having 12 for everybody, I see the price going up because it's going to be so limited because there's only that amount. And they also said, yeah, you can run it on Ethereum. Ethereum costs a whole lot of money to move something. So if you're gonna move RLUSD, the Ripple dollar coin or whatever, on Ethereum, you're gonna cost you a lot of money. So people's gonna more likely use the XRP network. And then you're gonna have billions of dollars being transferred from one company to another company because they're not going to need a bank, I guess, and they're going to be transferring it, and these transfers are going to be going. So the movement is going to go up. So they're going to see all this volume. So that's where I could see that in the future, XRP would be worth money. I'm not saying how much money. It might be worth $40, might be worth $30. You know what I'm saying? I can't say all that, but I know that it is going to go up in the future because as long as this guy is, because look, this guy's been visiting Trump, he's pushing this. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about using XRP to digitize things. Imagine the future where you have your car, you have a car, everyone, I mean, most people have a car, they have a house maybe. So you have a car. They're going to they already tested this already a few years ago, making NFTs. They're making all these NFTs. They're coming out with these crazy NFTs, people buying them and trading them on a Solana. They already did this. They tested this. And I remember they came out with this monkey Jones. I can't remember the Jones, what they was called, but it was the ape Jones, right? All right. They came out with a new ape picture. And on that ape Jones, people were paying the same amount they paid for the ape NFT as they did for the gas fees because Solana was so packed that the gas fees was so high. So imagine if you have a car and the NFT, the title to the car,
Ethereum.
and you want to NFT and you want to transfer that, you're gonna have to use something else. So in Ethereum, yeah, they can use Ethereum, but the only thing is Ethereum, there's gas fees.
I'm
And the
saying that
more
was the NFTs. That's why the gas fees are so expensive, and like the transaction to buy the NFTs is because they're on Ethereum, not Solana.
Well, Solana was the gas fee, and I guess the NFTs were on Ethereum, I guess.
Yeah, and you had to pay Ethereum. Like in order to buy them, you had to move Ethereum to OpenSea, and that had gas money. And then there was the transaction fee to buy the NFT, and that was gas money. And Ethereum just was like it was all on Ethereum. It wasn't Solana wasn't a big deal back then.
So
In those
now
days,
we're looking forward now. You have Algorand, you have H bar, you have XLM, you have XRP. These right here cost pennies. So if they NFT stuff, and they have another one called XDC, if you NFT'd something on one of those networks, it's going to cost you less than a penny to send it. So, I mean, where I live at, this stuff is already happening. I mean, I sell my car to somebody, I go on my phone on an app with the government, and I just basically transfer it to them. They pay me the money, and I transfer it to them right there on the phone. And they just have to go to the DMV to get their title and paperwork. But everything's done, and they get a temporary thing on their phone showing, that it was transferred to them from me. My driver's license is on my phone. It's like an NFT on my phone. So if I get pulled over by the cops and I don't have the one in my pocket, there's one on my phone. So this is gonna happen sooner or later to everywhere. That's why I don't sell everything I got, because I don't know what's gonna happen. So even if this gets to the top, I won't sell all my bag. I would keep 10%, and I would ride the 10% down. And I bought mines in the bottom anyway, so it's not like I'm losing. I might be losing the profit that I got. So if I bought H bar at 6 cents and it's at 40 now, I sold half of it, so I already made money. So if it's not going to go up no more, I'll probably sell another 25%, another half of that half, and I'm gonna have 25% left, and I'll just ride that down. And if it just stays down, then while it's in the bear market, I will be putting my money back into it little by little into the next one.
you see, OG, like your strategy, you're always taking profit. Like I've been listening to what you're saying, and by the way, that's a winning strategy. When you're up, you take profit. I mean, as simple as that sounds, some people don't do that, right?
It's
Because of
hard.
greed and
Yeah, it's
stupidity.
hard. It's hard.
Listen, man, I've been through all that. Like I said, I have a literally like my 10 command, like, and one of them is I don't do the merry-go-round. Once I get to a certain percentage, I do a little different, because what I'll do on my spot position, I'll put a stop loss for a certain amount once I get to certain levels. So I hit a level, and what I'll do is I'll put a stop loss there at the percentage that I want to take out. So if it does hit there, I'm profitable. Because the worst thing is like I said, for me, I'm guilty of, the merry-go-round, where you're up a stupid amount of money and you ride it all the way back, and you went from a 500% gain to a 10% gain, or five or negative. I've done them all. So, I get that 100%, man. I mean, I always tell people, I'm like, listen, if you're getting into crypto to make money, first rule is take profit. If you got in on something at a penny, and it's at 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents, 5 cents, at least take your initial investment. So if it goes to zero, you're break even, because that's crypto.
But you're not really
like,
breaking even, because you still have tokens and you got your money. So it's free. So you have free
yeah,
tokens in
that's
there.
what I'm
So
saying.
it
So,
does pump. That's money for you. It's free.
well, that's what I believe the term is called a moon bag, right? Like, it's basically you took out your initial investment, so like that is your moon bag, because you really didn't pay for it. So, but yeah, man. I mean, I'm listening to what you're saying, man, and I'm with you, man. I understand. This is an industry that is very new. People think they're like, oh well. I'm like, you think you're too late for Bitcoin? Hey, Bitcoin came out 2009. I mean, think about the age of currencies. Like, think about gold and stuff like that. So you're not too late. But what you have to understand, because it's a young asset, it's going to be extremely volatile. And then the other ones are going to be even more volatile. So understanding that is just kind of simplifies things, and understanding the type of person that you are, right? Yeah, man, this is a very young market. I'll tell you this. If you're in the United States, because I can't speak as to other countries, I'll say this. This is the first time where you're positioned, because we may not get the regulation that we're looking for, but at least this is the first time where the chess pieces are being put in place to have some type of regulation, some type of rule set that will allow, you know, other type of investments, other type of funds to add liquidity into the crypto market. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, we're just starting with that, man. We're just starting with that.
I mean, I live in the U.S. I live in the U.S. I just don't live in the States part. I live on an island. So where I'm at, there's no capital gains tax. There's never was.
You're in PR? I'm
Yeah, I'm
Puerto
in
Rican.
PR.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
in PR. Yeah.
I have a
So
place. I have a place in Caguas. So,
Caguas. Yeah, I live in Barceloneta. Is next to. I live in Florida, but it's next to Barceloneta, Arecibo.
Arecibo? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's close to
you're a little
Arecibo.
bit more.
Yeah. So, but I mean, getting back to that, I mean, look at this. This guy, you have a guy on TV, Michael Saylor, or whatever his name is. He's at MicroStrategy. He's pushing this Bitcoin theory, Bitcoin. When I see them on the news and they're telling everybody, and you see all these people want to buy in, that seems time to pull profits out because everyone's going to buy in, and then when they don't see this miracle that they're, because some people believe they're going to get rich, and when they don't see their money really making money, and if you buy something when people are talking about on TV, that means it already pumped. So when you start buying it at that time, it's already up there. So now these people, when it drops a little bit, they're like freaking out. That's why they're going to start
Yeah,
dropping their bags after that.
so because like I said, if you read it, like the new version of the Bitcoin standard, Michael Saylor has did some writing in there, and Michael Saylor is not per se a Bitcoin maxi, but in his vision is like the alts aren't like they're not there yet. So if you are gonna invest in, because he's, like I said, I always tell people it's understanding the way money rotates. That's why you want to buy Bitcoin, right? Not, but his everybody says Michael Saylor's a Bitcoin maxi, but he's more of a logical investor, so he's trying to go for the 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 more secure bet. And at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody like. Alts are way more volatile, and this is a perfect example. Look, I mean, I can give you 20,000 examples right now of Bitcoin is at a 100K, 100,600 right now, right? We can pull up any alt, like most alts, and they're at a point where some are at their all-time lows, some are at, you know, when some are at the same price when Bitcoin was at 20 grand. So Bitcoin is the easier entry, and that's why I always suggest to people Bitcoin, because you put somebody on an alt when they first enter crypto, and in my opinion, they're probably not going to come back, because I mean, man, I know people that got in at the top of the last bull cycle, and then instead of doing Bitcoin, they did any altcoin. Forget you know, either. I mean, like they're like, don't even, it's almost like a bad word for them, you know? But I know people that are like, yeah, man, I had bought Bitcoin at, 60K, and you know, and it's still, think about it, even if you bought it at 60 or 50K to hold on to it, that it dipped what to like 16.5. That ain't easy. Now imagine with an alt that you bought. I mean, imagine if you bought Cardano at the top at $3, and not too many people can hold on to an asset, because remember, Cardano went from $3 to 34 cents and stayed there for a very long time. Algorand, I mean, we can go forever, you know.
But if you bought something
sometimes
like that, let's say you bought Cardano at $3 and you see it dropping, you know what I'm saying, to 250, and you sell it at 250, and then you see it dropping down to $2. You could buy it back. Then when it goes up to $2.50 again, you could sell it. And then when it
Yeah,
drops back
but you're
down to
thinking like a
$1.50.
trader. I'm telling you, think about all the novices that come. Remember, we're talking about the masses. Not a lot of people are traders. Most of the people, 90%, they're like, oh yeah, like they're like, well, this thing was at 1 cent and it's at $3. So they buy it at the top. And then it keeps on going down. And there's a point where they're just like, oh, they get shaken out. And guess what? They get shaken out and you're a bag holder now, you know, and you sold to the same person who sold it to you at $3, you just sold it back to them for $1 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that's kind of what always happens. With Bitcoin, it's not, the pain is not, because I know people that they bought at 60, 50, 40, wrote it down, and now they're in profit. But if you bought, let's use DOT as an example. DOT. If you bought DOT at $10, 15, because remember that thing went up all the way up to $50.
What does DOT do
Where's
though? What
DOT
does it
right
do?
now?
But what does DOT do though?
That was supposed to be the first multi-chain. I mean, listen, I'm holding on to a bag of it. I'm about to get rid of it, because if it goes to $4, like my entry's like 410, it's at 590, man. So like, dude, that sucks. You know, compared to because I was smart enough. I was big on algo. I was big on XRP. A lot of the ISO coins, you know. I have some H bar, you know, and then like my ETH project, I just got lucky because I got in, like, I have like 5 Ethereum, but what I have a lot of is Lido. But I got in at Lido at like 34 cents. So like, dude, like I because when it went to $1, I was getting nervous, you know. But at the end of the day, like, but I dude, like Alluvium, hey man, if I've been trying to buy myself down out of that, hey, I'm holding on to 600 Alluvium, and hey, my price point is like $62 right now. So, you know, I'm hurting really bad on that one. You know, and by the way, like, it looks like it's gonna hit an all-time low. So it ain't easy. You know, so you're up and down on some of them, but to be honest with you, the next cycle, I'm not saying I become a Bitcoin maxi, but I'm gonna be in and out of alts and move everything into Bitcoin, because it's if I would have done that, I would have had 3 or 4 times the amount of liquidity that I have now by doing that. But I had a plan and I've stuck to it, which is that I'm proud that I've stuck to it. But it does. The
Yeah.
next cycle is going to be very different for me. You know.
Okay, so what happens? There's only 21 million Bitcoin, right? Going to be mined, right?
No,
What
not that.
What?
Like that. That's all there is. There's 21
Yeah,
million.
yeah. What happens once it reaches that top? If there's nobody mining it, there's nobody to do the transfer, because the miners are the ones that verify all the movement. So now you're stuck with what? Something you can't move? And it could be worth billions of dollars, but you can't transfer to nobody because you need something for it to run on. You need some way to transfer it. And Bitcoin gets transferred through the miners. So right now it seems good to everybody. I mean, it might be something good. I don't know. This is just my opinion. This is nothing about it. I just researched what can I use something for? What could and they make a token? What could the token be used for? So when you can
It
use
take
when
100 years. It will take 100 years for them to all be mine.
yeah, so 100 years from now I won't be here, but my kids will have a Bitcoin that's worth nothing.
Well,
So
I
isn't
mean,
it?
all of the growth. I don't see much more growth potential in Bitcoin after like the next 20 years or so. But I bet you there's going to be something else that's similar to Bitcoin in 20 years that will be like 1 cent, and
So
it'll go the same cycle again.
I'll tell you, my sister, she's not like I got her into crypto, but my sister, she holds a big bag of Bitcoin Cash. And in her head, she's like, well, since I miss Bitcoin, this is a fork off of Bitcoin. I don't know. And hey, by the way, she's doing very well for her Bitcoin Cash. I'm not a mining expert, but I think because right now you get rewards, right? When the transaction and you're processing that, there's a reward. But
well, the
I think
reward is they get Bitcoin. You understand?
I
That's the
know, but
reward.
I think
So when they
I
mine
think
it,
once there's
they
no
create
more,
a Bitcoin for themselves.
I understand. And yeah, and I know like every block it's 3 bit. But and I'm
21
not a
million,
mining
there's no
expert,
more Bitcoin to get. So what is why are
but
you going to
doesn't it
mine
move
it?
to a fee? Doesn't it move to a
Transaction
fee after that?
fees.
The transaction
Yeah,
fees in Bitcoin.
yeah. So basically, you're still
Sure, by
gonna get rewarded, but it's a fee instead
then,
of
I'm sure by then there will still be people validating. Like there's nodes for validating. It's like not just the miners. Like when you mine, you're when you're mining, you're breaking through computational blocks. Like you're using computing power to like break blocks of like code, and you get rewarded when you actually get through those lines of code that get more and more difficult with each halving cycle. And it also increases the difficulty. The more people that are mining, the more difficult it becomes to mine. Like the more difficult, the more computational power you need in order to break those blocks and to break through those lines of code. So when you actually get through one, you do get rewarded with Bitcoin. But the thing is, there's also like validated nodes and shit that like almost anybody can use at this point. The more technology advances, the more validation. Like you can validate without actually having to mine either. So like yeah, the mining network does have a lot to do with it. But even after it's mined, I'm sure at that point there will be some. So like one, I think that it will end up becoming a store of value, sort of like what gold is now. And people can buy it and sell it, and there's just a limited finite supply of it. And when people sell it, people think like, oh well, yeah, there's no reason to mine it anymore, yada yada. It's going to be worthless. We're just going to sell it. You'll probably still get those big 70% corrections or whatever. But then people will want to buy it because it has a finite supply. And I'm sure by then, by the time it's actually mined, there will be some sort of like protocol for like if like there's going to be developers that like come together and be like, okay, we got to make a decision on this. Are we gonna since we can't mine it anymore, are we gonna move it to like a proof of stake mechanism instead, sort of like what they did, the ETH Foundation did with ETH, and then every transaction, like you get the validators will still get rewarded with Bitcoin, and there will be a fee that you have to pay in Bitcoin. But I don't know. I mean, I think that by the time it's all mined, they're going to have figured out a solution for that whole thing too. As far as like, I'm sure that it won't ever become worthless just because they can't mine Bitcoin anymore. And it's not something that we're going to have to worry about for another 100 years. So I don't. The point
They're
in
making
threading
more
it.
off of transaction fees than block rewards.
I guess looking at it that way,
Oh
you'll
wait, hold
get
on.
paid from someone's Bitcoin. If someone transfers Bitcoin, you would get paid part of that transfer
Wait,
because
hold on. Listen, man.
Yeah,
If
if
you hit a block, that's three
validator,
Bitcoin
then you
price.
get paid for validating. You get validated, or you get paid for validating the the coins that are moved on the blockchain, making sure that all of those transactions are legit and there's no like so that way there can't be any like fake Bitcoin being moved and like where it's going like from one wallet to another. You know how it's transferred through the blockchain. Like you can see it like it's like as if it's like a map. Like you can go through all the transactions and like you make sure that it's all legit. So that way there's no like fake Bitcoin going around or like double spends or like like nobody can counterfeit Bitcoin or whatever because it's all recorded on the blockchain. But those people, like, in order to keep that network running, there has to be people running nodes to validate those transactions, which also takes computational power. And they validate all that. They get their transaction fee because they're putting the work into validating they're validating the blocks or whatever.
makes sense.
But also mining is another reason why Bitcoin continues to hold value, because the thing is that it costs over time, as it gets more difficult to mine each block, it costs more money because it takes more computational power and it takes more energy, and you need like better equipment. Like you've got to upgrade the equipment, you've got to like spend more electricity because it takes longer, like for the computer to work through all of the code and all that shit. So it gets more expensive to mine Bitcoin over time. And so unless people have an incentive to continue to mine it, like if it gets too expensive, so like if the price to mine a Bitcoin is above the price that current price that Bitcoin is at, people are incentivized to stop mining. But what happens there is that when less people mine, because then they figure, oh, okay, well, it will be less expensive to actually buy Bitcoin on the open market than it would be to actually mine it. So they stop mining, but then the people that continue to mine, it makes it easier for them to mine. So like it's easier to mine the less people that are mining because it's less competitive. So then they get rewards quicker.
I mean, I don't
The,
think they're gonna stop mining just because if the price dropped. Because I remember when the price went down to like 17, the miners were barely getting anything, so they just didn't sell. They just kept mining and mining and mining, and they wait for the bull market, and that's when the price goes up and they sell, and that's when they get
yeah, but see
paid
that's
for mining.
that these big miners like Marathon and Hut 8 and Riot, like they sort of stopped mining when that happened, because and there's this thing called miner capitulation at the end of each bear market, where it's like, okay, the price drops below what the cost of mining actually is, and so they stop mining and they just buy Bitcoin instead. So they buy Bitcoin to defend the price, because if it drops too low, then they're like, okay, well, there's if it drops too low, then there's going to be no sense in mining it anymore, because why would you spend $20,000 to mine a Bitcoin if you can only sell it for 10,000? So they just fucking say, all right, well, fine, then we'll stop mining and take the less expensive route, which is buy the Bitcoin. When we buy it for cheaper, then so like instead of spending $20 to mine it, or $20,000 to mine it, we'll buy it for 15,000. Defend the price there, hold up the price, entice other people to buy, and then the price will eventually get back above the mining cost, where we can then start mining again, and mining will become profitable. Then when Bitcoin's at 30K, they're not worried about it, because every Bitcoin that they mine costs 20 grand to mine, but they can sell it for 30 grand. And then they also have these bigger companies like the ones I mentioned. They have stock. They have a company, so they can sell their shares of their company, buy Bitcoin. When Bitcoin goes up, their company becomes more profitable, and then they can sell. Then when Bitcoin goes above the mining cost, they sell their Bitcoin. They buy the shares of their company back. You know what I mean? So that's just the big mining companies that are out there. But what I was trying to illustrate was basically like with the hash rate and the difficulty with mining. When people stop, it makes it easier for the rest that are mining to continue mining, and they get rewarded better. And when there's more people mining, it's more difficult for everybody. So, but then there's an incentive to mine when the price is higher than the cost of mining. So it's sort of like a self-correcting mechanism. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It sort of corrects itself, but that's another reason why Bitcoin holds value, because there are people mining it and they do still have an incentive to mine, as long as the price is above the mining cost. But if the price falls below the cost of mining, they just buy it. So there's like, you can almost count on the people that are mining that have a successful mining operation to defend prices that are below the mining cost in order to keep the price up so that there's an incentive to continue mining in the future. Because profitable, it will eventually become profitable again to mine once the price goes back up, but they have to defend a lower price to make sure that happens. So it's like they just, instead of mining, they just buy it instead. They buy it in bulk, and then the price goes back up. So it holds value that way. So it is like a whole big, like there is an ecosystem, like that whole industry when it comes to Bitcoin. It is sort of that self-correcting mechanism that's involved. And I mean, that will continue to happen. And the more people are buying the ETFs and shit, now that there's ETFs, people can indirectly invest in crypto, and they don't have to worry about, oh, this exchange, I don't like this exchange, and I don't want to put money on here. And they can take my coins, and like, I don't feel safe about holding my coins on the exchange, and they don't want to get a ledger and be like, oh, well, now I got to transfer my coins from a ledger from the exchange that I don't trust onto a ledger, and then what if I lose my keys, or I forget the keys, or misplace my keys, like, my seed phrase or whatever, like all these external wallets or whatever, and it's like too much trouble for people to have to deal with. So they're like, I don't even want to get involved in that. But now that there's an ETF, a spot Bitcoin ETF, people are like, okay, yeah, sure. Let me throw some money in there, and if Bitcoin goes up, I'll make money off of this, but I don't have to deal with the custody of the whole situation, and I don't have to worry about getting scammed or someone hacking me or stealing my funds, like hacking into my account or stealing my funds or whatever. I just I just buy this ETF, and somebody handles all of that for me, and then so they put their money in the ETF, like the BlackRock ETF. BlackRock buys Bitcoin, and BlackRock's got the money to be dishing out into fucking Bitcoin, especially if there's a demand for it, the ETF. They're not going to buy unless they absolutely need to, but I think that with BlackRock, them being like the smart money and such a large entity that controls so much money, they're not going to be stupid about it. They're going to buy low prices, what they think is a low price, because they know that they're going to need it in the future. So I wouldn't expect the price of Bitcoin to drop too low, even in the next bear market, because they're going to be buying it up, because they're going to be like, okay, well, we're going to need this for the next cycle. So they'll be buying it up. So it's like, I don't really see the price of it ever really crashing, as long as they have that ETF, as long as it remains like in the class where it's become a commodity. It has a purpose. It's shown that it can yield a return, like an annual return, and it's a store of value. Like, it's successfully proven that it can be used as a hedge against inflation, just because of the fact that it has a finite supply and it's deflationary. So, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I don't see it ever going to zero. Like, I don't see it ever just like becoming worthless. Like, it's gonna hold value over time. Like, it's not like it could dip quite a lot. Like, it could fall 50, 60, 70, 80%, but like, it's not really gonna go just too, like, it's not gonna go so low that the damage is irreparable. It's gonna be just a reset. And when things are oversold, that's the best time to buy, because it's like you're just like, oh, when everyone's saying like, oh, it's going to zero, that's probably when you should buy it.
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't really say it was going to go to zero. I'm just saying that, let's say if all the Bitcoin was mined or whatever in the future, and it's not that it's all mined. Every time they have a cycle, there's less and less and less. So when there's less to trade. So when there's less to trade, there's not too much volume going back and forth. If stuff is too expensive, then who's the regular guy? No, business people is going to buy that. Someone that rich might want to store their money in Bitcoin. The average person, they don't have money to just throw into Bitcoin. I see it as like, all right, you could buy yourself, you know what I'm saying, a Rolls Royce. All right, it's worth money. But when it's time to sell it, you need somebody that has that Rolls Royce money to buy it. The average person is not going to be able to buy that. So it's not that easily to move unless you're doing like deals like you could say like a business and they want to, they're sending $100 million, you know what I'm saying, to somebody else. And yeah, they could take that as collateral. And like you said, maybe you can get loans off of Bitcoin from your bank or whatever, hedged against it, and they could take the Bitcoin or whatever. I mean, I'm not sure. I just see like the president, he said one thing and then he does another because he said before that he's talking about a Bitcoin reserve when he was talking at the Bitcoin forum. But then when he signed the bill, he didn't even mention Bitcoin. He just said digital assets. So now, and then he also said made in America. So that has me thinking like, I don't even know where Bitcoin was made. I was trying to look it up, like where was it created? Like, where is it? Like, so if he says America made crypto is going to be tax free, well, they're going to try and pass a bill anyway. You don't know if that's going to pass, but where's Bitcoin made? So if they're going to use American made stuff, they would probably use American made crypto. So any type of crypto they would use that would be made in America, a company that's in America. And where is Bitcoin? I don't even know. I don't think anybody knows, right?
Yeah, nobody
Well,
knows.
Bitcoin is decentralized, right?
It's totally decentralized because it's anonymous. Like its whole creation was like built out of an anonymous.
There are all the consortiums and like the Bitcoin Foundation and all, they're all American based. And from what I understand and what I've read, it was created, but it's like, no, you can't sue Bitcoin. It's like there's uh you know yeah, Satoshi created, nobody knows who he is. Everybody just knows one thing: there's 1 million Bitcoin in that wallet and it hasn't moved. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all, but it's too late. Like you
The
can't
day
go
he
after
sells it, what happens?
What if he's dead?
How do you know? Nobody knows. That's the thing. It's like you don't know.
I'll
Yeah,
be
but
honest. There's
what if he's
somebody who
dead?
has 1 million Bitcoin.
Why would they not sell it? If I had a
Dude.
million Bitcoin, it'd be going. I'd sell it. Why would I keep it?
Well, here's the thing. Make that
Wait, what
that's
if he's
that's
dead?
one wallet. Maybe he had more than that.
What if the
Do
guy
you know how
is?
many?
What if the guy is literally dead?
I think that the guy's dead.
Epstein made Bitcoin.
I mean, he could be like Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor said when he dies, he's going to throw the keys in the trash. Says 500 Bitcoin, untouchable.
You have to understand. So you know how Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett were very opposed on Bitcoin.
Yeah,
And
Jamie
like,
Dimon
if
said it
you
was a pet rock, and now he's buying it all up while we says it's a
well,
pet rock. So
well,
don't.
here's the thing. So like, and I always tell people because I follow these people, you know, like I'm always trying to learn finance because I didn't learn finance till I was in my 30s. You know, and I'm 43 now. So like, you know, I'm always trying to learn because I think that's one of the most important things anybody should learn. But like I understand why Warren Buffett, but at the same time, Warren Buffett has been stacking on an exchange in South America. You know, like he's been investing in, and it's an exchange. It's not uh, you know, like Bitcoin, but his
Which
money
one's the best crypto
is
asset? Well,
in there.
Bitcoin's the best crypto asset.
And
Okay,
like I
what's the
said, if you
second
read
best?
about
There is
Warren
no
Buffett, you
second best.
understand
There's no
why,
second best
because
crypto asset.
he doesn't understand the blockchain technology part. So he needs more for him to make an investment. By the way, like that's his prerogative. You know, like I always tell people, I'm like, hey, listen, if you find a way to be successful, then go for it. Forget if people tell you you're wrong. Everybody has their opinions, but nobody walks in your shoes. So if what you're doing works and everybody's telling you it's wrong and it still works, I mean, keep on doing what you're doing. You know, so it's think about the people who are bit who are buying. This is one of the things I've learned is you you buy when there's blood. You don't buy when there's euphoria. And think about this. Imagine if you were someone that you only buy when the fear and greed index was you only buy when the fear and greed index is under 50%. And then whenever the fear and greed index hits 80 or 90%, you sell. You would be the best trader. And look it up. Like I'm not like do the back testing. If you want, I can even show you. Like, hey, it's really that simple, but you know, Dbloc says this, like, hey, sometimes you gotta simplify shit. You know, you don't need the 200 IQ. So there's something to be said about that, man. You know, it's not it's still very young asset. I kind of go over the same things with people because you got to stick it in your head. And then once you get it, then you'll be successful. Because I'll tell you, like my first cycle, man, hey, I got wrecked bad, man. And this cycle, I thought I was going to do a lot better. I've done well, but I thought I was going to do a lot better. But I've learned from it, right? So, and I'm okay if I just make a little bit more because, you know, it's going to be better and, you know, I'm going to be able to advance. Do I want to do more? Of course, but I mean, that's what this industry is, man. Like if you think about it, like I started back testing the alts against Bitcoin on the last cycle. And I will tell you, the alts did way better in the last cycle than this one. Well, why? That's what I was trying to figure out. And I mean,
This cycle's not over yet.
I know it's not over.
Yeah.
I know it's not over. But the thing is, if I were to show you like the performance, it's a very big difference now. But what has changed, right? So I'll give you a perfect example is we have way more alts than we do before. And I don't want to say narrative because the reality is the last cycle was the introduction of memes, right?
Yeah.
So you had Doge, Sheeb. What's another one? Doge and Sheeb were the ones for like I can't think of another meme that did really well in the last cycle, right?
Yeah, I understand
And
where you're
then
getting at because you're basically explaining there's thousands and thousands of these coins now, and there wasn't before. So money's spread more
did you hear
thinner.
what Dbloc said? That pumped up fund spit out. I think it was it like 6 million like that's ridiculous, man. And like I said, Here's what I will tell you. This cycle, I gave a name to it and everything. I call it SMT trading, shiny new things. So, hey, virtuals got hot. I looked at virtuals and I saw some projects on the virtuals, went long on them and made a stupid amount of money. Got out of them, and the only thing I regret is not shorting them because hey, the short is even sweeter. But the thing is, you look at projects in the last cycle and I'll give you a perfect example. The last cycle, let's look at look, the ISOs are the ones that are ripping. So if you invested in an ISO, which is Algorand,
That's all I got. That's what I
XLM,
have. So that's all I invested
but
in.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Like I'm happy with my Lido investment, but dude, I thought Lido would be at $5 at this point. Now my bad investments is Illuvium and DOT, and luckily, I'm still positive on DOT, but my stop is probably gonna get hit, and I can't even believe it. Like I'm in awe that my stop loss on DOT is probably gonna get hit. The fact that dude, DOT hit $50 in the last cycle.
Well, I
And
know
for me,
in the bear market, we was on another channel where I met Dbloc, and Dbloc was like, "Oh, they had the meme coin, was that market pumped?" And he was saying he has a feeling that the next one is going to be a utility coin, ISO 220, whatever. So I invested in most of them coins. That's what I basically invested in off of his word. And I researched them and I looked and I said, oh, look, well, I see this company right here. They're not making no money. It's straight flat. And what is the company doing? They're investing. They're building across other countries. They're building bridges. They're making things in a bear market. So I see the bear market. They're doing all this work. So it's going to come later on a pump because of all the work they're doing. So I start looking at, the ISO 200, 2000, whatever. The only one that really ain't doing good for me is Quant. Quant, I'm just stuck at what I
yeah,
paid for. It's just sitting there.
yeah, Quant's been like kind of side, but like I said, at the same time, let's look at what I call the shiny new things. Render comes out, right? And then Tia, and Tia's on Cosmos, Atom, and then I'm about to start dumping my Atom back because I don't even know if that chain is gonna be relevant. Because of this industry is changing, and I'll tell you, a lot of these AI coins that we're looking at, dude, it's smoke and mirrors. Like none of this shit's proven. We're buying on speculation, and that's why they rip, and then that's why they get destroyed. And then here's the thing: a lot of the liquidity is being made on the memes. Look at Vine. Look at bullshit, smoke and mirrors, and they outperform everything else.
That's because people are looking to get
For
rich
me,
quick. For the meme coins, they're saying, oh, look, this new coin, they put money into it. Not everybody comes out on top on them. It's the same, like, I know someone that's made
well, of
over $1
course,
million in the past this year right here, just doing the meme coins. And it's the trades that I see him doing, I'm watching them, they're so risky. It's like, I just can't see myself putting myself at that much risk, even though there's a big reward, but there's also, I could lose my whole bag. And then this whole market will be totaled from me and I would be pissed off. So I just stay in my lane where I already did research because most of the stuff I try to invest in, I look at what can it do? What can it be used for? If it can't be used for anything, what's the future of the coin? So that's how I kind of look at it. So I look at coins that I basically look at coins that can move fast because if they can move fast, they could be used. So if you have
well,
XTC,
that's
which really you
but
can't buy
fast
too much,
mover.
huh?
Well, here's what I'm saying. Like for instance, I'll give you a project that because I know a lot of people in this like Ada. Hey man, and I'll tell you, we've had Charles Hobson's in our space. Like the two of our team members talk with him. periodically. And I know there's a lot going on there, but hey, that thing has not performed the way I expected it to perform.
I don't know. I wish
You
I
know
would
what
have
I'm
bought
saying?
ADA when it was 20 some cents. That my thoughts when it went up, I said, damn, I missed on that one.
Yeah, and it's chilling at $1. You know, that's one that I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe that one can hit.
Yeah,
You
but I
know,
look
can
at it
can jump.
different. I look at it this way. So if I would have bought ADA at 20 cents and it hit $1 and I sold half, I have all my money back, profit, and I have all these free coins just sitting there. So if that project is a fast moving coin and it does get used in the future, it's sitting there. It didn't cost me anything. I just leave it sit there. I made money. I look at it as I made some money. So I'm in profit. I made money. And I'll leave it sit there. I just missed the coin. That's basically what I do with most of my coins. I like free stuff. I really don't like to be buying these tokens because when you're buying them and you just leave your money in there and it's going up and then when it's going up, you're just so happy. Man, it's going up. Oh, and you don't want to sell it because it happened to me
Yeah,
early on.
that's called euphoria.
Euphoria?
And
Yeah, it happened to
you know
me.
what you know what I've learned when I'm feeling like crazy about a token, I sell some of it, even if it's 25%. Like I've already learned, dude, when I have that feeling of craziness and I'm super bullish, I I I, I get rid of even if it's a little bit of the position because 95% of the time, as soon as I get that feeling, there's a dump coming. And look, this is a perfect example. For the past 3 weeks, we've had nothing but bullish news come out in the crypto space. Think about it. We have regulation, we have people in charge, we have senators saying that they're gonna add Bitcoin to the strategic reserve. All this news, but we dump. Now, by the way, we haven't dumped much as far as Bitcoin is concerned.
I mean, you need a
But
pullback for it to go higher. It can't just keep going up.
of course, I know that. But what I'm saying is a lot of people like me, man, I'm all heavy. I'm not like I know that's what it is, but like for me, I'll give you for example, the fact that DOT is at $5.87 right now, when a month and a half ago it was at $12. And then a month before that it was at $4, and now we're back at and like I said, but when I do the TA and I pull a fib, the truth is there. Like I'm like, damn, like I should have paid attention to that, you know? And like I said, for me, DOT is at a point, and I'm saying DOT because I have a stupid bag of it. Like it's at a point where I'm gonna have to dump my spot bag and all that because I want to remain in profit. Like I don't want to be negative. You know what I'm saying? I need to make something. But if I would have never thought, but like I said, I've learned from it. Amen. I write it down. So the next cycle, I'm gonna be like I'm not gonna be exposed to alts the way that I am now because it and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying that that doesn't work for me. So I know what I have to do the next cycle for it to work for me. And I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm not that type of person who is on Twitter. Like, I know guys that they're on Twitter, man, and they're like, dude, and they give me coins and they rip. But the thing is that I work. So by the time I would be in and the time I'd be out, I'd lose money. Like I said, like the Trump one, that was funny for me because I made money shorting it. And now I'm long Trump now because I had a $28 entry. And I'm gonna hold on to it for a while. But like, hey man, when I look at the long term on alts, Bitcoin's a little different, but like it's not looking good. And then you start seeing what, because a lot of people are saying there's not gonna be an alt season. And everybody's saying no, that's impossible. And I've learned in crypto, you never say that's impossible. That's how you get wrecked. So
That's
I'm
why
just
pay
paying attention
yourself.
to it. And
Take
what I did,
profits out. You know what I'm saying? Always
yeah,
take profits out.
of course.
Like when you're talking about the dot when it was $15, I don't know what you paid for. You was in mad profit. I'd have took a chunk off the top. Not
No,
worrying about
listen,
because
man.
sometimes you think about like I was XR. This is just an example. XRP went to 90 cents and I didn't sell nothing. I was like, oh man, it's gonna go up to $1. My sell was gonna be $1.30 something. I was gonna sell half, and it came back down. I was like, damn. And then this time I didn't even sell it till it went to 3 something. I was debating on selling. I was like, nah. And then when I saw, like I told you, the negative divergence, I was like, oh, you know what? It happened when it was $2.70. I saw a negative divergence and it went back down almost $2. Matter of fact, it went to like $1.90. And I was hitting myself in the head. So I'm like, damn, why didn't I sell, a chunk of it? And this time when it went back up, I said, you know what? I'm not wasting. I mean, because some people think, oh, it's going to keep going up. I'm going to wait for $5. I'm going to wait for $6. It might never get up there. You don't even know. It could be pushed down from anything could mess anything up. Like if something came out where Bitcoin couldn't be the reserve, they knocked it down through the Senate, it would tank. And the whole market would tank. You know what I'm saying? So you really don't know how high things are gonna go or how it's gonna keep going. So you always should take profit out. You should take some money out. You don't have to spend it, just put it on the side. You could put it, I put mine in USDC. I don't want to put it in Bitcoin because I know Bitcoin's coming back down, and I'm going to just keep watching the market and put alerts on my phone. And when my alert goes off, okay, it hit this, okay, it hit this, okay, it hit this. Oh, it's starting to go back up. Okay, let me dump a little bit in that I took out. I'm not going to put it all in at one time. Just 10% of the time. If it keeps going up, I'll put more money in, and I'll have a bigger bag. That's why, I just say I just take profit, and I'm mostly invested in the ISO 200 coins because I'm betting myself. There's no advice for nobody else. I'm just betting myself as I see as I see everything going digital, like digital driver's licenses, all the stuff is gonna be put somewhere. They're gonna put it. It's too much. They're gonna put it on a blockchain somewhere, and they're not gonna want to use. You're not gonna want to use something that's slow. If you're selling something to someone, they don't want to wait 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem they have with the banks now. They have to wait. They want instantaneously from one to another person. So you have coins that do that. So I'm trying to invest in those type of coins that can actually move fast from one person to another. And like I said, I wait for it to go up. It goes to a certain point. A lot of times I take my profit out at 50%. After it doubles up, most of the time I take my profit out unless I see that the chart is showing it's going to keep going, and I'll wait a little longer. And if I see a drop, I'm just going to snatch, my part out. So this way the coins are free, and then you can see what it's going to do later on. And my bag will just get bigger and bigger over time. I mean, that's just how I see things. This is my first
Yeah, man.
my
Listen,
first bull run. This is my first bull
as
run.
long
I
as
just
you're
took my money
profitable.
out.
Well, listen, that's the best advice, man. In anything, and forget crypto, anything. Hey, if you're up, pay yourself. Enjoy the money, enjoy the fruit of your labor. I mean, it's that simple. But like the reason why I'm like I had a plan, right? Because the last cycle I didn't, and I got wrecked because of that. So I said, okay, this is the plan. Accumulation during the bear market, holding it till March. To the plan. Has it been easy? No. Will I change it the next cycle? 100%. I'm not. I'm gonna be taking profit on alts way more the next cycle than I am, this that I did this one. And like I said, like I've become more of a trader. Before I was more of like an investor, and then but like, I now I'm way more profitable being a trader than I am, the DCA. And I know it's kind of opposite, but like, hey, that for me that I've learned that. So I will
Even
not. This is the last cycle where I'm more alt than I have. I mean, I will never be exposed to alts the way that I am ever again. I will be more have way more exposure to Bitcoin than I'll have to alts, because trading, even I prefer trading Bitcoin too, to be honest with you. I mean, and alts are fun. It's like, I mean, you catch a good short on an alt. I mean, it's usually is better than the long, which sucks to say that, but that's what it is. But at the same time, I mean, whatever works for somebody, right? And I know for me, the next cycle, it's definitely not. It's take profit to buy Bitcoin. That's what I'm gonna do. I've stuck to my plan this time. I learned from it, and so I'm gonna change. But yeah, man, I'm and I'm gonna be a narrative, like, as like I'll be stacking Bitcoin, and I'll be narrative trading, because that's what it. And I thought it was this cycle, but no, it's always been like that. The last cycle was like that too. It's all narrative based, because the reality is, all these projects, what what do we what do we know that they do? We know render supposedly uh rents out computing power. I don't know one person that uses render. Not one. Not one. I know Ondo is supposed to be tokenizing bonds, and and it's what they call, right, a real world asset. I don't like I look at all. I don't know one treasury or anything like that that's tokenized by Ondo. It's all speculation, and I have a good friend of mine. He's like, dude, they're all Ponzi's. He even tells me, he's like, Bitcoin's up, but he's like, but you can trade them. So kind of that's where I'm at right now. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. This cycle, a lot of people that have been starting trading, it's been tough for them, because the last cycle was a lot easier, man. This cycle trading's been really difficult, but I mean, that's what it is. You just got to follow what it is.
And wait and wait until March. I mean, I wouldn't wait till everybody else is selling, because when the sales start coming in, all you're gonna see is red, and it's gonna be hard because you have to find a buyer for when you put your order in. It's gonna be dropping. I would sell. That's why I say take profit as you see it going up, and you get close to the time you want to sell before you're gonna sell. So start taking more profit. So this way, in the end, there's less of a sale. So if there is a drop when you do the sale, you're not losing that much because you already took mad profit at the top. It weighs itself out if when it's going down. And this is my first cycle.
Yeah,
I
man.
just learned. I learned from listening to everybody else, talking to other people. You know, I learned from Dbloc. Talking about take profit, always pay yourself. And a lot of people get wrecked because they wait to all the way to the top, and then when they see them big red lines, they're coming so fast. The candles are just dropping. I mean, I was there when FTX was done, and we was on another Discord. Everybody, most of the people was in here, and it was like short FTX, short Solana. Look, we shorted Solana all the way down to, like, I don't know, I think it was like $8 or something. Nobody knew Solana was gonna come back. We were shorting Solana all the way down. We were making so much money just shorting Solana because FTX was going under, and we were shorting everything, FTX coin and everything.
I'll be honest with you, man. I make more money shorting than I do longing. Shorts, like, look at how long it took us to get to our level, and then look at how fast we dropped. Like, start doing the candle count and shorts. That's why there's a lot of bears, man, because shorts pay faster. The reward for a short, you catch a short at the right moment, man, and a short will eliminate, like, we could, even if we did it on Bitcoin, and we can do it on the daily candles. Look at where we're at right now and how many daily candles it took for us to get to where the short kind of like fell. It's ridiculous. So that's why a lot of, like, I know a lot of bears, man, and I don't, I'm neither, like, I'm a market structure guy. So like I look at structure and I trade on a 4-hour structure, and that's what works for me. I hate scalping. I like, like I said, like right now, I'm waiting to see if we get confluence at the previous weekly low, which is at 99,719. If we get confluence there, I'll take a long there. But if not, we have a fair value gap at 97,937, and then we have a money flow PLC on the 16-hour and 96.86. So I'm just waiting because this is like, patience for me is what pays. But the fact that we're doing it on a Sunday, man, I mean, this is what I'm surprised that we got this far on a Sunday. Usually you're range bound on the weekends, but this is, so we'll see, man. Tomorrow they could flip it on us. The charts right now are saying, no, we're not done correcting yet. But you just gotta wait, man, level by level.
But when the markets open tomorrow, they're gonna see that the negative divergence. So market makers and all the people in stocks, they're gonna want to try to pull money out and let it drop to put it back in to make profit, the whole day profit. Most of the time, I see Monday's always been down days. So it
There's
might
a
just
lot of
go sideways.
there's a lot of fear in the markets, though. But Nasdaq is down 2%. Like that doesn't tell you something.
I mean, I don't really look at the markets like that. I'm not scared. I don't have no fear in mind. So like I said, I take my profit out, and if it drop, it drop. It's I'm gonna get a bigger bag when it comes back up. But
But
people that
no,
don't take profits and hold, I mean, yeah, they're scared.
yeah, no, but Bitcoin is correlated to the normal markets. Like they have never decoupled for a long period of time. But with Nasdaq and tech stocks down significantly, Bitcoin's just reacting to that. But maybe the big players foresee something bigger coming. But I don't know. Like I think there might be like a flash crash scenario in the cards over the next 2 weeks, but who knows?
I don't I'll be honest with you, like the crazy wicks that we got the last cycle, I don't think that we're gonna see those.
Do you mean the blow off top wicks?
Well, no, not like even so. No, I'm talking about like, hey man, the last cycle we had.
The last cycle ending when in
No, the last cycle, like, yeah,
2021?
when we hit that May before, like the first top.
Well, we
Like, it
topped
was
in
a
April of
yeah,
2021.
that April
And then
flash
we
crash.
double
I'm not
topped.
talking about the past cycle that it went. I think it went from like, it dropped like 30 or 40%, overnight.
When
Like
FTX went down.
I don't, man. I'd have to look at the chart, man.
Yeah, but we had two attempts to try and break out, right? So we kind of, I wouldn't say double topped because we had a blow off in on April 14th or 13th, but it wasn't an overnight. Like within 3 days, we had dropped 27% to 30%, right? So,
I'm talking about.
but
Remember that big wick in May? Like it was a crazy wick. Like I said, I have to go look at.
well,
the
May
chart.
May would have
FTX drop.
May would have been the bearish retest. The first time we started dropping was when we blew off top, when we hit 65 and some change. But then within 3-4 days we were down 28%, right? And people have been talking about that 30% correction for a long time. They're like, "Oh, even in bull markets we correct." Like
Yeah.
we're technically still, all the doom and gloom, we're technically still bullish. Like don't be scared yet, right? We haven't invalidated its structure. But even if we do, like when Bitcoin did top in 2021, you over the span of like 2 weeks, we ended up dropping 55%. Is that going to happen now? God knows, right? But yeah, don't 30% is still on the cards. I mean, we just breached 100K, right? Like where would that put us at 30%? That would put us
Like
around
180.
That would put us
83?
on 76. No, that would actually put us
76?
closer to 76. And that would clear the vectors, shake out a lot of people, and then it ends up ripping the other way, the J hook, you know?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think that's maximum pain scenario right now. You know, everyone's calling top, you know, everyone gets shaken out, it goes down 30%, and then boom, and it kind of did the same, but took much longer back when it was accumulating in 2024, right? So the bullish structure is still intact. I mean, the double top is not something to, you know, be happy about, right? We did double top technically, but it's not confirmed yet. We need to break that structure first. But it doesn't look good. I mean, let's be honest here. The alts look like crap, and you know, we haven't even hit peak fear on the fear and greed index yet. But I mean, I don't know. I thank God I bought HBAR and Algo and Telcoin, all of the bottoms. I sold them too early. Like I 5x and I actually sold out. You know, I paid myself before, you know, the euphoria, right? So I know a lot of XRP holders are still waiting for that $5, you know, but I'm like, buddy, you should take profits. You know, you're up from freaking 30 cents, 40 cents. You're at $3, 30 cents. Take some damn profits. No, I'm gonna wait till $4. I'm like, oh my god, you guys are gonna ride this thing all the way back down, man. I can't believe it. But hey, man, not financial advice, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, I seen it, I know it, man. It's just, and you know what the funny thing is for me is, like the alts they're all they're doing is the same shit that they did like last year. You know, like
Brutal.
they pumped in November and then dumped.
It's
I'll be honest with you, all they're doing is following the exact. So for me,
Well,
like I get it now.
The weekly chart showed that it made a lower high. Like if you look at injective or these layer ones that were supposed to, you know, have a blow off top. Well, if you look back at 2023, that was the blow off top, and this looks like it's just printing the lower high. Like it's I don't know. People saw it go crazy in 2023. I think most of these coins have been in a bull market since 2022, 2023, and their blow off tops were, you know, January of last year. You know, but I don't know. If you look at the charts, all those mega green candles that people are expecting already happened. And this one looks just like a bearish retest of that to go lower. But, I mean, nobody knows, right? But, holy moly, they do not look good right now.
No, everything's getting roasted right now.
Roasted, but like, we always tell ourselves, buy the dip, you know, buy the dip, buy when people are scared. Are people truly scared yet? I don't know. People are still saying, don't worry, bull market's gonna keep going. When is the blood in the street scenario? Right? Is that when alts are down?
But by the way, the alts have. Okay, I don't. So it's funny with the alts because if you're like a shiny new thing, like for instance, the ISOs did well, but all the other ones,
Oh, yeah.
like I said, like the one, and I know. Listen, I know guys that were into the. Remember the sand and
Yeah. The old dinosaur coins.
Well, no, those aren't dinosaur. They were the narrative was the
But those had their blow-offs in 2021 and never.
virtual reality or whatever. Like
Yeah,
there's a
VR,
term for that.
veracity and gaming and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, because like gaming has been getting smashed. That's why AVAX.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried. I just bought a Luvium at $33, and I bought.
Dude, hey, listen, man.
Metaverse.
I've been
gaming
I've
coin.
been trying to buy my way out of Illuvium, and I'll tell you, like, I have a stupid amount.
Oh my god, I'm worried, man. Like I just dropped 5K. I saw this thing. I'm like, okay, well, the chart looks like it was collecting liquidity, right? Because it broke the weekly supports from 2022 and 2023. So I saw, okay, maybe market maker wants to, you know, come down here and grab all these before going higher. But I don't know. My red my alarm started to go off when the weekly bearish engulfing candle popped up on 2024. I'm like, oh shit, you know. So I waited, and then I don't know. I thought maybe take a buy when at the vector candle at $32, but man, it just sliced through it. Like, do I hold this thing or do I don't even know anymore.
I mean, if you
Yeah,
zoom
man.
out from the chart, everything is up.
Yeah, but they're like these are beaten down.
No. Listen, like I said, like I'm like my stop on my spot bags probably gonna get hit.
You know what sucks? I can't like I don't have access because I'm in Canada, and like they do not let us use any centralized exchanges. So like it's so hard to set stops using dexes, man. Like I hate trading with dexes because like we can't use
So you don't have the Palaus ID. Why don't you do the Palaus ID and then VPN?
what's Palaus.
So
They
you
got
can
that
get
Wix. You can't use Wix or something. No,
W-
there's
no
no ID verifier.
no
Weeks. Oh yeah, yeah.
KYC. So yeah, so there's a button like you can do ZoomX that doesn't require KYC.
I use
But
KSEX,
like if
KC.
you want to do if you want to do it like there's a bunch of different exchanges that you don't
Yeah,
have to do KYC. You still have to
I'm
have a
worried.
VPN.
Yeah.
But
No,
if
I'm
you
The
worried.
want
one
to
is
like
the
if
one. The one is the WEEX.
Yeah,
Wex.
Weeks. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a
so
lot
there's
of
no
good ones.
KYC.
Like Blowfin is good. Weeks is good. KCEX is really good. Like they don't have any trading
yeah.
fees, which is really
I
good.
mean, the only thing I
Um,
don't like about Wex is a lot of tokens you can't take. They won't let you take them. It's almost like they don't have the tokens, but you can trade them on there. I guess like they
Yeah,
don't
the
have them.
supers. Yeah. The
I try to
spot
take
position.
I try to take H bar. They I can't take it out. I have to, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Do
that's what I
something else.
hate.
so
Like,
what a lot of people are doing is they take out a digital residency. So like you can also let me see if I can find the link for you guys. But basically you take out a residency in Palaus or St. Cat's.
oh my
Palaus is
god,
the
I've
cheapest
actually heard
one.
of that. I've actually heard of this. This is
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. You take out a digital residency, you use a VPN out of Mexico, and then and basically you won't get penalized because you have your digital residency. So you can even KYC with like if like Mexi, you know how Mexi you have if you have the digital ID, they don't care. So they're like you're out of Palaus, and then you can do, and then like I said, it's just I don't know how the off ramps work in Canada. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Like
they suck.
I don't know.
I would never cash out here, man. We have some ridiculous taxes here. It's insane.
So I know a lot of guys who use like their crypto.com and they just like load it up with like cash.
Yeah, you can
That's
e-transfer
what
out, e-transfer out. But if I ever, hit big, which doesn't look like it's happening this cycle, I'd probably just put it in my Trezor wallet and just go to Dubai. It's like Dubai, they're very easy on crypto there. And there's other places around the world where you could just take USDC to a bank and they will catch you out no problems.
And then what you gonna
Yeah,
do? Go back
and
to Canada with the money?
Hell no, my
I
my
know
plan is to get the hell out of this place. Shit.
no, I know some Canadians that they use. There's like it's like a debit card. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but that's what they use. And basically, you put Bitcoin in there, and um,
I'll have to look into that, but no,
it's
definitely.
basically like a debit card, and then you
There's
can convert it to cash.
there's a website called Paytree, like Paytrie, which is like a stable coin. So like you send them fiat and then they will send the stable coin directly to your wallet. So they've been pretty good. But like I said, if I'm ever gonna off ramp, definitely not Canada. Take those funds somewhere else, man.
Remember, everything's on the blockchain. They know where you got it from. They know where it went. They know where it's going to. So it's like where I live at. If I was to, if I would like, if years ago, if I was to live in the United States in the stateside and I was to buy Bitcoin when it was $1, and now I live where I'm at now, I still would have to pay capital gains tax because I bought it when I was over there. It
Yeah,
only refers to what I
there's
buy.
many ways. There's many ways around that though, if you want to be very honest. Like the main thing you could do is filter it through an exchange. Because once it hits an exchange, there's no wallet there, right? So you send it to the exchange, and then from an exchange you could send it to like a satellite. You could send it to like another wallet ID that is not attached to your main one. There's so many ways around it. But like, yeah, if they really wanted to, they can have headhunters and chase this stuff. But like, isn't there things like Tornado Cash and Monero and all that stuff that take care of all that for you?
But those
I
are
really don't
mixers.
know.
Those are a little different. The mixers and those privacy, like that's a little. That's just so you can send somebody and I mean, man, I'll be honest with you, man. I think they can still be traced. It's just harder.
Yeah. Oh
Like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
never
No,
use.
no. I don't
I
think
would
they're at
use
the point
Root.
yet. I don't think they're at the point yet where they have a task force to come after that. But anyway, I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying like,
Yeah.
there's ways to take care of yourself on that, right? But there's a lot of more crypto friendly capital gains places. Like I said, Dubai is very, very good for that, but I mean, hey. I don't think we're gonna have any money left if things keep going the way that they are. Holy moly!
Yeah, this is crazy, man. Yeah, a
Oh,
lot of alts are going back into their bear market ranges. It sucks
this
completely.
is crazy. The only thing that's really dumping is the Nasdaq, which is down 2.3% after hours, and the SPY is down 1. That's the only thing that I've because I've been trading crypto since 2017, 2016, and I know that they're correlated to the stock market. Like for sure they are. And every time, like, oh, you see like a god candle on Bitcoin either up or down, it's because the futures opened, right? When they see the futures, especially in the volatile environment we're in now, when you see a futures print at a major gap down and then just keep going, it's in the pudding, man. The crypto market is really reacting to that. But I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I hope the stock market stays alive, but man, it does not look good. And if stock market corrects, you best believe crypto's going down with it. So, you guys pay attention to that? You guys don't do TA on the normal markets when analyzing your crypto investments?
I never did. I
If it,
just
when I'm trading
invested
crypto,
certain things.
it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only thing I do TA on.
Yeah, but
I look
Bitcoin
at
follows
the Dixie.
Bitcoin follows
I look at the Dixie.
the stock market though. And I think it's actually followed the Nasdaq and the IWM, the Russell 2000 stocks more
Yeah.
than most. It's like a 5x leverage Russell 2000. Like that's what Bitcoin literally is. But obviously not, but I mean that's how they usually react. Like if Russell goes down, Bitcoin will follow it by 10%. It's insane. But again, we're not fighting. Let's try to find some positivity because I've been a part of this community, man. Like you guys are amazing. Like the way that you guys do TA and give value and Dbloc and all that. Like you guys always have good things to say and support each other. So keep that up. Just don't try to get fudded out, man, because they're gonna really bear you down with these drops. So stay positive and stick to the plan. If you know that 30% correction was coming and you're expecting higher prices, then think of it as an opportunity. But if as soon as it starts invalidating your rules and it doesn't do that and keeps going down, then maybe we are starting a bear market. I don't know.
I don't think we're starting a
Well,
bear market. It's just a correction. It
But
has
that's
to
what I'm
come
saying,
down. It
right?
can't just keep going. It can't keep going up. It's going to be a correction. Like I said, I'm looking at 30% drop myself. So when I saw that, I just decided to take my profits out, and I'll wait for the 30% drop. Might not even make 30% drop, but when I see it changing in another direction, which Bitcoin is, like I said, the puppet. If Bitcoin's going to go up, everything's going to follow. It might take a little day or two or a half hour later, but it'll start following. So if I see Bitcoin start charting and it starts making a trend like it's going in another direction, it's going up, then I'll put not all of it in at one time. I'll put, my profits back in
Yeah,
little by
smart.
little.
You're laddering, yeah.
Because if it goes down, I just say, you know what? I just put a little bit more in. Yeah, I did get more coins for that dollar, but it's gonna go down, and then I'll wait for it to do it again. I'll put more in, and but I'll make sure I don't put all my capital back in. I'm not gonna do
Yeah.
that. I took
I just don't
profit
know.
and my
I just,
initial, so my initial's out. Plus, I have profit. My initial, I'm not putting it back in. My coins are free, and the profit I might put that back in little by little if it starts going up. But if it starts going down, I might end up putting it down at a lower rate. But if it, during that's why I said during a bear market, that's when you should stock up on the coins that you feel the projects have some future. If they don't have a future, I wouldn't just bet on them, just because of how they look or whatever.
But
That's the
yeah,
thing, though. Like,
but that's the difference between this cycle. So, for instance, Alluvium, hey, like and by the way, they're still active. Like they meet all the criteria of a legit project. And guess what? Alluvium's at its all-time lows right now.
it's breaking. It's
Right
making
now,
it. Mm.
and like I said, hey, they're still active on Twitter. Like they're like they're an active project. And here's the funny part: when they first came out, the speculation of them coming out with the game, it went from
It's out though.
$30
Don't they have a game?
it went from 30 to 1,800. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that was.
Now that they've released their game, like all their stuff is legit, they're at $29.47.
Yeah.
All-time low.
I think it's literally one of the most beat up cryptos in the whole space that actually has like a working product. It's insane. That's why I bought it. I bought it because I'm like, okay, well, it was just sitting in 2024 at $160. My plan was, okay, I buy it at $33, $32, take 50% off the table at 163 and let the rest ride. But man, like it doesn't even look like that wants to happen right now.
Well, listen, I'll tell you, man. I've been trying to average down, man. My average is $63, and I'm like, if I have to take the L on this one, it's not going to be good. But
No.
it just sucks to see that.
Yeah, I know.
Fartcoin, is doing way better than a legit project. Like that's this type of.
Oh yeah, I'm so sick. I'm so sick of these memes. Honestly, like if there's something I'm excited for, man, like I want these memes and stupid pump.fun and these kids videotaping themselves, rugging innocent people. Like
It's disgusting.
I'm so over this. Like bring back utility, bring back what crypto was, dude. Purge 1 million of these freaking 5 million coins or whatever the hell's out. And let's it's a joke right now, and it's validated by Trump. Like, why would Trump come out and rug people, man? I can't believe that.
Trump didn't rug nobody. What are you talking about?
No, he did.
Tell
Look,
me
he took
Trump rug
advantage.
something. Trump made the coin. He didn't take no money out. It even says he's not taking no money out till like 3 months. So the only people that got rugged are the people that thought they was gonna get rich. People put their money in, and people pulled their money out. Trump's is still there. He didn't take his John, and his wife's coin too. They're up
Really?
money. They're waiting to 3 months to take a percentage out. And I think it's like 6 months later or 9 months later, they're going to take another percentage out. So he created a legitimate coin. The only thing is people bought in the Thorium and said, oh my God, it's going to go. Trump did this, it's going to go. And everyone's putting their money in. And the guys that got in quick when it was down are pulling their millions of dollars out.
Crazy, brother.
Dudes put money in, $100,000 in there and came out with millions.
It's insane. I have friends who don't even know anything. This is what makes me sick. I've been doing this since 2016, brother. I have a friend who knows nothing about crypto. Okay, he comes in, he puts $5,000 on this stupid Trump coin at whatever it was, and then he cashed out near the top. I don't even know how the hell he knew what he was doing.
What, 120K?
He took $5,000 and turned it into $2.5 million. In front of my eyes, he bought a ticket to Dubai, and he's there right now, cashing out, buying a freaking villa. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm like, I've been doing this since 2016, and you got people who don't know what they're doing coming in here and walking away with millions. I couldn't believe it. Like, I'm so infuriated. I'm happy for him, but I'm just like, holy crap, man. Did that not happen to anybody around here?
Well, just imagine
Well,
your neighbor
it
goes
was
out and
luck of
buys
the
a lottery
draw
ticket and hits. Same
with
thing.
the Trump coin, he congested the network. So unless you already had a crypto wallet, you weren't buying Trump coin at the bottom.
Well, the thing is, hey, remember? I don't know if you guys remember when we were watching it, because we started watching it on the Dbloc stream on Saturday.
I bought it at $1 something, and I couldn't buy more than one because the network was so congested. It took me a day and a half to
Yeah.
get more Solana over.
And here's what I'll tell you. I've told people this. I'm like, hey, it's gonna get corrected. I don't like what got me is I know that we had a lot of bullish news, right? So
Yeah, it was
you know,
too
you're
bullish.
typically like, you know, and like I said, but like this type of correction on a Sunday, it kind of caught me off guard.
Big time. But we weren't expecting NASDAQ. And they're blaming this DeepSeek crap. That's bullshit. It wasn't DeepSeek. Okay, they needed a narrative to pull the plug. The
Listen, so you
NASDAQ,
know what I'm gonna do tomorrow? I'm gonna go hard on some Chinese ADRs because that
oh,
like
I have some Chinese. I have some Chinese stocks actually. And what are you buying?
I'm gonna look like when it comes to ADRs, I do like Baba, like I do like I don't do or Pinduo, like I do kind of like the more known ones.
But be careful. They drop first.
One of my friends texted me because he's a stock he doesn't mess with crypto. He's a stock.
What are you
agent.
buying? 10 cent?
And he texts me this play, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna dump this shit on open tomorrow. But he
What
texts
is
me
it?
buy DXF, which is a Chinese ADR.
No, my God, that thing is already up, brother. That
I
thing.
bought it. Hey, listen, I bought it at $8.
Oh my God,
It's
man.
at
Yeah,
31.
this thing in after hours, it was like $40 or $50 or something. But like,
Well, like I said, I bought it at 8. Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
no,
Yeah,
this
I bought
shit
it
is
at
dangerous. Be
8.
very careful with this. I played something very
Oh, hey,
similar to
listen,
this.
I'm
Yeah.
dumping this shit. I already have an order to sell on Monday. I'm not fucking around. Hey,
Oh my
hey,
God.
listen, man, I experienced this with GameStop. Like I don't even want to tell you guys about AMC and GameStop. The merry-go-round that I did with those. But like
That's
I don't do that
amazing.
anymore.
Actually, I just loaded up on some AMC. I think it's
Dude,
gonna go nutty. It's usually around these
I'll be
times.
honest with you, I would not fuck with like you. Listen, man, you want to know one that's gonna be
They have strung that out completely. There's nothing left there.
yeah. Listen, man, AMC is done, and Adam Aaron stripped everybody to the bone. He bled. Like he basically bled everybody. Like I'll be honest, I can't see that.
No, there will be a short
The
squeeze.
only thing holding them up is they bought a bunch of gold right before the all-time high was broken.
Did you see their? Well, again, like fundamentals, it's fine, but the short interest is through the roof.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you guys, I don't, I can care less about AMC. There's way better plays. And I'll tell you, the play that I'm stacking on right now is the SMCI, the chip
Oh,
company.
I've heard about that one, but they.
So I'll tell you, ARM, I got an ARM at $63.
Yeah.
Like
I have an
look what ARM
average.
is.
Nice.
An average
dude,
on
that's awesome.
SMCI at like 28, 27, something like that.
So yeah, so SMCI, I will tell you, and I'm doing some degen shit. I'm buying the ETF, which is SMCX, so it's 2x leveraged.
You're wild.
Yeah, yeah,
I
like
love it.
I'm buying every dip. But I'll tell you, the first time that I did it, I got it at 38 bucks, and I sold it at 100.
What are you doing?
And like I said, it was a CAG because I said, all right, bro, but I just put basically a limit sell at 100. I didn't think it was gonna hit 100, and then one day I was
And
like,
it hit.
holy
It hit
shit.
102. That's awesome.
Yeah. So what I do, I waited to when it got to 50 bucks, I started buying it, and I'm
That's
stacking.
awesome.
I want to get like 100 of these fuckers, and then
The
see what I
SMCX,
get.
right? Why?
Well, if you, like,
Is
SMCI
SMCI
is yeah, SMCI is the stock. But
Is
like
it a
I like to buy
Chinese
the
conductor? Like, what is it?
no, it's not an ADR. SMCI. The only thing is they have some weird accounting shit that it's high risk. You could get wrecked on this. If their accounting doesn't get fixed, like they could be delisted and then you're fucked, you know? So, but I'm like I said, I'm being tight with my stop loss and I'm stacking it right now. You know, what I've learned when it comes to stock is you find like, for instance, I own Tesla, but what I bought a bunch of was Lucid at $2.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, I bought some Rivian as well.
And I think Rivian will probably do better than Lucid, but my
No,
stop loss on
man,
Lucid is
Rivian
250.
Lucid chart looks way better than Rivian's right now.
So and then what I also do is I follow the politicians. So I've been seeing a lot of politicians buy a company called Gevo, and then I saw the government give Gevo fucking $1 billion, and I've been
GEVO?
fucking stacked. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, the,
So-
the the chart looks primed, man. Double bottom on the monthly chart.
Yeah. I mean,
That
I missed like, dude, like I had a friend of mine put it on my attention. I had him in because he was in at 50 cents. So he's fucking minting that shit.
Oh my
So
god,
like
dude. Yeah, no, this thing looks really good, man.
yeah. So
Looks like
you
an
know, and like I
altcoin.
said, like you know, I always tell people, I'm like, dude, listen, if you're doing a meme stock like GameStop or AMC, when you make your money, take it out immediately. And I said, if you don't want to take your money, take out a quarter of it and buy put options to
Yeah,
hedge your, you know,
that
if
was
you're
me.
if you're like, well, I'm gonna hold, okay, fine. If you're gonna hold, if you're holding
Hell
a
no.
1,000
Don't hold these
shares,
grenades, man.
no, if you're holding 1,000 shares, we'll do this. Cash out and buy 1,000 shares worth of put options, put a stop loss on it. So because like I said, if you're wrong, if you're right and it keeps on going up, you'll get stopped out and you still make money. But if you're wrong and it goes to fucking hell, dude, you're gonna make twice the amount of money.
You're gonna
You
print,
know,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
man. So
100%.
yeah,
No, it's genius. I should have did that with FFIE. You ever heard of that one?
is that
Faraday.
the Faraday
Far-
one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Oh
man.
my god. I was in this
The
thing at $1.20 and it was up at 570 in freaking pre-market. I didn't sell any of it, dude. I said, no, man, this is
yeah,
gonna be
you
like the
did.
last
Yeah.
short squeeze. It's gonna be like the last one. I thought it was gonna run 1,000%, man. Little did I know
Yeah.
that thing came crashing down and I only took out 25% at $3. I'm so stupid.
So
I'm
what
so
I do is like I call it taking candy from a baby. So um right now, so what I do is I have a list of what I call crypto stocks,
okay,
right? So
like
MicroStrategy,
Wolf,
all those.
Mara, those ones.
So yeah, I have Mara, Riot, MicroStrategy. Those are the three. I have another one that's really degenerate called NTSC. But hey,
NTSE.
I cashed out because they were gonna expire, so I cashed out last month on my, but like when Mara was at and Riot were like at $2 or $3. Hey, I had 1,000. I had 10 per. I had 10 contracts, 10 call contracts at $4 with a $10 strike. Hey, dude, I mean, Mara, I 1,000x, dude, the amount of money that I paid $58 a contract, and I sold them for 1,300.
Dude, you printed.
But think
That's
about it.
awesome.
That's why I always tell people in crypto, I'm like, listen, man, if you know the cycles, it's honestly because, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna have a bunch of liquidity come October, right? And you know what I'm gonna do?
You're putting
Start
put
putting out 3-year leaps on Mara, Riot, and MicroStrategy
for
puts.
puts or longs.
Puts.
Oh
Puts.
wow, right.
And
Mar,
by
you
the way,
know,
listen, here's what I'm saying. The cycles, the cycle's supposed to end, right? And here's what I'm doing. When I get my contracts, they're 3-year contracts. So I have plenty of time. And if supposedly, because remember, everybody always says super cycle. You guys know everybody like, and here's what I'm saying this. I try not to corrupt my brain with like influencer, like watching YouTube.
No.
Because it's
Don't listen to them.
it screwed me up. No, it's like and understand that. Hey man, my crypto group, Billy Gold Tales, like, hey, like we do our we do a YouTube every Sunday, right? So but I'm a believer that the cycle is the cycle till it breaks. When it breaks, but the last bear market, I took a crazy risk and everybody said I was crazy. Hey, do you like I said, that printed me like it was, the gains were stupid. So what am I gonna do? Hey, come October, I'm gonna start doing puts, but not 3 month, 4 month. I'm talking about a 2 year put contracts. So I have plenty of time for shit to play out, because that's what I did the last time. And I was able to like literally just cash them out little by little and make stupid amounts of money. So that's what I'm gonna do. And if I'm wrong, it is like I said, my risk mitigation is good. So yeah, it's every time you hit, you know, buy or sell, it's a risk. If you're longing or shorting, it's always a risk. But till that cycle breaks, it's like taking candy from a baby, man.
That's awesome.
So that's what I'm doing, man. I'm gonna, as soon as, yeah, like I said, come October, I'm gonna start stacking and I'm doing 10 MicroStrategy, 10 Riot, 10 Mara puts. And then
I'll
because
I'll pick your brain on that later. I want to see how you find good value put plays, because that's my only weakness
yeah,
with
man. Remember, like, if you're playing options, you have to know the Greeks. If you don't know the Greeks, you need to watch every single video, because you can get Ivy crushed. Like, you have to understand, like, because some people will just buy options. Like, you don't market buy options. You don't do that. And then, like I said, there's a lot of websites for degenerates. Like Robinhood is a perfect example. Like, they make it easy for you to market into a. You have to do limit buys, man, and you have to, and and I'm not one of those people that advocates 1 week, 1 month, even 3 or 4 month options. Like,
zero
dude,
DTE.
I think that's the easiest way to lose all your shit. Like that's the easiest way to lose money.
Yeah, dude. If you
If you're
look at
gonna play an option,
Wall Street bets.
well, I used to, not anymore, because to be honest with you, if you're looking at Wall Street bets, you have an 80% chance of being exit liquidity. People who are posting there just want you to be their exit liquidity. And I'll give you a perfect example, man. Roaring Kitty, all these people that like that the GameStop and the AMC stuff. And like I said, because remember, you can only hide so much. If you really know what you're looking for, you can, especially in crypto, but even in stock. And a lot of those people that were like, yeah, diamond hand, hold. Hey,
They were
they were
getting
dumping
dumped
on
on.
you, you didn't even know it. Roaring Kitty was dumping on people since when AMC was at 30, because remember, Roaring Kitty got really lucky and had 1,000 contracts at like $1 something. When AMC, because remember when AMC got shorted to the Valhalla, it had reached like $2 or $3 a share. And that little squad that they were dumping on people, and people don't realize that, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
he's their hero.
But the worst part, and GameStop is not, because Roaring Kitty was more GameStop. The worst one is AMC, because Adam Aaron is an evil person. Like what he did to all those investors was really evil. Because like I said, I look at things and the whole thing that like he was portraying, you know, and then he did the the AMC preferred equity, the ape. The whole plan was dilute through court. Right? So he said we're gonna give all these people dividends. Everybody got excited, everybody started buying, and then he goes and he's like, oh no, we don't want to do his dividend. We wanna change them back to AMC, which was a shady ass way to dilute the shares and wrecked everybody. I mean, bro, there's people like those stories are bad. That's why,
Yeah,
like,
they're terrible.
I
Yeah.
will never buy an AMC share because I think Adam Aaron is one of the most evil people in the world. Like, he's an evil person.
It's a
You know what I'm
jungle,
saying?
man.
Like GameStop and the,
It's
you know,
it's literally a jungle. But no, I think I mean looking at the short interest, like and looking at where it is, like there is a pop coming. There's no way they're just gonna let this thing die. Like there's gonna be a small pop, and I'll double up on
here's
my
what I'm
share.
telling you. I'd
Yeah.
rather take my money and put it in SMCI on the dual leverage and Givo. They have, like, for instance, Givo. Hey, listen, man, when you have Nancy put like
Did Nancy
I have
Pelosi
a
buy this stock?
dude, it's 3 different Congress folks. And I always tell people, I'm like, hey, listen, man, because you can look it up and you'll see what Congress people are buying.
Mhm.
All you have to do is buy that. That's it. Like if
Yeah.
you just bought that, you would be the best trader. How is Nancy Pelosi the best? Like,
Oh no,
hey, she's
it's
made
insider trading, man.
millions.
No way.
Well, yeah, they'll never say it's insider trading, you know that.
Oh no,
But
man.
at the same time,
Come on.
if you like, for instance, the Givo thing, hey man, no, including myself, I wasn't willing to buy Givo at 40. I was like, yeah, it's just gonna go to hell. And one of my friends, he's like, dude, listen, man, there's some government shit, and I'm in, but I'm in like not at like he was in like 50 something cents.
The chart looked
I'm
good
in
there,
like
man. 50 cents. 50 cents double bottom on the weekly.
well, he, like I said, he didn't catch the bottom, but he told me. But like if I would have listened to, I got in at $1.10.
Mm.
You know, and I know that there's gonna be volatility, but like, dude, hey, I have a take profit at $5.
There you
And
go.
and I'm stacking. Hey, anything under $1.50, I already have
So
orders.
it's a renewable fuels play then, right?
Yeah.
But
But the
didn't
thing is,
Trump
I like,
just shit on that though? That narrative?
no, he didn't shit on that because you have to understand that. So my buddy explained it to me. He's like, hey, listen, man, it's not like some energy shit. He's like, dude, these people are taking shit that comes like, you know, like compost and all that, and but he's like, forget about what they're doing. He's like, look at the people. So you have JetBlue, you have Delta and American Airlines with contracts with Givo.
Yeah. There's
So
some
once
good.
they make those transitions, that $1.88, you should expect a $5-6, you know. And it was the same thing with Palantir, man. You know, like,
Oh
dude,
man, don't even remind me. I had that thing at $7, man. I sold it because it wasn't going
nah.
anywhere.
Well,
I had it
here's
at
the thing.
$7.
Mine was at 20, and I kept on buying it all the way to like 7 or whatever, wherever it got to. And dude,
85.
it was painful. But dude, like, yeah, like I mean, that saved my portfolio, put it like that.
Oh man, this was a missed opportunity, man. I had so much of this crap at $6 and $7 when it was just making that diamond bottom pattern at between May 2022 and April 2023, and I'm just like, this ain't doing anything. And sure enough,
So like me, like I like trends, man. So for instance, ARM, dude, when ARM came out and it was at $63, dude, every fucking penny I had, I dropped into ARM. I sold it at 130. And I kind of regret that because I think it's gonna go higher than that.
130.
And that's what I'm doing. Yeah, yeah, I bought it at $63. ARM.
Oh wow.
They're they're a chip manufacturer, but they're very popular with the phones, and especially every Android phone has an ARM chip. Every Samsung phone has an ARM chip. So like, and I like I said, like
It
I'm
does
gonna
look
buy
like
back.
it does look like it wants to go higher, actually.
Yeah, well, listen, it's the same thing when COVID and like when we had the retrace. I bought Nail, which is because it got
Builder?
beat up.
Nail?
Yeah, Nail is an ETF. It's triple leverage. It's insanely risky, but
Did you buy
like
it
I
during
said,
the
like
COVID crash at $5?
yeah, no, I didn't get it at $5. I got it. I'm gonna be honest. I got it like at $13. But dude, it's still at $100 something.
Dude,
I'm
they hit $180, man. That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, I know. I
That's a
know, but
W.
like I said, so that's what I'm doing with SMCX. Everybody's like, "You're crazy," and all I'm doing is, "Hey, man, I'm stacking SMCX because what I understand is, yeah, they might have, but when you have SMCX sells to Nvidia, sells to AMD, and with everything that's happening with technology, once they get that figured out, because I already did it. Listen, I already sold SMCX at $100, and I think it can go way higher than that. So at this price, when
Dude,
everybody's like,
if you're making your play free, man, like you have nothing to worry about.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It is free, but like, dude, I'm stacking that, and like, and here's what I'll do. Like sometimes, because I have some friends that are, and I've lost on them, but like I had like the DXF thing. I'm really happy about this CKI because now tomorrow, I know tomorrow AMRs are gonna rip. Baba and all, yeah, I already, because if when I saw what's trending on Twitter and it's the CKI, and dude, like there is a stupid amount of articles. So I know tomorrow when the market, pre-market opens, these things are gonna rip. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in pre-market, buy, and I'm gonna dump it right before the market opens. I'm gonna put stop losses and profit on all of them and then let it ride. That's it. But like I said, like the DXF thing, dude,
There's one called CNEY. If you want to look into that, I think that's it's a Chinese play, and it looks like it's putting in a double bottom on the weekly chart.
well,
So
it's all about when we open tomorrow.
yeah.
What's the ticker?
CNEY.
CNEY. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do my other account because this account name doesn't show it. My Charles Schwab is not showing CNEY.
It's a CN Energy Group. It's on the Nasdaq.
CNEY. Oh, there it is. CN Energy Group. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's an ADR.
What does ADR stand for?
ADR is basically it's instead of being like a company out of the United States, it's a holding company out of, it's like Luckin Coffee or Baba,
Yeah.
Pinduoduo. Yeah, basically it's not native to the United States. So there's a holding company that usually qualifies them. And those are the ones that are real dangerous. Because they can get delisted just for not being compliant.
Yeah. I know markets are gonna do some interesting thing. I think Chinese stocks are gonna be the play, man, especially going into the Chinese New Year.
Well, I'll tell you, man. So FOMC is Wednesday or Tuesday?
Wednesday.
So I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yo, hold up. Let me add you. I just sent you a friend request.
I think we're getting shaken out right now.
Monday,
because of
like going into the day tomorrow.
RDO. Is that you?
Red. Yeah.
No, is your your Discord? Is it
Red.
RDO 9?
No.
Dude, I get a lot of DMs, so okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Crypto Polo.
Yeah, crypto pollo, Spanish.
Pollo.
Pollo, like chicken. Pollo means
Oh,
chicken in Spanish.
there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm looking at that, and like I said, I'll be honest, most of my portfolio is Philip Morris, like Coca-Cola, like kind of like Apple, like more blue chip stuff. And then I have a degenerate portfolio that I try to, bring up. But yeah, man, stocks have done a lot better than crypto has.
Literally.
Um,
These things respect the
well,
TA.
here's what I'm saying. It's done better if you exclude Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like, but one of the guys who kind of like got me into investing, he has told me, he's like, listen, you have to look at crypto as like basically like startups. And he told me, he's like, listen, man, there's Bitcoin and then there's everything else. And look at everything else as a startup,
Literally.
a high risk. And he told me, he's like,
They're
there's
3x leverage ETFs.
well, no, well, this is what he explained to me because it's funny because when I started, I just listened to him. I wish I just would have always listened to him, but like he got me with Lucid when it was a SPAC. Like when Lucid was a SPAC, I was buying it at like 14 or 15 bucks, something like that. And I sold it at 70. And
Damn.
then look where Lucid is at now, right? And
Yep.
he had sent me, he's like, hey, listen, Lucid $2. And he's like, listen, at the end of the day, there's Tesla, and then there's everybody else. And he told me, he's like, most of all of them are gonna fail. He's like, to the point that look at Ford, look at like all the other companies that are doing like full electric vehicles. So he told me, if you're gonna invest in an electric vehicle company, because there's another one, it's a Chinese ADR, and I can't remember the name, and you have to buy it on the pinks. So I
Is it
didn't want to do
NIO?
that.
NIO?
No, Neo's on the Nasdaq. There's another one.
Xpeng? Is it Xpeng or something?
No, they're bigger than Xpeng. I don't know the name of the ticker.
Here, let me look up the Chinese EV companies. There's BYD, Aeon, Deepal, Zeekr.
BYD. That's what it is. BYD. That's what it is. I didn't want to jump into that. Like I said, because I'm very scared with Chinese ADRs because a good friend of mine lost like 300K on Luckin Coffee or something like that. He got
LU.
destroyed. So like, I'm always very like, I'm very skeptical when it comes to the ADRs. Yeah,
So
like for me,
ADR just means it's a holding company, right?
well, it's not an American. So if it's on the Nasdaq and you'll see ADR, that means that it's on the Nasdaq, but it's not an American company. So it's a foreign company with a holding company, and usually you'll see it like in like their holding company is like out of the Caribbean or something like that.
Interesting.
So you'll see ADR, like it, like if you're using Charles Schwab or like it'll say it, like you'll get your warning before you do your buy.
Oh, I don't get those
I
warnings
think
when I buy. Like,
I
let's
think
say
even Robinhood tells you if it's an ADR. But
I'll
yeah,
have to look
like
into that because I don't think
whenever
my
you buy, and like I said, especially now, So right now everything's kind of on the fence. You know, we have a new like in the United States, we have a new president, so everything's kind of like up in the air.
Uncertain. Yeah.
That's why we're seeing this. You know, and like I said, for me, I know that a lot of people are saying this is the top, and then a lot of people are saying it's the top, and it feels like the top because, well, it feels like the top if you're not in Bitcoin. If you're in alts, you're like, yeah, this is the top. But the reality is that we don't know, and here's what I'll tell you. I know that the housing sector is fucked.
Oh my god.
And the
I'm a
reason
real.
why, and
I'm a
and I
real
don't want to
estate.
say,
Listen, I'm a real estate
well,
broker, brother. It's been fucked for 2 years. I can tell you that.
yeah, well, here's what. So are you in the States? Are you in the US?
Canada.
Okay, so well, I don't know how bad it is in Canada, but I can tell
It's
you,
it's
like,
getting brutal, man. It's getting really bad. Like
well,
Toronto,
I'm in,
Toronto house prices are down like 30%, 40%, man. Like it's so bad.
and but here's the thing, they're down 30 or 40%, down from a stupid like.
From a high
So I'm
valuation
in Florida.
already. COVID, the
Yeah,
COVID.
I'm in Florida. Listen, I'm in Florida and Miami, and like because I've been like, dude, I had a house paid off and all that. I got divorced. I did the right thing, left my wife and my kid. So basically started over. And now, like, I refuse to, because in Miami, man, dude, they want $500,000 for a townhouse. And then if
Well,
it's a
that's the
townhouse,
same
they're
here.
paying
That's
themselves
the
in.
same here. 600,000 Canadian gets you nothing here.
Which is
Like,
like I said, and here's what I'm saying. Like I talk to a lot of people, and like I said, we have a lot of immigrants in South Florida. And now that, the immigration laws are gonna start popping on people, because I will tell you, um, I'm renting right now because I've been saving, I've been just putting money away to buy a house.
yeah.
But the
Oh yeah.
problem is like, hey man, I'm sitting on liquidity, but even the liquidity that I have ain't good enough because, right? Insurance in Florida is stupid. There's
I've
really
heard
only one company right now where you can get insurance because we get storms and stuff, we get
the
hurricane stuff.
hurricanes and all that.
That's
Yeah.
one. Florida, if you look it up, Florida right now is number one in short sales in the United States. Florida.
Short sales are foreclosures, if I'm correct, right? Or assignment.
Well, you're almost at foreclosure, so the bank agrees to sell the property at a loss. So you don't get foreclosures, in other words.
That's
So
brutal.
you and the bank are taking it out.
So the Florida.
The
So you're saying the Florida real estate market it popped? You're saying?
No, like it's still stupid. Like, so I'll give you a perfect example. There's trailer homes in Florida
Oh
for
god.
sale, and they want 250,000, 300,000. And
That's what
mind
they're
you,
worth here. That's crazy. Oh my
yeah,
god.
but think about it. You have to understand. You look
You're
at the history.
yeah.
I think of this as a joke. I look at the history and I'm saying this guy paid $15,000 for this trailer home. And by the way, it's by a trash dump.
Yeah. And
Like it's not
you don't
it's not
own the
even in a
land.
good neighborhood. Yeah,
You're not
you
even
don't own the land, so not only so you're gonna
you're
so
paying
this
$600 a
person,
month for land lease.
yeah. So I'm like, okay, you paid 15 grand for this place in 2013. You want 250,000, and for the rest of my life, I'm gonna have to pay 600
Yeah, yeah. It's
in
like
a
a
bad
condo.
neighborhood next to a dump. And like I said, the party's over for that. I can tell you right now, there's no way in hell that that's gonna keep popping. Like that
No
it's
way.
over.
Yeah.
That's not gonna. And I'll tell you, I have a buddy of mine. He had 3 Airbnbs
That
on
bubble
the
popped
beach.
too, man. They're coming down hard on
No, you
Airbnb.
know what happened to him? He had them paid off because he had them for over 10 years.
Wow.
He was very lucky. He got them when the real estate bubble, he had got them in 2009. He got them for pennies on the dollar. You know what happened to him? So I don't
What?
know if you saw that uh there was a building that collapsed in Miami in the beach. Like a whole apartment complex collapsed
Wow.
because of sea erosion or whatever. So they passed this law, and now, so if you live on the beach, your association. So imagine if you want to, but your association to be there's people that pay 2,000, 1,500, 1,200 a month in
The home,
association.
the homeowner association fees. Those are
Yeah,
crazy.
but imagine so and like listen, I had a place in Puerto Rico, and when I sold it, they hit me up on this. Like literally, when I had it for sale, I got hit with an association fee, which sucks. It was like 10 grand. So like, and by the way, like you have to pay that. He got hit on one of his places, 70 grand
Oh my god.
assessment fee. He
Oh
had
yeah,
to
yeah.
sell.
Those are
He
grenades,
had a
man. Those homeowner.
he had he had to sell. No, he had to sell one of them. And you know what he told me the other day? He's like, bro, I'm getting rid of all of them. You know, he sold one. He's got two more. He's getting rid of those two. And like he's like, hey, I'm gonna make money on them, but like I'm trying to get rid of them quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like I said, we haven't reached the you're going, and you have to understand
There
real
isn't
estate
blood in
hasn't
the
taken,
streets in the real estate market yet. There's no blood on the
yeah,
streets.
real estate hasn't taken its correction yet. But I will tell you, one of my friends, Yoli, she's a title officer. She told me that business is down from October like 30%.
Oh, I can
And I know
vouch for that. My sales are down about
and
50% right now.
yeah, she told me, she's like, hey, I can't even get, um like my normal. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? She's like, yeah, like business is down. And she's like, and it's down bad. And I was like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. No, I can vouch, man. It's imploding.
So I was like, damn man, like that's kind of rough. But what can you do? You know what I'm saying? So, and in Florida, it's really bad because the thing is you're paying a stupid amount of money in interest. You know, you're like you're basically taking gigantic losses in because like I said, you have to understand that because interest rates are so high, like a $500,000 house after 30 years, you're paying 1.2 million for it. Who can afford that?
No.
So it's just been like a funny like recurring thing.
I don't know, man.
But really, like I don't think there's anything that I think the only thing that we can do is just wait and see what happens. At least in the States, man. Like I know Canada is kind of, because I know the Prime Minister of Canada, I think he's getting like booted out or something like that.
No, dude, that guy's a dictator, man.
Gavin, what's his name? No, what's his name? I
Trudeau.
can't even remember.
Justin Trudeau.
Huh? Yeah. And I think his own party turned against him.
Yeah, yeah, he's a crook, man.
So what can you do? That's the funny part about it.
Man, Bitcoin's at 99.5 right now. Holy.
I told you guys 90. You want, I'll show you the chart, man. I'm a market structure guy. Market structure never lies.
Where's your
You think
target?
we get more out of this? 90?
I'll put nah. No. Because remember, it's always level by level. We have to. Let me. I'll pull up the chart.
We have to
Give me a
break
second.
here. This is a support for sure. 99.4.
Like, I'm just surprised
This is like you're getting
the
close to the point
velocity
of
that it was able to be dropped, like the speed.
I don't know. I've been calling Wyckoff distribution for the last 2 months, and it just that double top with that wick that failed to break, and then the daily closes back at 106 kind of like spooked me. So I don't know if this is just a reaction to that, and maybe it's gonna go lower to get saved, but technically, if you do a downtrend line, like a diagonal line from the December highs and then the January 6th one, technically it's a break and retest. Like we're in the process of retesting that trend line now after the break and retest, but
So we broke when we broke. So there's a like, right? Like there's you have your value area high, your point of control, and you have your value area low, right? So
What we're doing was our XRP, is it dead?
we had
Close?
broke, right? Like we
It
had
bounced back up?
broken.
You weren't able to get your 10?
Well, when I looked at it, it said that.
hot mic, brother.
What the fuck, babe? Why'd you even close? You're on crack. I just don't get it. Like, it broke your fucking downtrend, didn't it?
No, because that red one over here, when I clicked on it, 14,013 was the low.
So you're telling me that
It's
your 15 just switched red and you weren't happy with that. You're telling me
Hey, I wanted to hear the end of that story.
But yeah, guys, I'll tell you right now, like we broke back into the previous range and the volume.
Yeah, where's that TA going?
So listen, I'll tell you, like if you're like I'm a structure person, so if you're looking at the daily, as far as structure, right, you have like on the micro, right, you could have pulled a range once we deviated out of the previous range, right, which we hit a POC and it just went to hell from there. Now we're in the previous range, so we've broken previous range and like it's broke, like it's not like a test, it's broke for sure. So the point of control of the previous range is 97,381. And then in confluence with that, you have a bar magnified volume profile, pretty much like that 97,381. And on top of that, on the daily range, the money, like basically, because money for me is money flow rules everything. The money flow is between 96,612 and 95,651. So we broke back into the previous range. Typically, when you break into the previous range, you're going to hit the POC. So you have a lot of confluence, and I will look at fibs now.
Dude, dominance is like wanting to go to 60 right now. This is alts are gonna get obliterated.
No, alts are cooked. They're done.
Dude.
Alts are done, man. But yeah, man, I mean, Bitcoin is structure wise, we better pray we get a bounce at like 97, from 97 to 95. We go below that. If you're like me and you're heavy on alts, you're screwed.
Yeah, because the next range low is 92.
Well, listen, man, if you're looking at the daily, the fair value gaps on the daily, dude, you're talking about 83.
Yeah, and
The
there's
Bitcoin
another.
is 78.
There's a few at 78 too.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like I'm looking at the fair value gaps, man.
don't
Never
know.
tapped. Like I said, dude, I'm a structure person, man.
Oh,
And yeah. Do I think? Listen, man, I don't think we see 91. Can it happen? 100%.
not on this drop, but doesn't
But
help that
I'll
Nasdaq.
tell you,
Nasdaq is
I'm
almost down
surprised.
3%.
I'm surprised we're at 99. I'm gonna be
It's not
very honest. I'm very
Nasdaq and
surprised.
SPY are puking before the market even opens right now. This is crazy.
There's an anchored VWAP. You guys were talking about fair value gaps of 77, 78.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Oh, yeah, I mean,
if you take an anchored VWAP from that drop in August, like August 5th, the big like sort of capitulation event when it came down to 50K or like 48, whatever. You draw an anchored VWAP from there. That anchored VWAP lands right at 77. And I think there's a good chance it actually ends up going down and returning to that level. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'd say a good chance, but maybe 80K or something, because that anchored VWAP could come up a bit.
We're getting very, very bearish very quickly. So it's never going to go down in a straight line. But level by level, we'll play it out like that. But man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it goes down in a straight line. It won't ever do that. But yeah, like if you get a bounce from here in a lower high, and we take out this range here, like, you know, this 90K range, then yeah, I'd expect somewhere around 80K, between 75 and 80K.
Look at that red candle. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a big guy.
thing is straight dumping and I'm telling you, Bitcoin's gonna sell. I mean, if you want, I'll share what I'm looking at with you guys if you want to see it. Let me.
This looks bad to me. I mean, I don't know. Like that's like that bear div on the weekly was kind of just like the last straw for me, where I'm just like, okay, yeah, guess Bitcoin's probably gonna go down. I don't want to say like, oh, it's the end of the cycle and like yada yada.
But does it have to break structure on a weekly to confirm bearish divergence?
Well, we haven't broken structure on the weekly.
By then, it's too late.
That's true. Like, what are you waiting for? Seriously, a big weekly bearish engulfing to take out all of the 90s? Like, holy.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. On the weekly to big structure, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it would need to
You
engulf
really-
93.7 on Bybit.
Okay, so I mean, to really confirm it, like the RSI would have to close the weekly below 71, but like by the time it gets, like, I mean, where's the price? The price can be down 20%. You know,
By the
so
way,
it's
guys, like, I'm gonna give you a crazy statistic. The average money flow. So this is where the most trading value was done on the weeklies at 63.8. So I mean, I dude, I
Imagine, oh my god.
We break.
I wouldn't be
the previous
surprised.
high of 88. Dude, there's no volume there. I'm gonna tell you right now.
It's thin
if
air.
you- Like, if I'm a
Literally.
market structure guy, you break 88,000 and it's a fast ride to 73 like you wouldn't believe. If
you look at the top,
no volume whatsoever.
well, if you look
Yeah,
at the top,
are you talking about like VPVR?
Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm a
Yeah.
structure guy, dude.
That was the whole Trump
trade
pump.
on
That was
ranges, man.
that was the big pump that happened after the
But listen, if you guys look at
election.
April 2021 on the weekly on Bitcoin, where it had those two wicks up to 65 and 64, if you take the percentage from the top to the bottom, it dropped 55% on the weekly and it sat there for 5 weeks. So 55%, if that puts us there, like that's like 49K.
No, I don't think so.
There's a wick sitting there, man, on the 49K on the weekly chart. That's crazy.
I don't even think it's gonna get to 80K. I mean, maybe 80K. The thing is, like, I'm always like, I have these targets, and I'm like, oh, I think it's gonna correct heavy, and it's gonna go down here, blah blah blah. Which, if it went down to 77K, just saying, that would be 30% drop from the top, which would be
I'm
typical.
gonna tell you right now, if we go that low,
Market structures is destroyed.
no, I'm gonna tell you right now, if we go that low, there's no alt. Like, don't even think that there'll ever be an alt. Like, alt season is done, because you have to understand the rate of the alt being wrecked. You have to understand. Hey, Bitcoin goes to 7. Hey, you're talking about your Ethereum at $2,500, $2,000. Like,
Yeah, but here's
at
the
that
problem
point,
with that.
there's no recovering that. Like, you won't have enough time to recover from let's say we like from March till October or November. Alts won't. There's not enough for the alts to recover from that. The alts will
Yeah,
not
but it
recover
doesn't.
from.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to pump. Like, even, I mean, everyone's got this 4-year cycle thing, and it's like, oh, well, it has to do
I
exactly the
know.
same thing.
That's
It
what's
doesn't.
turning me off. Nothing has
But
to do anything, you know?
but it's like, I mean, dude, like Bitcoin, it didn't do any of the same shit that it did last time, or the cycle before that. So it's like, no, nothing really has to do anything. We got a weird ass fucking monetary policy. A weird economic thing happened. We had a
And
black
then
swan
cook.
with COVID. All this, all kind of weird shit happened. So this 4-year cycle thing, it doesn't have to like be like, oh well, alts are definitely gonna pump the second half of the post-halving year. Like, it doesn't have to
Nope.
be that way. It could. It very well
Oh,
could, but everyone anticipating that and trying to run it, I think, was what the first two pumps were actually about. Now, having said that, the same way that there is when you hit buyer's exhaustion at the top of a move and you run out of buyers and you start to correct, the same thing happens at the bottom because you run out of sellers. So yeah, some altcoins, they might see lows. Like, say we correct really heavy on Bitcoin and the dominance spikes again, the altcoins sell off. The ones that have made cycle lows, they're probably not going to go much lower than that. Like the ones that return to their cycle lows and bounce from there, like the bear market lows, if they bounce from there, they're probably likely not going to go much lower than that.
A lot of
And
them
the
are
ones,
a lot of them are breaching their weekly and monthly supports, though.
well, but they're going to run out of sellers. Like, who is left to sell? Like, who wants to sell at those levels? Like, you run out of sellers. Like, in order for someone to sell, and then also, if nobody wants to buy it, who are they going to sell to? You need people to buy if you're trying to sell. So, like, you run
Well,
out of, and
I'll
then
tell
nobody
you,
sells.
I'm
Market
pretty
maker will find a
amazed at the like like us. Like, I'm pretty amazed at this Sunday drop. So I'll tell you, if we don't pop tomorrow, we keep on. Other market makers are amazing to the point that they can shake out people who've been in crypto pretty long. Because I'll tell you, they go any lower than this, at least on my alts, I'm getting shaken out. Like, I'm out. I'm done. Because
Yeah, but
like I
that's
said,
what
I'm not gonna.
happens is people get shaken out at the bottom. Like, that's what capitulation actually is. Like, you miss the actual lowest low because you get shaken out. Most people sell the bottom. That's what happened with Bitcoin
No,
back during the FTX.
no, but
Like,
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Like I said, like my dot and my like my alluvium, man, they get where's alluvium at right now?
29.
I wouldn't put a stop loss on anything that you're not in the profit on. If you're down like fucking 80%, why put a stop loss? Like, why sell that?
Good, but I'll tell you, the last cycle I didn't do that. But I can tell you, I'm sitting on coins that they're like, and man, I will tell you, like, I didn't think alluvium was part of that, but look, alluvium's at its all-time lows right now.
Lower.
Alluvium hit And dude, we're talking about a project that they're posting every week, like they're active with their community, all-time lows.
Yeah, it's wild. It's
We're
gonna have
talking, hey,
a
imagine a coin that was at 1800 the last cycle.
Well, what is their
And I'll tell you
tokenomics
this,
like? I'm not involved with Illuvium,
no,
so
Alluvium has
isn't that a gaming coin?
it's a gaming coin. The here's where I fucked up with this one is that like there's gaming coin like Gala, but Gala's probably fucking wrecked too if I were to look at Gala. But
I'm not in
what I'm
Gala
saying is,
anymore. I have a little bit, but I don't buy it anymore.
dude, Coinbase screwed me out of 10 grand to the point that like I almost like got lawyers involved because um I had my Gala and Coinbase, and when they switched over, I mean they didn't accept the V2. So when I tried to cash out my coin, I sent it to an exchange to change it, and it was V1 instead of V2, and I lost everything.
No,
Yeah, Coinbase was real shady about that, man.
dude. So what
They
did
didn't.
it get?
So basically, if you held your Gala when you had to put it to your Coinbase wallet and try to sell the V1, but it had already switched to V2 and it was the same ticker. So if you sent that V1 to an exchange, it was lost because it wasn't the V2 version, it was the V1, but the ticker was the same. That's what happened to me, man.
That's fucked up, dude. Yeah, they did. They kind of the same thing with Render. Well, it wasn't the same thing, but when Render switched from Ethereum to Solana, I had to I had to send my render to another exchange that was going to do the conversion for free because Coinbase wouldn't do it. So it was like if I didn't send it before they delisted it, I would have lost it. And so I had to send it from Coinbase to Kraken, where I could they Kraken did the conversion for me. And so I kept all my coins. I didn't have to sell them. I just sent them. But if I and they I don't think I could sell them on Coinbase either. So I had to like I don't think they would let me sell them because they were in the process of delisting it, but they haven't been delisted yet. So
Well,
they were
yeah,
like
that
they
happened.
gave like a deadline where you had to get it off or whatever. It was weird.
I was scalping Reef and my exchange, luckily,
Oh
because I had
God,
such a
Reef.
like, well, so check this out. So I had a like the short that I did was crazy, but then they closed off. So then I had fought like I was trying to scalp it, so I took a scalp, and then the next day my trade was closed because it got delisted from the exchange. It gave me my money back, like, and I even made a little bit of money on it, but I was kind of pissed because I'm like, dude, the fact that you can just close my long or my short without me to like it's kind of that's kind of fucked
dude,
up,
they
man.
can do whatever they want, man. It's the Wild West, literally.
Dude, Reef, yeah, not your keys, not your crypto. But yeah, dude, Reef.
Hey, listen,
Let me tell
here
you,
I'm gonna tell you
Reef was
something.
one of
Even
the
with your
one of
keys,
the.
my Blade wallet, right? It's a hot wallet. They're fucking me for like 5 or 6 grand. Like I'm fighting it right now, but Blade, I had my H bar staked on Blade. They did a change, so I got a new phone. When I put the the key into my phone, the stake feature was gone, and it said that I had zero assets. I was going back and forth with them since November. In January, the email that I was using is gone. So hey, like I'm gonna expose them because hey, okay, you can screw me, but like hopefully you won't be able to screw other people because that's so like they tout how they have great customer service, they have terrible customer service, and then whatever that error was, and like I said, I'm having to pay on top of that. I'm having to pay to have a company like do the investigation, but I'm gonna put them out there like on blast with my team, and on blast because my team like we're hooked up with a lot of influencers, and we're gonna put it all out there and at least expose them because it's screwed up because if they did it to me, how many other people have they gotten away with doing that? And it's a hot wallet. So like even like I said, like that's why now I'm to the point where like, hey, it's got to be an American company or like a hardware wallet, because as to how they were able to get away with that, and the fact, like I said, like it's
Dude, I
like
got fucked on crypto.com, like, because they just delist shit and they don't tell you and they just sell it, like, without your permission. Like, dude, like, let me tell you, one of these fucking, Reef, like, you
but at
mentioned
least
Reef,
selling it, you get
one
something.
of,
Imagine that you have, you know, a couple of grand and you stake it, and then when then all of a sudden the stake button is gone and it says you have 0 assets. Like that's where I'm at with these fuckers. You
that's
know,
a,
like and
what
yeah,
exchange is that?
no, it's not an exchange, it's a wallet, Blade.
Oh,
Like I've been telling people
yeah,
like
fuck those guys, then.
like
Fuck
dude,
them.
like and like I said, like it's crazy because like I said, like for me, I'm super pissed about it, but I'm not gonna die, you know. But at the same time, like dude, it's still, you know, it's like I think it's like 6 or 7K. So like I'm gonna I'm gonna put out a series on our chat. Like I'm gonna expose them for who they are, because it's disgusting that like you do that, right? And the worst part for me is like, hey man, I'm not like a noob, but the fact that that happened to me, and the fact that they like, you know, and here's the thing about crypto. This is why a lot of people, because look, um,
Was there some sort of passcode that you had to remember and you forgot it, or like,
no, man, dude, you have your seed phrase, dude, you have your seed phrase, right? You have your seed phrase, and and like I said, you just back it up. So I had my seed phrase. I had gotten a new phone. When I got my new phone, I noticed the stake feature wasn't there anymore. When I got, and then I was like, wait, where the fuck are my funds? I talked to somebody. They were responding. We were talking. All of a sudden, in the new year, the email is no longer valid, and they haven't heard shit back from them. So I'm working with a company. Like I said, it's the
man,
worst
you got
part
snaked.
to add insult to injury is that I have to expose them. Not only am I losing that amount of, but I'm gonna do it, because at the end of the day, somebody has to stop companies like that. You know, and dude, a lot of people are like, dude, I'm like, yeah, I'm 100% sure. And like, so, like I said, I'll send you guys once I expose them, because I am gonna expose them. Because the last thing that I want is people. That's why people get out of crypto. Like listen, man, I know people. I knew a guy, man, super nicest person in the world, got drained on his main wallet for like $200,000.
Oh,
And by the way, like I don't know if you guys know Jason Casper, but
yeah.
he's in a hey, he got hacked on one of his wallets for 400,000.
Oh, damn, dude, what the fuck? Well, I mean,
And bro,
it's
this is the
hard
nicer
because
like
when you're that famous and people know that you have a ton of crypto and a ton of money, like, yeah, they're gonna fucking try to come get you.
people. Hey, listen, there's a lot of famous people who've been. That's the problem that we have in crypto because of the self sovereignty and all that stuff. I mean, you can get SIM swapped. Like, there's just so many things that can happen. And I'll
Yeah,
tell
well,
you,
that's why I was saying earlier. That's why people are like, "Oh, ETF, yeah, sure, take my money," because then if they fuck it up, like
but think
it's
about it
on
like
them.
this: it's not take my money. You're buying an ETF because you don't know anything about crypto, but you want
Well,
exposure.
that's
So you're willing to pay the 1% or the 2% or 3%, whatever they
well,
charge.
that's what I'm saying. You want exposure, but you don't want to have to deal with fucking an exchange or taking it and putting it on a wallet and fucking trying to remember your seed phrase and like.
Can I just remind you, you're on YouTube and your language is atrocious.
Yeah.
Calm down, guys. Calm down. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we can't say yeah. Sometimes I forget that.
I
man.
was
Thank
just
you for
gonna
the
say
reminder,
something
man. I
too.
appreciate it.
All
Thank
right,
you, by
my
the way.
bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. You have, but here's the thing. To get adoption into our space, we have to eliminate those bad players, you know? And like I said, I would have never thought that Blade would be like that. Because before I started staking my H bar on there, I looked them up. They had, but now that I'm dealing with them, I'm starting to see what the what the reality is. And this is like, you have to understand, for me, I did this with Celsius. Like the Celsius thing, man, I was really close to just saying goodbye to crypto when the Celsius thing happened. And I'll tell you, I'm lucky. I have a friend where he's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna diversify. You know what he diversified into? BlockFi, Luna, and Celsius. Hey, he's still a friend of mine. You can't even mention
Luna.
crypto to him.
Yeah, Luna was
Like it,
bad, man.
yeah.
Luna
Think
was
about
really
how,
bad.
but imagine that Luna was bad, BlockFi was bad, Celsius was bad. Imagine that's where you spread your funds.
Yeah,
I mean,
Voyager, 3 Arrows, all those guys went down at the
yeah,
same time.
yeah.
But
I mean, like I said,
Luna caused all of it, and you know who's like partially responsible for that? It's that Sam Bankman-Fried guy
well,
from
here's what I'll
FTX.
tell you about, and we would laugh because I
He
would
was
tell
trying to
people,
force liquidate people.
well, what what they were doing was disgusting. I know for a fact, like the ICP thing, the way that went down, like that tells you how disgusting. But here's the thing: think about Sam Bankman-Fried. Think about, like, if you were to look back, everybody for some reason just trusted this guy. He came out of nowhere. Everybody for some reason trusted him. And by the way, like I said, even the Celsius, we all trusted Alex and Chisky. Hey, where did he? Dude, he was he made his money in telecom.
He was kind of
Like,
he was kind of charismatic, at least. I mean, like he kind of seemed a little trustworthy to most people. But that's the
no,
thing. It's
no,
like
no,
them
no,
going
no, no.
insolvent. I
That's the
don't think
thing.
that was really his fault.
No, well, here's what I'll tell you. It was his fault because when you do the research, they were
Weren't they
perfect
loaning out
example.
more than they should have
No,
been?
no,
Or
they were doing all the stupidities that, but and like I said, he is responsible because at the end of the day, for instance, if you and when Celsius was around, remember you like you had different assets and they would pay percentages on those different assets. The way that Celsius was paying, if let's say you had comp and some other site was paying 3% on comp, they would pay 5% with no research, no nothing. Went insolvent, and then like I said, it was like we probably won't see that again, but we're we're gonna see other things as well. And
dude,
like I said, like
there's gonna
the
be
the,
stuff
the
that just like that. There's gonna be stuff
of
just like
course,
that happening again this cycle. Like,
but here's what I'll tell
like
you: there's there, there's no crypto banks anymore. Like there's no, you had Celsius, you had Nexo didn't go down, but they said, you know what, we're out because they were like, and I hope that they come back because I like Nexo a lot. Um, but they left because
oh yeah,
there was narratives, you know what I'm saying? But But you have to understand, like, hey man, where like you start looking at BlockFi, all these different, you know, a lot of people got really hurt. And then there was, I forgot the name. There was one exchange that they were doing some shady stuff with cartels. I can't remember the name. And when they went and solved it, like, yeah, those people were scared for their lives. But at the
You're
end of
in
the day,
the
like I said, that was really bad for the industry, you know. And I'll be honest, like I have a friend of mine, he's, you know, me and him, like I'm always like your tinfoil hat, but he was saying that this is happening because the, you know, the current, the people who are in charge right now, like they don't they don't want you to, like, they don't want you to be, you know, self-sovereign. Like he had a bunch, and I'm like, dude, this is impossible, but look what happened, you know. And like I said, like this cycle, I don't like this cycle for me. I don't like I've told people, I'm like, I don't think retail's back in the way we're expecting it, because the last cycle, it was everybody. What happened the last cycle? Everybody was stuck at home. Everybody had stimulus checks, you know. So what else were you gonna do? So the liquidity was there. This cycle, it's so spread out that it's all like, you know, somebody's cool name. And like I said, if you start looking at, you know, Trump, hey, you know what it is to put out a token and you're doing more volume than Bitcoin for 3 days straight on your launch? I would tell you people wouldn't dare believe that, but it happened.
it's
In
crazy.
every cycle, it's
Crazier
always
things
something
have
different.
happened. It's like it's a meme coin. It's like they come out, they pump for a few days, they pump really hard for a few days. This one happened to be like have the president's name behind it,
And
and
but by the
then
way,
they
this is
dump,
what
they
needs to be
crash.
fixed. Well, think about this. Think about this. For a professional, like real money investors in alts, this is why I'm disgusted with the alts, because you have to understand is someone with millions, and they look at alts and they're like, so you're gonna tell me that Ethereum that's been around since 2015 does a 20% gain and then fart? What is this fart?
Yeah, that fart
5
coin's
days,
ridiculous. Yeah.
you know, like
That stuff pisses me
this is
off
why
too.
like, and this is why, like, I'll tell you,
Because I would
um,
never buy it, but then everyone in the world and their mother buys it, and it's like,
listen, I don't know if you were in the chat when we were looking at Trump, and I so wanted to FOMO in, but my rules were met, so I didn't buy it. And I'll tell you, I had a buy at $28, and I'm about to get stopped out on that one for sure. And this is, like I said, this is why I hate memes, because it takes liquidity from the real projects. And the thing is, like, like I'm looking at money coming in and out, and unfortunately, the money that came in the last cycle, I don't, I'm I'm pretty sure it's not good. So everybody who thinks the OGs, like for instance, Cardano, I'll be very, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Do you think Cardano by April can hit $3? Do you think? Now, like I said, the ISO stuff that makes sense because that's money.
I don't think they're
So,
gonna like. Why does it have to be by April? Because I don't think the
well,
altcoins are really
so
gonna pump hard until one Bitcoin dominance crashes. That's probably not gonna happen until we get quantitative easing, which is probably not gonna happen until something bad happens, like with the economy or with
do you
unemployment.
are, are you a psycho person or because I'm a psycho person, so
I
I'm gonna
am,
tell
but
you.
the thing is that there's been a problem with the cycle, which is it hasn't been playing out the way that the other cycles have been playing out. And not even last
Of
cycle played
course.
out like the previous ones. So I'm not like this one has been so weird that I'm not expecting it to really like nothing is surprising me anymore. And the altcoins, I think that they will pump. I think it's pretty much inevitable that the altcoins are going to pump really hard and retail will return and they'll be like when the prices are way higher and then they'll send it through the roof. You know, and that's the thing is that people aren't interested until stuff's going insane. Like, but they will. The apes will be back. The degens will be back. The idiots will be back. The thing is, and me and Dbloc were talking about this earlier. There's like the smart money that's just exclusively with Bitcoin, and then there's like you're either a Bitcoin maxi or a complete and total degen. If you're a complete and total degen, you go for the altcoin, the meme coins like Fartcoin and Whiff and Bonk and whatever else did the 100x. Like Pepe, like you know, like all these crazy meme coins and you know, fart with hat coin. Like who the hell knows what's gonna be next? You know, like there's just all these weird meme coins that are pumping out. That's where all the retail is. There's no one in utility. The smart money's in Bitcoin. The degens are in meme coins, and that's it. But I mean, I swear, when
So
the
wait,
but that's
so
all
by
like
the way,
dumb money.
exactly what you're saying. Well, but here's the thing. Exactly what you're saying is what's the whole effed up part about it. Like I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but like at the same time, it kind of sucks because like, for instance, if you're in a project that's legit, but it's not cool, like fart. Like think about it. We're at a
People,
point right now where people are willing to invest their money in something called fart and something that's real, like actually
yeah, but
can do
that's the
like
point. They're not investing. They're gambling, and smart money doesn't want to get rug pulled, and they know that they can't get rug pulled if they buy Bitcoin because nobody owns enough of it to rug pull them, and even if they did, they wouldn't. Like because Bitcoin's a sound project, like it has legs, it's proven. Like you know what I mean? Like it's the sound money. Like it's the one that makes
yeah.
sense for smart money to invest in. They don't want to invest in utility because they don't want to get rugged and like by VCs and developers. And then the retail and the degens, they all just flood into the meme coins because they're just rug pulling each other. Like they're just like in and out. Like you know, don't be the last jerk in, don't be the last jerk out. Sorry, I'm trying to
Yeah.
watch my language. But
No, by the
yeah,
way,
that's
like you're right. That's you're 100% right with that, and that's the
they're just
reality of
gambling.
what.
But you're right. They're diluting the market. Like the amount of coins that are out there and the concentration of capital, they're not going to the projects that we'd like to see them go to that actually like is like innovative stuff that's good for crypto, that gives crypto a good name and makes crypto look good, like hey, this is the technology of the future. It's like going into something called fart that's up 583,000% in a week. It's like what is going on? Like that type of stuff just makes crypto look bad. Then when that coin crashes, it makes it look even worse. You know, first it makes it look like a joke, then it looks like a scam. So it's like that gives smart money less incentive to want to like take crypto seriously and invest real money in it, because there's so many degens gambling off of these meme coins, and then they're like, all right, we'll just stick with our Bitcoin because this thing's probably going up. Like even if I buy the top, like at least it'll come back in 4 years, you know? I don't know. Like
No, like I said,
I'm not
you're
happy with it
100%.
either.
You're 100% correct on that, and it's kind of unfortunate, man. You know, it's unfortunate that that's where we're at, but like, what? There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, man, there used to be like 100 coins, and they were like eventually they would all moon, like one after another, because that was all there was for people to buy. They were like, oh well, this project already mooned. All right, let's go to this one. This one's gonna moon next. You know, and that's where people were like, when people were really hype about XRP way back in the day, and they thought that XRP was gonna go to $1,000 because Bitcoin. They were like, oh, Bitcoin went to $1,000. The XRP is going to be the next one, you know. So like in so like 2017 or like, you know, even earlier than that, people were talking about that. I remember the first like when I first heard about crypto. Well, not when I first heard about crypto, but like when I first started to realize that there was other types of cryptos besides Bitcoin and Ethereum. Like my buddy was telling me about XRP, and I was like, and I had never bought crypto before. But he was like, "Oh yeah, this one, dude. This is gonna be the next big one." And I forget what the price was, but he was like convinced that it was gonna go to $1,000. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll look into buying some. But then when I actually did start buying crypto, there was nowhere for me to buy it because they delisted it from all the exchanges because of that lawsuit with the SEC. So I was like not really interested. Like, I mean, I did buy it. I think I ended up buying it on KuCoin, but then I had to sell it because I got kicked off of KuCoin. So I had to sell it there, or I had to like, what did I do with it? Yeah, I think I had to sell it, and then I didn't buy it again until I started using MEXC, and then I got kicked off of MEXC, so I had to sell it there, and I got kicked out off of MEXC, and then I guess I could have bought it back on Coinbase or something later on, but I didn't even feel like it, and I was like, I don't want to hold this. It's going to no, like, I was like, it's going nowhere for like 2 years. Like for like 2 or 3 years, I was holding it. It was like, dude, this thing's doing nothing, and like, I don't think it's ever gonna go up. And it looked like it was gonna go down. So I was like, I'm just gonna sell this. And I had to get off of MEXC anyway, and then I never bought it back. Like I was planning on, oh hey, maybe like I will buy it back if it goes down to the 40s or something. Like I had a plan, I was gonna buy it back, and I never did. And then I didn't think anything of it. The next thing I know, it's friggin' mooning to like $2.50. Well, first it went up to $1, and I was like, okay, it's gonna go up to $1. It's gonna come back to like, you know, 50, 60 cents. It never did, and I just sort of forgot about it and missed that train. But I was like, I held it for like a long time, and then then when I finally lost interest in it, that's when it started ripping. But I'm holding other
That's
stuff
usually
like
what
the
happens,
other
man.
ISOs.
That's usually what always ends up happening, man.
Well, I still really believe in Quant. I never really liked XRP actually as a project, but I always loved Quant. And Algo, like I have a ton of Algo. I never sold any of my Algo. Well, I sold some of it, but not like a lot of it.
I'll tell you, I learned my lesson, man. I've told people, um, like I get it now. Like it's very like I tell people all the time, like, listen, man, um, if you're in crypto, like you need to take profit as fast as you can, or you'll lose your money, man.
Well, you
You know,
don't
like
want to
I've
take
I've
it
already
too soon
no
because
no no
then it's like
take your
you
profit.
hold it, and because like, dude, I remember selling XLM at like 12 cents. And then XLM went to like 60 cents. Or I sold XLM
Yeah,
at like
but
12 cents, 16 cents, 20 cents, and I was like, oh, sweet, yeah, I'm taking profit. And then dude, the thing went to like 60 something cents. But I mean, that's like sort of like, you know, that doesn't happen every day. But in crypto, it's not common. It's common for that sort of thing to happen. So there's stuff that I'd rather hold on to like longer term, but I'm not going to be afraid to sell like 10% of my bag if it goes up like 300% because it's like if I buy algo at 8 cents and it goes up to like 40, 50 cents, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna sell some of that because like if you don't take profits, somebody else will take it for you, and that's what
100%, man.
happens. They go down. Like it will go down. So even if you can't buy it back or you can't buy it back cheaper than where you last bought it, there's probably a good chance that if you really want to buy it back, you can probably buy it cheaper than where you sold it if you sell high enough. So it's like you kind of got to be like, all right, well, is this really spent? Like this is getting pretty hot. This is getting pretty frothy. I'm gonna sell some, and then I'm gonna sell some here. Or even if it hits the top, you're like, oh, that looked like it was a top. If it rallies back up here and it doesn't make it past it, like, because I remember looking at algo and being like, okay, looks like it topped out and it fell. If it rallies back up to like 52 cents, I'm gonna sell it. And it went up to like 53 or 54, and I sold some more. And then it fell a lot, and then it went back down to like 28 cents or something, or like 30 cents. I was like, I'm gonna try to buy it back at 30 cents, and I think it went down there. So it was like it filled buy orders that I had, but I wouldn't have had those buy orders placed if I didn't sell it. So I took the money the profit that I took, I just put it into buying the same amount of algo back at a lower price. The same amount of algo that I sold, I bought back, and then whatever was left over was just extra money that I had. So, I sort of still ended up with the same amount of coins, but I had a little bit of extra money. So it's like, that way, when you're in an uptrend, like what you feel like or you believe is a macro uptrend, especially like with something like that, the ISOs, which are hot right now. If they keep running, if you want to take profit, it's easier to redeploy if you just like will be patient for a couple weeks, or even if it takes a couple months, they come back down to your price, you buy it back. At least you bought it cheaper than where you sold it. And so you either end up with more coins for the same amount of money, or you can just keep the profit and redeploy however much it takes to get the same amount of coins as you had before, and whatever's left over is profit. Then it's like you can redeploy that in an uptrend. You don't have to worry about catching the absolute bottom, as long as you absolute bottom of every move. You just need to buy it lower than where you last sold it, and then try not to don't sell it for lower than where you bought it. Those kind of
Yeah,
uptrends, like I find it easier to swing on spot and take a trade, make it last a couple months, and then wait a couple months before you buy back in. Sometimes slow and steady wins the race, and then when it gets really hot and things are going parabolic, that's when you're like, okay, I'm gonna sell like 50% of what I have, and I'm not gonna buy back in. I'm just gonna go. I'm either gonna put it in something else, or I'm gonna hold the money. And then if it does correct really heavy from there and it comes up, puts in a lower high, you're like, all right, I'll sell half of what's left, or I'll sell 90% of what's left. And you just get the hell out. And then you wait for the next cycle. And because maybe that thing, whatever was pumping or going parabolic, maybe that's not around in 5 years, Maybe it's a Luna or like a Yeah, what was something else that disappeared? There was a bunch of coins that used to be in the top 10 that like nobody's even ever heard of.
Yeah. It's funny you say that.
This dip is amazing.
I kind of wish I shorted it, but I didn't really get a signal other than that weekly bear div, and that was too much of that was too sudden of a drop to actually act on. The real signal that I look for is on the 4 hour, and I got it twice, but it was
You
the
think we're going
all-time
for
high,
90?
probably.
Okay.
There's like a little hope here if you're a bull.
90. If we go down below 97, we're gonna go to 91.
Like yeah, like 90, this 97 area. If you're trying to be a bull, there is some hope there because you're back testing this descending angular that we broke out of on the 16th of January. And that would also be a retest of the wick from the 16th. So the wick low of the 16th. Hold on, let me put this back on the daily. Yeah, the wick low of the 16th of January. That kind of maybe you retest and fill in that wick and then back test that angular resistance you broke from. But aside from that, if it doesn't catch there, then I don't know. You got Dbloc said 93. That would be mean reversion on the daily. It's around 93. So I'd say 97 is the first go. If it loses that, probably 93. And if it loses that, I don't see why it doesn't go below 90 again to probably like the mid 80s. Some crazy capitulation shit. But yeah, I mean that the Bank of Japan stuff was probably not the best thing with them raising interest rates and the weekly bearish divergence. Plus, it just seems like we're running out of buyers, and the Trump inauguration was sort of like a big sell the news event. Sentiment is still like, I mean, what's the fear and greed at right now? I need to look at that. 71? Are you kidding me? We closed at 71. All right, well that's ridiculous.
The
There's
fear and
extreme
greed is
greed
at
last week.
71.
Yeah, well, this one's really more geared towards Bitcoin. This is the alternative.me fear and greed, and it says it's the crypto fear and greed index, but it's really like the Bitcoin fear and greed index. And this just this updates every day with the candle close. So there's going to be another update in 16 and a half hours, but yeah, that candle closed from yesterday closed at 71. But if you go to Coin Market Cap, they have a different one. And they have like their own sort of crypto fear and greed index, and theirs says it's at 55. So that's still not as low as it was even when was this? On the 8th of January or the 6th? No, the 8th to the 10th. It was down in the low 40s. Oh, which day was this? I think it was the 10th that it hit its low. No, yeah, 1-9. All right, so January 9th, it was at 43. And that's the lowest we've seen this year so far. But it would be cool to kind of see it go back under 30, or at least dip into the 30s, because every time it does that, there's a huge pump afterwards. Like every time it dips into the 30s, there's another big leg up, like a big expansive leg up. The first time this, well, in the past couple of years anyway. So 9, 12, 23. I think that was before FTX. And then FTX happened, and you put it in a higher low on fear and greed. And then, see, you moved up the price of Bitcoin back then when it was that low. The price of Bitcoin was 25K. All right, so no, this was still 2023. Yeah, 2023. Price of Bitcoin, so the fear and greed was at 32. The price of Bitcoin was at 25. And then you didn't get into extreme greed. Well, you're at 92 for the high of 2024. The price was at 72K, and you were, fear and greed was at 92. So, I mean, that's a huge move from 25K to 72K. That's like a 3x. And then you came down to 35. Oh, you're actually at 26 on September 6th. And the price of Bitcoin was at 54K. Before that, you were at 34 on when is August? That's 8th, so that'd be 8.5. Yeah, so it was down at like 31 when the price of Bitcoin was at 49, I think. But anyway, so if you're at like 50K and the fear and greed's down into the 30s, you didn't get back up to extreme greed, which it hasn't even hit the 90s again yet. It got to 88, and Bitcoin was at like $100,000. So when you get that big, so that's like a 2x from that low. So the first move, and this is starting back from 2023, the first, when you're in the 30s on the fear and greed, the first low 25 up to 75, that's a 3x. And then the next time you were down in the 30s, it was at 50K, and then you went up to 100K, so that's a 2x. So I mean, realistically, you should probably only lose about 20 to 30% in price. Then the fear and greed can go back down to the 30s. Once it does that, Bitcoin should still be above 75K, and then it probably goes up like 50%.
Yeah, we got an awesome rejection off of 97.
Wait, so what's 50% of 75? But let's just say it's 80. So then, I mean, yeah, Bitcoin should definitely go between 120, even if it comes down to like 80K. It should probably go back up to like somewhere between 120 and 150K.
Yeah, Crypto's calling for 120.
Every
Oh, is he? I stopped listening to that guy because the way that he like shills the exchanges and stuff, it's like he just seems scammy. His TA's all right though. Yeah. So anyway, are we bouncing from there? That looks like it could be a bounce. Wow, the 1 hour RSI is at 6. Oversold on the 4 hour. No bullish divergence yet, but wait, is this a bull div on the 15? That could be a bullish divergence on the 15-minute. RSI's at 10 on the 15-minute. But yeah, that's crazy that it's under 7 on the 1 hour. That's insane. I don't know when the
Dude, I've
last
been
time.
watching RSI and I'm so blown away at how low it is. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, I don't remember the
Like
last time I
seller
saw it that
exhaustion
low.
by the numbers.
There's a lot of volume too coming in. Like a shit ton of volume. Sorry, a ton of volume. There's a ton of volume. There's loads of volume, heaps of it coming in right now. It's definitely blowing out of the water any volume we've seen over the last couple days. So yeah, that could be a significant bounce. This 15 minutes already looking to be a bullish engulfing. So if that's a bullish engulfing with that much volume on the, there's no wick. There's no like long wick on the bottom, but I mean, I guess there is on the 1 hour. Yeah, there is on the 1 hour. The 15-minute, there's not a lot of wick on the bottom of either of those, but that could be a tweezer bottom. It's just, especially if this candle engulfs the previous one. Yeah, that looks like a tweezer bottom, honestly. With bullish RSI divergence on the 15. Yeah, it's a nice bounce. Three white soldiers on the 5-minute. Yeah, somebody's buying back. I don't know if it's like BlackRock or Market Maker or something, but you get these weird little rallies where it's like just a bunch of green candles in a row. They're all really small. But at the same time, I remember this happened last summer at 90K and it did dip a bit lower. When we were at the mid to low 90s, it did this and it did stab through a bit lower over the next like 2 days or something. It swept the previous low and went down to 89. But yeah, it's not a bad little buyback there. That seems pretty strong. You had bullish divergence on the 1 minute right there.
as well at that bottom. What's going on, chat? Yeah, what up, Dbloc? That we're looking at this bounce, checking out this bounce, getting some bullish signals here because we were talking about this support at
Finally, I heard y'all
97
talking about
area.
70s and 60s and 80s. I was like, I better get online.
Yeah, that looks like a decent bounce. This 5-minute 3 white soldiers, and then you've got this bullish divergence on the 15, tweezer bottom on the 15.
Just
1
track
hour,
momentum, guys.
it's a
Just wait
hammer.
for momentum shift. 13's over the 50 now. Wait for one candle confirmation, and then we'll move to the 5 and we'll follow the momentum up. But we're in the
Dbloc.
front run zone already. This is the zone I was warning you guys about. We've had this shit drawn out forever. You will get front run in this range unless something drastic happens.
Dbloc coming in for damage control.
Nah, I was watching I was in a Spaces, or at least Telegram's version of a Spaces, with this dude that was the head of the BlackRock sales team, and he was like just trying to calm everybody the fuck down. It was crazy. Yeah.
They're panic selling.
Or like wanting to.
Like, what are you new? What are you new to crypto?
We're down at that BU LPS for the Wyckoff we were talking about. This is as low as we can come without breaking Wyckoff. Well, a little bit lower, 97.2. We'd start to
Wait, so
worry
yeah,
about that break-in.
I thought you were saying 93.
Well, there's levels. I mean, we've got
I'm
levels all the way down into the 90s. My grid right now was only set from 99 to 95, though. If we come up now, we do have to think about this. If we do come up, recover, even if we have that 3-day up, if we put in a lower high, then we're not out of hot water yet. Right now, we just got to go down to the micro and track this momentum. Same deal is on the 5, right? Waiting for that 13 across, comes up, price comes back, retests the 50, holds, drags the 13 with it. As this candle closes, we'll have confirmation of momentum shift on the 1 minute, and we'll move to the 5 minute. So far, so good.
So suppose it comes back up to like 103 or 104 and rejects from there. Would you think that it would break this range? And if so, what's your worst case scenario after that? Like
Well,
if it breaks below where we just were.
the guys that have been here for a minute know how I play the weekend traps. Trap long, trap short going into the weekend trap. Weekend trap runs flat until CME open. The false move is the move out of the trap that frees one side or the other. I'm playing this as the false move. I'm playing this week as a 3-day up. Now, if we don't make a higher high on that 3-day up, then we have further problems, right? And by higher high, I mean this trend here.
So you got to break that line.
Yeah. So our 3-day up, if this ends up being the false move week beginning, which I believe it is, as long as we get above that trend, then we're good. If we don't and we put in a lower high, then we still have stuff to worry about. Because we are putting weakness into this support. Time you poke through it, it's a little bit weaker. But on the macro, just to like back up a little bit and look at where we are. 4 hour. Just a back test of our breakout. Right? This is our downtrend from 108. Resistance, resistance, resistance turned into support.
Now retest it again as support. As long as that holds, there's nothing to worry about here, guys.
Yeah.
Got a big volume shelf that we literally just caught off of. And if you look at why we dropped, why we took these two big dips, like why they were so aggressive, look at your VPVR. I always tell you guys, look for these gaps in the VPVR.
Bunch of empty space.
Yeah, those high volume nodes on top of the gaps are what you need to worry about. Breaks that, you're moving fast through that next section. Quick moves.
The same's true for the upside.
Yeah. So now we're on a pretty big, we're at point of control. Lots of very large volume nodes on the retest of the breakout. Nothing to freak out about. Yeah, just the velocity of it, I think, freaks people out.
Yeah, the retest of that trend break from before, I was even talking about that way earlier tonight, and I didn't even realize how much more it had already fallen. Like, I didn't even realize it was already back there below 100K. It was just at 105. I think it was at like 102 when I was like, oh yeah, we might go retest that descending angular resistance we broke out from.
Look at this.
It's a 7% drop.
Look at this 1 hour stopping volume candle. We get this to turn green. Have a nice strong green stopping volume candle on the out. Oop, there we go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, market maker. Always looking out for your boy. Yeah, don't let this become a bullish engulfing, or you've already missed the bottom.
That's 150% of the volume of the last 10 candles, right?
That's 200% of the
Alright,
volume
yeah,
of the
200%.
of the tick volume of the last 10 candles. So not traditional volume, tick volume, meaning how many pips within that candle moved? How many times did price move a pip within that candle, or the smallest increment the price could move? The reason we watch that is because the only time you get double pips or you get doubling up of tick volume without normal volume spikes is when market maker comes in to match trades.
So the blue ones and
the blue ones and the purple
violet
ones are
ones
150% of the last 10.
150.
Yeah, they didn't quite
It's-
make it to a vector.
So that's just traders trading with each other. The market makers not stepping in.
No, the blue and the
Oh.
the blue and the purple they still are, but these like hollowed candles, these are retail candles. These are just straight buys and sells orders coming on and off the books. No need to provide liquidity. The darker colored candles are the ones that market maker steps in on.
Well, so yeah, is that like, so if the blue ones come out, it's a stopping volume candle because the market maker's trying to stop, because the market maker's trying to stop or liquidate people that
Well,
have gone long.
it's a stopping volume
But-
candle because the impulse down was just stopped by market maker and pulled back up, which gives you that wick that's bigger than a body, right? Your doji. A vector
Yeah,
that's a
'cause he
doji
absorbed it.
is that's your stopping volume candle. That lets you know that a whale can still sell if they want to, but market makers on board with reversing price at this.
Because they're long, they had to absorb
They
everybody's
went
longs.
long the whole way down. Every short that you placed down this line was matched by a long from market maker that's waiting to get paid in all of these green vectors, all these gray zones. And market maker doesn't lose money, right? So what you don't want to see are drops like this that are retail candle colored, that aren't vectors, where the market maker felt no need at all to leave longs behind. Those are the spooky ones.
Is there panic selling? Yeah,
Because you're like,
he
market
doesn't have
maker doesn't
incentive
even
to go back up.
Yeah, market maker doesn't even have plans on going back up to that area anytime soon.
But with this one, it's like he was just taking people out.
Yeah,
So he
and
had
there's
take
nothing
their
to recover
positions.
here, right? There was no vectors to recover here, except for this tiny little bit. So this is a play, right? This isn't him paying himself on another play. This is setting up the next play, which would be the 3-day push up after the false move down. The
So
same
where
thing
is
we've
it
seen
turned?
on every weekend trap. Weekend trap, trap longs, trap shorts. Price comes up, frees the trap longs, signals the false move up. We had a sell-off, obviously, but we ended up moving up for Monday. That was our false move. 3-day direction down to the midweek reversal, back into the Friday trap. Thursdays are your midweek reversals. Fridays are your trap days. Saturdays are your boring sideways. Sundays are the day that we start to watch for that fake move. Monday's the fake move. 3-day direction in the next direction. Back into reversal. That's the weekly swing that we.
So if he just stopped everyone out below that range low, then did it turn green because other traders stepped in to like so he absorbs the market maker absorbs all the long positions.
He absorbed
Then
every
other
sell.
traders step in.
He absorbed every single sell that was there to make sure price stopped, and that's what increased the tick volume to the point that it turned it into a vector. The market maker has one tool, right? Well, two really, either to match or not match. That's all they can do. They can either provide liquidity or not provide liquidity. But we know how much control that is, right? If you're at support and somebody wants to buy, you decide not to provide liquidity, and they've got to go searching on the book, or you can control price that way. But it's like market maker is not the boogeyman. Like, he's not trying to wreck anybody. The whales are the bad guys. Whales, institutions, ooh, bad guys. Market maker just provides the liquidity to keep everything running smooth. And if you trade with them instead of against them, then you tend to make more money. Which means I'm not counter trading market maker. Market maker's got all these long set up, and he's signaling a reversal here. Tight stops.
He wants to go long.
Yeah, tight stops, and just play along. We know we've got that CME gap above us still, right? What it is, it's breaking crypto down to the business that it actually is, a for-profit business. Market makers don't provide liquidity for free. They're 1,000% going to get all their money back, and they're going to eat on top of it. So, like, I use my patterns, I use my fibs, I use my liquidity levels, every normal TA, and then on top of it, I say, okay, where's market makers' targets, and how expensive is it to go up versus down? Because they're gonna pick the cheapest option. They make money in both directions. It doesn't matter to them. So if the sentiment is bearish and there's targets underneath, they'll just stop providing liquidity and they'll let price drop. If it's bullish and there's a bunch of support underneath between where they need to go and where they are, and it's easier to push price up or cheaper. Right? Easier and cheaper are the same thing. If it's easy to push price up, that means it's cheaper for them to do that. And if it's cheaper for them to recoup on their positions, then that's how you get a raise. That's how you get the corner office. This is the job. That's how you get the nice parking lot in the front.
And so do you think they're buying on spot too?
Both spot and futures.
Yeah, because they have to buy on futures.
Yeah.
Because they're buying other people's positions that got knocked out. But
Yeah.
then
But they're also
whichever way
filling
they
large
wanna
buy
swing it
orders, and
back.
they're filling large sell orders on spot as well.
So if they want to go down to get more liquidity, they just have to not buy.
Exactly. And the only time that they lose control, and they will lose control, one of the reasons that we watch the weekend trap and the weekend cycle so tightly is because when the liquidity gets to the point where they're not needed to provide liquidity anymore, every order that comes in has a matching order because that's how much money's flowing through, then they lose control. Right? That's how you get those parabolic green candles. You'll leave green vectors for 2 or 3 weeks that you won't recover until the next bear market when you come down.
Yeah, but are those like weekly candles? Those wouldn't be like 1 hour or 4 hour candles. Usually those
No,
get
the
filled,
little
right?
ones, smaller ones will get taken because you'll wick them out really quick, right? Like these candles here, pop them up, whoop, Come back and get it real quick before you move up. This one right here. Paid himself. This paid himself instantly. Paid himself. Left that. Came back up. Paid himself before he dropped. Market makers constantly eating on whatever time frame.
Dude, I know. It's
Alright,
like
so
fucking
1 minute. Here we
they
go.
mess with the charts so much, but I want to be like them.
So we got the stopping
You know what I
volume
mean?
candle. We need to the body of this next candle can't close underneath the body of this candle, or we invalidate the stopping volume candle. We can wick under. This candle can come down. It's fine. But when we close this on the hourly, we can't body underneath this candle, or this is valid.
Underneath the
Up
body.
to, yeah, the body. The body can't. This body can't body underneath that one.
It cannot engulf.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Got a whole
So
hour.
that
What you really,
validates
really
that
want to
vector.
see, what gives you the real check mark on it is if it's a bullish engulfing. So you want to see a vector candle down, stopping volume candle, and a bullish engulfing. That's a great reversal signal.
Yeah, that'd be like a morning star pattern.
Yeah.
You got FOFO token.
Fofo.
FOFO. It was Trump post. There was a picture of Trump on his Instagram that he put there today. And he kind of said FOFO.
Fuck around and
Find out.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this.
Yeah, him and the Colombian dude going back and forth.
Yeah, so everybody's a bunch of people trying to say he's behind one of the meme tokens, official FO.
Yeah, Scoob. Anybody
They're gonna-
anybody underneath that stopping volume candle invalidates it, even if it's 5 candles later.
Dude, and everybody is gonna be taking this official word, and that's gonna be at the beginning of every meme coin now. Like you know how, like Shiba Inu, then it was like Safe Moon Inu or whatever. Like everything had Inu after it, Cock Inu.
People don't understand that it's not the official. It's not the official that made it. Is that the president of the United States shielded it on his Twitter in 4K for the world to see. That's the narrative. They can call it official whatever you want. Until I see that tweet come through from the president, I'm not touching it.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Whenever a meme coin comes out, it's gonna have the word official before it.
Yeah.
There's so many of them that say official now, and they have that same look.
Dominance is bad, Tom. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Dominance is definitely ripping in the wrong direction. So we just want to stay underneath this resistance.
Crack that range.
We don't want to invalidate this lower high.
Got some altcoins I never seen this low.
But we did pop out of that bearish channel. So that's not great. Yeah, people are panic selling their alts right now and buying Bitcoin.
Sounds like a plan.
They're like, okay.
Surrender, man.
I'll be a maxi. I'll be a maxi. Just make the pain stop.
Just get me out of this.
That was me earlier. Please, come on, enough.
Just on days like this, if you have a plan to move some shit around, you move some shit around. If you don't, just don't look at the portfolio. It's not helping anybody.
Well, I mean, I was gonna buy some dips, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to buy altcoins right now. Especially like if Bitcoin continues to go down, the dominance is just gonna keep ripping.
Yeah, I'm buying governance tokens and then any extreme dips that I happen to see, but I'm mostly buying high market cap blue chips right now.
Yeah, I keep thinking, oh, Chainlink is getting too expensive for me. And then it just gets more expensive.
Darren, I feel you, brother. I hate to call this a false move week beginning because I know that portfolio doesn't feel false right now, but it's what it is.
is really happening?
Just your blockchain tokens, Thomas. Your souls, your AVAXs, things like that. Instead of going into the alts, right? Instead of going into the smaller, lower market cap alts, while Bitcoin is going, while dominance is going crazy like this, I just go into their parent tokens, and then when it's time to buy them, whatever price accumulation I've gotten on Sol goes into whatever Sol projects I'm buying. Whatever ETH did, just gives me more dry powder for my ETH tokens. But it's safer than going into the actual tokens themselves right now. Because if we drop again, that they'll drop less than, shitcoin on Sol is going to drop 20%, where Sol might drop 5%. Backyard, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you.
Oh, are you talking to YouTube people?
Yeah.
What's up, YouTube?
Dominance going to be at 60 again shortly.
We're going to need stuff to pick up if we don't want to invalidate that stopping volume candle. We're good though. 50 retest on the daily, right on the button, and the back test. High volume node, point of control.
77. Someone was saying something about 97. What was that,
97 was the
Did we have a vector gap down? I mean, we have some kind of gap down there, didn't we?
97 was
A while ago.
We were just literally 97 was that BU LPS for the Wyckoff. That box that we couldn't come down past.
Okay.
One we're wicking off. 79 is the gap you're talking about. That 76 to 80 CME gap that had everybody terrified.
Yeah, there's this fair value gap or something at 77.
Look how we popped up on the hourly.
Are we winning? Did we win?
Didn't you check your portfolio?
Who guessed right? Who guessed it right?
Did we
That
win?
just made me think of that meme that's like the kid, it's like stick figures, and the kid walks in, he's like, and it's a dad like trading, like he has like candles on his screen, and he's like, "Hey dad, are you winning?" And he's like, "Nope, son, pack your things, I just lost the house."
Yeah, I seen that the other day.
Oh,
Oh, it was
there's under $5. Look,
Let me look
let's
around.
go.
Okay, that's that. So I called 17 cents one for deep. It hit 16.8.
So we hit 3.
Dbloc, I was off by 2/10.
You gotta do better.
200ths.
Yeah, come on, man.
200ths of a penny I was off.
You're not in no regular fucking group. That's definitely unacceptable for this group.
Oh my god. Wow, I'm good. I kicked ass, Seabass, right there.
Mr. C, yeah, I'll pop it up for you.
What is your YouTube? I don't even know if I am subscribed.
Crypto Cypher. Let me know when you want me to scroll, Mr. C.
Oh, all right, word, I got you.
The play here is watching that stopping volume candle. That's why I'm watching it on the hourly. Only thing that matters here is if that shit closes without invalidating that stopping volume candle.
Yeah, I don't want that wick to fill. Or it fills and does a double bottom.
All of that is off. All that section is off. I've got it all turned off. Got all that turned off. All of that turned off. Daily open is on. Here, I got some stuff on.
How are we on Bitcoin dominance?
Bad.
I'll
Just bad. Just don't look at it.
It's almost back at 60%.
I think it can go as high as 59.9 to double top at that lower high.
All of these are off. All of these are off. Psychological ranges at the bottom are on. And that's about it. I turned all the other shit that basically is just better for Forex. Thanks, Gumi. Hey, we got our custom what you call it now? Let's go. A custom Discord link.
Is Shania here?
You got a vanity link?
She was
bro?
here earlier.
Oh.
Let's go. The Cypher by Dbloc.
Yeah. I think Deep will reverse here.
We're supposed to have a vanity link too, but is it like don't you need your server to be fully boosted
Yeah.
or something? Okay. It has to stay like that, or else you lose your vanity link.
Yeah, I noticed the other day, Nick brought up that it wasn't boosted all the way. Yeah, I'm still sick, we too. My chest is crazy congested right now. Damn, congratulations, bro. Oh yeah, big W. Damn right. That's the best news of the year right there. Yeah, I've been sick for the past 2 weeks. It's just killing me. On and off. But I will. I'll definitely get it checked out, bro. Those type of stories are all I need. Do that, whatever. You got the voice of a cancer survivor now. The hell? That's a flex. We're waiting. We're waiting to see if we can confirm some sort of retracement here. Nah, I'm usually super paranoid about that type of shit, bro. I just had a full checkup this year, but give me an excuse to go to the doctor. I'll take it. Come on, Bitcoin. Just give me enough of a bottom where I could go to sleep and not have to wake up every 5 minutes and look at my phone. That's all I want. A little clarity.
Are you in a trade?
Yeah, I've been filling orders since 99. I have a grid from 99 to 95.
Like a spot grid?
Yeah.
All right.
But I need to make sure that this isn't going to accelerate.
Well, it is Bitcoin. I mean, dominance is rising. You're getting volume coming in. You had that VPVR node. You got the that doji on the 1 hour. You had your tweezer bottom on the 15-minute and bullish divergence. But so how high does the grid go? Does it just go up to that first red vector candle?
What do you mean?
Or like your
No,
if you're
it's buy orders from I had buy orders from 99 to 95.
so, but does the grid have cells in it?
No, it's
Like
not
higher?
no, it's not like a bot or nothing. It's just layered orders.
Oh, all right. So you just had buy orders. So
Yeah,
you don't
I
have.
just layered orders down from 99 to.
Are you gonna hold it, or do you
Yeah.
have a take profit?
Well, it's
orders?
for me, weekend trap, false move down means I need to play the 3-week swing. So for me, it's a swing trade into the week.
So you think there's gonna be a higher high this week?
Hopefully, if not, we'll know. But there's plenty of meat on the bone to make some money, even if it doesn't make a higher high.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Like if you even if you went up to like 103 or 104, you could probably still make that swing count.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's so when you say you were talking about earlier the 3 days up,
Mhm.
is that just 3 days with higher daily highs and higher daily lows?
You'll end up, if your false move was up, you'll end up at a lower price point within 3 days. Probably the best way to look at it. If the false move was down, you're gonna end up at a higher price point in the next 3 days. You could have
From
a
where it
up.
started.
You could have a up. Yeah, you could have a up Tuesday, a down Wednesday, and then an up Thursday. Right? Doesn't mean all 3 days are gonna be up. It just means the overall direction, price direction, is gonna be in the opposite direction of what that false move. Hey, look, we can just go. Let's just yank the map back to anywhere and find the weekend trap somewhere.
So by the close
So
on
weekend
Wednesday,
trap
you're
here.
expecting.
Yeah, so weekend trap here. We had our longs and our shorts. We stayed in the trap until Sunday. Popped out, freed the longs. Monday, Tuesday reversal, Wednesday reversal. Friday trapped again. Long, short, weekend trap. Co-equal bottom, freeing the trap shorts. False move down. Right, that's your false move like the one we had now, except ours is deeper. 3 days up. Wednesday, Thursday's midweek reversal. There's our midweek reversal into Friday. Weekend trap setup again. False move down. Bring the trap shorts into a front run zone, very similar to what we're doing now. This was our old front run range. Down on Monday, up Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wait, up Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, midweek reversal. into Friday. Weekend trap. Monday. Read the longs. False move Monday. Fake move Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday down. Thursday, midweek reversal. Into the weekend trap. We can go back. I can go back a year and a half and do this.
Oh shit! I was watching the YouTube and so it was delayed, and I was like, "What is?" It was delayed by like a second or something. So I was like, "Wait, what is he? Why is this not matching up?" But then I realized, I'm like, "Oh, it's delayed by a second."
When the market maker is in control, that's the sort of pattern that he likes to swing. And he's been in control for a while.
Yeah, well, how many whales really want to play around with this range? It's almost like, oh, I don't want to buy a lot because it's expensive, but I don't want to sell because it's so bullish.
Yeah.
And I feel like this range, even anywhere between like 90 and 110, is like has been sort of like a free for all range.
I mean, it's our entire Wyckoff box. Right? Like we've been in this range for the longest. This being our first deviation and us just coming back to retest the top of the range shouldn't be that much of a freak out, right? You expect that. How long were we stuck in here? And it was great. These were great trades. 7-8% each direction. Easy buys, easy sells. You know, we pop out now, come back, retest the top, confirm that as support, then we should move on into phase E. If we don't confirm that into support, then big deal. We go back to 91 where we were. You know, becomes a big deal. I don't want to say big deal like that because I know if you didn't take profits, it's a big deal. But this is why I'm so religious about telling y'all to take profits. Not that I don't think prices are going to keep going up. It's that I know they don't go up in a straight line.
And then it feels like the end of the world. When
Yeah, once it affects
it
your
goes to-
psychology and you start thinking, oh, I'm so dumb. I fucked up again. I don't know what I'm doing. Da-da-da-da-da. I mean, screwed up again. Sorry. Yeah, it affects your trading. Then you lose confidence. Then none of your TA makes sense to you. Then you start to hesitate, and that's the death of you right there as a trader. You get that hesitation in you. And not healthy hesitation, like waiting for confirmation, but just paralysis. Right? The paralysis that comes with doubt.
I'd rather like miss a trade than force a trade and get overexposed and lose a ton of money. Because it's like if I don't have a setup that makes absolute sense, that's when I get caught off guard and I'm like, oh, and then I start trying to add to losing trades and try to recover losing trades. Or if I take a loss, then I like revenge trade and try to recover losses. That messes up my psychology big time. And I have to take a break.
Yeah.
It's like if I start going on a losing streak, it's like I spiral and I'm like, all right, I have to take a break until I completely forget about this. Like, and just chill out because like I don't want that to turn into like a string of losses. You know, that's when you just get eaten up. That's when I get eaten up.
The ability to
Sure
pivot
happens to a lot of
separates
people.
like good traders from great traders. The ability to pivot on a dime or to like have your bias, like pivot on your own bias where you're not still trying to short Bitcoin to 40K after 2 years. Like, yeah, that's what separates people. Everybody's going to be wrong. How long is it going to take you to realize it and counter your trade or pull out of your trade? Even in trades, like the amount of people that go into a trade without an invalidation point, and I don't mean a stop loss. Right? Stop loss is, oh shit, something fast happened. I mean an invalidation point. A point in the chart where the price goes to and you go, okay, my prior TA is no longer valid.
Yeah.
They don't. They just let it go into the hope phase, and you're like, well, maybe this candle, and you start looking at the RSI, and you start pulling out all your indicators to see which one's gonna make you feel better.
Yeah, and it just gives you hopium and makes you want to stay in the trade longer. And you're like, oh no, well maybe it can reverse here. But there really should be a point where it's like, and for me, I don't like stop losses that much because a lot of times they wick me out and then the trade is still good. But if I see a candle body close beneath an invalidation point or above an invalidation point, like, you know what I mean? It's like, if it's, I don't want to have a stop loss there because it's like, okay, if it goes here, it might just wick there and then continue anyway. But if I get a candle close below a point, like say I'm going long, and I get a candle close below a moving average or below a pivotal point in structure or whatever, and I'm like, okay, that's my invalidation. Not just the price going there, but the price closing below there. It's like, all right, that's the trade's no longer good. And then just having the ability to give up on it and being like, okay, I'm pulling out of this trade. Like that takes like a lot of like mental fortitude and just be like, all right, I'll just let go. Like I'll take that loss. And then trying to go short at the same time, or like, you know what I mean? That takes a lot of like, I don't know, being able to pivot like that. I've been able to do it sometimes, but I mean, a lot of times it's like, I feel like, oh, I don't want to be wrong about this. Like, you know what I mean? You get that feeling like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be wrong and I don't want to lose money. Like, I'm going to just try to break even. And then you end up losing more money than you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Good rule of thumb is if you're making deals with God, like if you're like, God, please, if you just get back to this point, I swear I'll do A, B, C, or D. You've been in the trade for too long.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So far, that stopping volume candle is healthy. We're putting some distance between us and it right now. Bullish engulfing, although it would have been really hard to not have a bullish engulfing on this candle. Like, it's so small. Let's go down and check our lower time frame momentum shifts here. One is kind of struggling to hold its momentum, right? We did get over. The 13 never crossed back underneath the 50. Price did, but the 13 didn't, right? Fake out averted. But it doesn't look strong. I want to push up into these liquidations and really get some room. That way we can start attacking the 5 EMA on the 5 minute. I mean the 50 EMA on the 5 minute is up here. That'll be our true momentum shift. Anybody who's trading off the 5 minute scalp strategy, that's your entry point. 13 over the 50 on the 5 with one candle confirmation.
And then you go long.
Yeah. And then you stay long until price breaks back underneath the 50.
That looks like a nice V bottom, though. What time frame is this? A 5 minute? Because you did break that last local high.
We'll build this out step by step. I would like a nice bull flag to spring out of, but for that, we're going to need a lower low here. Problem with the lower low is that if we come through this volume gap right here, we're going to fall pretty quickly. Quick move down through these
I was saying
liquidations.
before that when it came down to like 90 or 91, it did something that looks similar to this, where you get a whole bunch of like 1 minute green candles in a row. And then it floats around for a couple days, and then it still ended up dropping lower to 89. And it had a bullish divergence on the daily. And that's the thing. And that's where I closed my short, or I closed half of my short when it dipped down there and swept the range low. I closed half of it because I was like, this might not even go any lower than this.
Yeah.
And lucky for me, I closed at least half of the short position at like almost the lowest point, and then I held on to it, and I think it stopped out somewhere in the profit further up, but like I was like, oh well, I'll hold the rest in case it goes down to the mid 80s, and it never did. At least it hasn't yet. But that trade's long gone at this point. I shorted at like 102, and then we went way back above. We went to like 110 since then, so that thing's long gone. But yeah, that was the only short that I took in this whole range that ended up working out pretty well. I didn't know what to do with that whole. When you get that weekend trap, there's this sideways stuff, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know what to do with that.
Usually stay out of the way. The way I hit the weekend trap, since I don't short, is I buy into the trap shorts and I'll take profit at the trap longs. If they trap longs first, then I'll go and I'll wait for the trap shorts. I'll enter on the trap shorts, and then I'll ride the weekend trap until the first deviation out of the trap, and then I'll take profit. And then I just sit on my hands, waiting for the next move. But that's just a short little play. Other than that, the whole point of the trap is that they're trying to keep prices close to the CME as possible. Right? So if the market maker's job is to keep price flat during the weekend, then he's got to get rid of the degens. So he traps the most degenerate shorts and he traps the most degenerate longs, but he doesn't move price far enough to where either one of them is truly wrecked. They're just in that hope phase, but their margin is trapped, right? So they can't push money around. They're already in trades. They're already in. And then price just goes flat. Volume dies off until one side gets freed.
Yeah, the hopium on both sides, and
Yeah.
then eventually one gets freed and the other side gets wrecked.
Yeah.
That get liquidated.
It sucks because everybody knows what it feels like to get trapped before the weekend. It's happened to everybody, whether it's a long or a short. But there's a reason why it happens. And then, like, once you figure that out, then you tend not to let it happen. When it's Friday, we're automatically looking for the long traps and the short traps. And playing them the opposite, right? You get excited when it drops because you know you're about to be able to long. But you get excited when it pumps because you know you're going to have a short coming up.
Yeah, I like made new rules for myself. I'm like, look, I'm not gonna trade on the weekends. And I'm not gonna enter any big positions after 10 p.m. I'm not thinking straight after 10 or 11 p.m. I don't want to go to sleep holding a position. I mean, like a high leverage, like a larger position on a high leverage. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'll never sleep again. So I stopped. I'll still trade Bitcoin on 50x, but like nothing ever, like I won't do like above 10x, or like I'll try to stay at 5x if something's like exceptionally volatile. Because like why go above that? You're just like, I mean, unless you're like, I'd be better off going to a casino or something, probably, honestly.
We broke the 50, but we don't have confirmation of that momentum shift yet. We do have a pretty big volume gap here. Be surprised if we eat this up real quick on the 98.4. Just fine. We don't have to V-shape. Give us a higher low for a W. It'll establish an uptrend for us.
So if you can identify those traps, why don't you go short on the trap longs?
I don't trade leverage.
Yeah, but not even 1x.
I mean, I
Yeah,
go short
1x
by
short.
taking profit, but no, I don't trade leverage. Not until there's regulations. Listen, doing this for as long as I've been doing it, and especially just in the Discord, forget about all the old shit. Just the Discord, just the hard stories that I've heard in the Discord alone. these exchanges skipping stop losses and TPs and all types of wild shit. And I don't have the temperament for that, bro. I will be at WeX's headquarters in South Korea, knocking on the door 4 o'clock in the morning, bro. Don't play with me. Nah. I degen like that over on Legacy, where at least there's some sort of semblance of regulations, and then meme coins, right? That's like where I leverage. Meme coins for me are a leverage play on whatever blockchain they're on.
So like Whiff is a leverage play on
Yeah.
Goal, and Pepe is a leverage play on ETH.
Yeah, if you look at the top 1 and 2 market caps on each blockchain, 1 and 2 market cap memes, they've captured 5 to 10x the liquidity that's coming to those blockchains. So it's like you could sit in Sol and get your 5x or whatever, or you can sit in Pepe and get what you got out of Pepe, you know, and then go back and buy as much Sol as you want with all that Pepe money, and then you just leveraged your like coin perp leverage without leverage, where you're just increasing your coin count. You just can't fall in love with the projects. That's the thing. Got to keep in mind that every Sol coin that you have, every Sol altcoin that you have, its job is to make you more Sol. And your Sol, at the end of the day, its job is to make you more Bitcoin.
Yeah, or fiat.
Yeah, whatever your poison is. Gummy bears, whatever.
Gummy bear.
I choose to denominate in Bitcoin.
I mean, that's not a bad play for probably 75% of the time. But what about the bear market years?
I'll get in stables for a while. Yeah, I mean stables are a play as much as any other trade. Right? You're betting that the US dollar is going to go up or at least stay stable against the downturn on whatever coin you're trading into it. But the only reason I do that is to preserve my buying power so that I can get more Satoshis. Right? At the end of the day, it's for more Bitcoin.
You sell your crypto, you're long on the US dollar.
Yeah.
When you sell your US dollar, you're long on Bitcoin again.
Mm-hmm. The base trade is Bitcoin. The base trade is buy Bitcoin at the bottom of the bull market. On top of that, if you can outperform Bitcoin's performance, then you pull Satoshis out of that to make you more Bitcoin. Leverage plays on Bitcoin. If the alt you're going into isn't outperforming Bitcoin, then what are we doing? You know, you're hustling backwards.
So do you judge whether or not you're going to buy an altcoin by looking at the altcoin Bitcoin chart?
Yeah, for sure. Relative strength. Yeah. Relative strength or narrative. But usually if something is hot narrative, it's going to have relative strength against Bitcoin on smaller time frames.
But if it's like, if Bitcoin is performing so well, what if it goes up a lot? Like, what if it hardly moves against the Bitcoin pair, but then the USD pair is flying?
Well, you can do so. Like in the beginning, when stables first came out, before there were stables, you had to trade in BTC pair. Like you had to. When stables came out, half of the people were like, "This is amazing." Half of the people were like, "This is a shitcoin." Like we're literally trying to get away from the dollar, and you made a crypto that's pegged at the dollar. Like, what are you guys doing? So the convenience factor, we get it, right? You want to get out of a trade and you want to go into something that doesn't fluctuate so that you can breathe. You know, so you can live your life, go watch a movie or something. The problem is that a lot of old Bitcoin maxis that at the time only, not even Bitcoin maxis, but traders in general, that only traded out of Bitcoin into Bitcoin pairs to make more Satoshis, found out that fiat that they got at the top of the bull market couldn't buy them as much Bitcoin as they would have had if they were trading against the pair. So you're up in fiat, but you're down in Satoshi value. And if your goal is more Satoshis, then, you know.
Yeah, because Bitcoin is always gaining against USD.
Well, the
That's something
difference
we've
is
known
that
for years.
the difference is that if you're in Bitcoin only, you're in Bitcoin only. That's your whole portfolio. And maybe you got something sprinkled here and there. If you're in alts, you're probably spread pretty thin across the alts, or at least equally spread, right? Which means it doesn't matter if that one alt did 50x and Bitcoin only did 10x. The rest of them didn't. So when you average in, what did your whole portfolio do? Did your whole portfolio 10x? Or are you just staring at the individual altcoins that went up? Like when you do the math of your entire portfolio, did it go up higher than Bitcoin did? If it didn't, then the next bull market you need to just buy Bitcoin. There's nothing wrong with that. Great plan, you know? If you outperformed Bitcoin, and that's for leverage too. You were here in the beginning of the bull market. Think about how much money you had. Now imagine you just buy Bitcoin, do nothing. You're sitting at 100K now or 98, whatever we're at. Did you outperform that?
Hell no.
And you have to that means you have to outweigh that means you have to weigh your portfolio heavier in Bitcoin during the next cycle. That's why they say that bull markets turn people into maxis. Right? Because you start to do the math and you're like, damn, 15K, I would have just sat it there. I'd be at 100K and not have to do shit. I wouldn't have had to look at a chart. I wouldn't have had to deal with none of the stress. And then now you got 100K to buy alts with. Right? It's not stay away from the alts. It's stay away from the alts until dominance shows weakness enough to where there's an alt season even imminent yet. And then you play the narratives. You pull out some Satoshis. You play the hot narratives, right? You don't have to miss out on gains just because you're in Bitcoin. But spreading yourself too thin is an issue. You got to be really good at picking alts, especially during this bull run. Anybody with a portfolio with over 20 alts knows that if you weren't really, really good at picking alts, some of them shits are just sitting there.
Yeah, dude, it's been brutal.
And then at the end of the market, when alts have had their fun and they've gone crazy and they've made me all these crazy X's, I buy Bitcoin. Yes, at 150, at 120, whatever the price is. Once the alts are done and there's still a couple months left in the bull market, by timing wise, we haven't had our blow off top on Bitcoin. Everything gets reconsolidated back into Bitcoin. Yeah. And not only has it outperformed most altcoins, but if you want to talk about old season altcoins, we've got maybe between 10 and 20 that outperform Bitcoin out of the 2 million that we had during the last cycle. So unless you're just a ninja picker and you can just, you know what I mean? I mean, I had some good picks, don't get me wrong, but if I hadn't been weighted heavy in Bitcoin, I would have felt a lot of those alt drops that we had. It's like you go up and they take you down 40% and they bring you up again and they take you down 40%. That's a whole lot of round tripping to do. What's going on, Sunlos? All right, well, we put in the bottom part of that bull flag that I was looking for on the 1 minute. Let's see if we can make something out of it and stay out of this volume gap here. Yeah, you also have a bit of an M, so you've got like competing patterns here. What the hell is wrong with this chart? give up on you.
So I wonder what the actual liquidation heat map looks like.
It is
It is
pretty hot. Of let's go to the 20.
use CoinInc.
I'm on Coin
Oh, you got
Glass right now.
CoinGlass.
Some hot spots underneath. What 373? Not really a lot. I can't stand these Web 2 companies masking as Web 3 companies. Screw your login. Just give me the data, yo. Yeah, see, so most of our hotspots are up there. A little bit down
what
at
got
943, but
it looks like something big was taken higher up, and then it went down further. So
let me switch to the other.
it's like a cascade.
We've got 58.7 mil of leverage to be liquidated at 981, but that's about it. And above is stacked. 58 mil at 101, 56 at 102, 5 at 103, another 54 at 103. Let's see what the large buy orders like. All right, guys, look at these buy orders that we picked up on the way down here. Hold on, let me turn it all. You guys can see the difference between this and this.
Those are actual buy orders.
We want every last one of them. All that money got filled. We picked up all of that. And that type of money doesn't get in the game without expecting a return. What do we have underneath? Yeah, even that guy's 100% filled. Anything else worth getting? 13 mil. 6. 20 mil at 9.7. At this point, the problem is that you get into seller exhaustion, right? At some point, you just don't have $20 million worth of Bitcoin to sell anymore. Like after you've just literally gone through all of this selling, right? Bitcoin on exchanges has got to be super low, which means the only way to keep selling is if market maker decides to match orders, right? And if market maker, for the most part, well, we still have 10 minutes. But if market maker is signaling that he wants to keep going here, or that he wants to turn around here, then he's probably not going to match those orders underneath.
Yeah, and he's got to have coins.
We got to see if we invalidate this here, though. It's getting close. We do not want a body under. We can close red. We just don't want a body under.
How long is this? 10 minutes? Because I'm probably going to sleep after this candle. I'm not even in a trade. I'm just curious now. And it's been good catching up with you.
Yeah, man.
So if it doesn't bounce here, what like do you have a worst case?
The measured move is 93.6. The reason I expect a front run in this range is because we've been front run between like 40 and 80% of the measured move for the past 2 years now. Yeah, so all of these front runs, sort of prevention zones that I have, the measured moves were all lower. 49 when everybody was screaming 49, and I was like, front run, another front run. That big, massive head and shoulders that they printed for us on Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
remember
Just to pull up off the
Yeah.
right shoulder. It's like those type of games.
Just to screw with people.
Yeah. Weekends. And honestly, we need the Bitcoin out of weekends. Listen, if this shit is scaring you enough to sell your Bitcoin, you're gonna go crazy when it pops up to like 115 or 120 and does it again. And gives you like a 20%, 30% correction. There's no way you're holding through that. So we almost want you to sell now because we need the Bitcoin in the hands of people that aren't scared when it gets to those levels so that those drops aren't so crazy. And every time you go up and it shakes out, it's weaker and weaker hands out of the game. Don't worry, they'll buy back higher. They'll come in and they'll come in and buy back higher, but
I don't know how I feel about buying Bitcoin at 90,000 or 100,000.
yeah, if at this point if you're not
So
buying
weird.
it with profits, meaning you got in at 15, 16, 17, 18 and you're just cycling profits, and yeah, it's a tough buy. It's a tough buy. It's a tough buy. And honestly, it's not the best way to make Bitcoin. At this part of the cycle, it's easier to make Bitcoin in an alt and then just buy the Bitcoin than buying the Bitcoin. You can't afford the amount of Bitcoin you'll be able to buy if you just pick the right alt at the right time.
Yeah, I skipped. I hold Bitcoin still, but I got in low. Like I think my biggest holding has an average of 18K. And then I've got another one that's somewhere like around 40. And then another one that's like anywhere below 60. I was still buying.
Yeah.
And I even bought once at 65. So it's like I tried to keep my holdings down, like basically my weighted average, I tried to keep down lower. Just in case there's the bear market
Have
comes
you
down
seen
to
my
like
have you seen my 4-year cycle indicator?
I've seen it, but I'm not from like I don't know exactly how it works.
It's time based, right? So our bottom at 15.5 was 24 hours within the bottom of the last bull market. Timing, when you time top to top, bottom to bottom, bottom to top, bottom to top, they're only off by about a week. Right? So the timing is one thing that I'm really trying to pay more attention to be stricter on, because honestly, had I been paying attention to, I would have nailed 15.5 to the day. Whole bag. But I didn't. I ended up having to buy a little higher. So for me, that's one of the things that I'm switching up. Like I've always respected it, but I never realized how on point it really is, right? So basically just set it up by time to where we go to the weekly. And let me go to BLX, longer chart. So it gives you having DCA points, take profit points. So your DCA bubbles, right? Tells you when to, lets you know when to stop buying. Brings you into the halving, when you should start to take profit. We're in the start to take profit zone right now. And what that means is like, if you made these buys at the bottom and you haven't taken any profits yet, now's a good time.
Oh, sweet.
Right? As it starts getting lighter, you start cycling your alts that have moved really heavy. As it gets darker, you start cycling them more and more into Bitcoin. Right? So you have less positions to sort of, and then that's the time in the chart where timing wise you should be topping out. Right? Here everybody got screwed because you would have been done with your DCAs and then COVID. Oop, hello. Come again.
Oh man.
But even then, you know, give you your take profit to start taking profit right before everything dipped. You would have been taking profit through this entire, and then you know how that works, right? Like you're not catching the very top, but you're catching the mean, right? So your average exit price would have been for Bitcoin would have been in the 50s, in the 40s,
Yeah, you can
which is way better than a
DCA
lot
out.
of people did. You know what I mean? So now we're
DCA in, DCA out.
So now we're getting close to the point where, right, our take profit will start to pop up here soon. Meaning if you bought the 15K Bitcoin, if you bought the, and you could see it's already, you know, this is what this is. This is people taking profit who were like, you know, I just turned 15K into $108,000. I'm going to take that.
Oh yeah.
But we still have the rest of this to go. And aside from the last year where they gave us this bullshit, right? It's always been up and to the right at this level.
Parabolic.
Yeah. And the reason is like, well, if that's the case, why don't you just wait till the very end? Well, because, you know,
You get a
trust me,
lower high.
you're better off averaging into that, you know, averaging out here because it gets unpredictable at those levels. And the problem is that like this dip right here looks just like this dip and feels just like this dip. And everybody here is telling you that this thing isn't done going yet and you're going to shoot into the moon and you're stupid for selling. So you need some sort of guidelines to help with the psychology of it all. I think this makes it easier.
Yeah, that makes sense. So are you just gonna start DCAing out of Bitcoin? Are you gonna rotate Bitcoin into altcoins and then back into Bitcoin?
Yeah, like 2 months ago, month and a half ago, I consolidated back into Bitcoin and like governance tokens, right? So like gas tokens, your ETH, your Sol, whatever, and then a couple of projects that were hot narrative. But I haven't gone back into my mid caps and my low caps completely yet. Took profit on them, and they still have, you know, whatever I left. It doesn't matter because I'm going to compound. So I always leave something so I don't lose track of the trade. I like to keep it in the portfolio, you know.
Yeah.
But I haven't started going back in heavy into them yet because I mean, well, look at dominance. How can I? It's going crazy. I would
Right.
love to, but yeah.
So what about going into stables? Have you gone into stables at all?
I have some. I always keep like 15% stables. I try to keep it as close to 15-20% as possible for narratives because I don't want to pull out of a running position to go into AI agents. You know,
Yeah.
like I want to have something on the side in case something pops and I can be fast with it. You'd be amazed sometimes, and I'm sure it's happened to somebody here. Whether it was Trump, whether it was Chill Guy or Peanut or Pepe or whatever the coin that was running at the time. The only reason you didn't get into it is because you either A, did not have money on chain, or B, you didn't feel like selling one of your positions and going through all of that and moving it to a hot wallet. And those type of things will cost you money. Having your dry powder sitting on these wallets on blockchain, just one button away from buying something to make a big difference, trust me. I've done it. I've been like, oh, damn, I don't have anything in my soul. I don't want to forget it. It's probably going to rug anyways. You start making excuses and shit, right? You start coping. You start coping. And like, these people are stupid. They're all going to get wrecked. I'm not touching this shit. No bullshit. You just didn't have money accessible quick enough to where you can make the move at the time when it was moving, and it either got away from you or whatever, and you're just coping.
Yeah, it does a 50x, and you're like, shit. All right, so where do I get in?
Yeah, now you're gonna buy the top. They got listed on 3 centralized exchanges, and now you're buying into it. Like,
yeah, it's all a mind game.
all right, well, we didn't invalidate that stopping volume candle, but now we have a whole hour to worry about the next one. So we get some movement here.
Yeah. No engulfing there. Did you get a higher high on that wick though? It must have been a slightly higher high. No.
Mm-mm. Time is it? UK session.
After those candles, if there's more dojis after, it's usually concerning to me. Like if you see like a big pin bar or a doji or a hammer or something, and it's not followed by a bullish looking candle afterwards, it usually concerns me. But still, that tweezer bottom does look good there. I would think that as long as you don't go below that, you're good. Because if you look at the volume, like the regular volume, there was a lot of volume that came in at that level.
All right, let's draw out our Asian box, guys. You know how this works. Asian session, which is abnormal for the Asian session. Asian session is usually between 1% and 2%. Let me see before I talk out of school, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's a massive Asian session. So Asia's job usually is to set a range. They'll usually keep it between 1% or 2%. And then what we do is we watch the UK session. UK's job is to set a trend. And the way that we judge their trend is that we pull a fib from the bottom of the candle of Asian session to the top of the candle, to the high or whatever. That 50% mark is the target. If UK can get above the 50% range of the Asian session, they'll trend up for their entire session. One of the easiest sessions to trade, because once it picks a direction, it keeps that direction for the most part. It sucks because this is the time that I like to sleep. But if I could live somewhere that would be perfect for trading, it'd be one where I was just waking up for UK session. Maybe at the end of Asia. Be up for the last couple hours of Asia going into UK. Where would that be in the world? Where would I have to be waking up in the morning at the end of Asian session? Somebody pick a nice spot for me. Yeah, it's gotta be somewhere in Europe. Raul said India. I'm coming, brother. Alright, so let's draw our Asian box.
If it rejects from the 50.
Yeah, if it rejects from the 50, and then you're gonna trend down for the entire session
Until New York.
Yeah, and then US tends to do whatever they want, which is hilarious, right? Because you think like Asia, yin yang, very balanced. UK, hard nose, steadfast, one direction, stick to itiveness. US, wild cowboy, does whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
It kind of fits, you know what I mean?
I feel like half the time they go with whatever is happening in the London session, but you're like sometimes they just completely reverse it. And then I feel like we pump so on the days that like London pumps it for us, we rug Asia, and then Asia comes in and they pump it for London, and then London rugs us.
The
And then
only sort of the only sort of reliable when it comes to US, I like to see what happened in the last US session. Right? So I'll go to the last US session and I'll be like, okay, they trapped longs and then they sold off. Right? So they've already taken profits. So then I'm like, okay, chances are they're gonna want to play ball. Right? Had there not been an uptrend, right? Had there not been any take profits, then you'd be like, okay, you know, maybe they're gonna pull now. But if they took profit in the trap shorts and they bought originally here, this session they bought in heavy and they didn't sell off they did take profit on that session. And then they bought back in before the session was over, right? So they're in the game here. For these next two sessions, they're holding, then US takes profit.
yes.
So now you would assume big bag of dry powder, no buying over the weekend. And they're probably going to go long here, which works into our 3-day up sort of scenario, right? You want this to be the pivot. Your lows on false move Mondays should come in on Monday.
So then it's not, I mean, because, okay, so if it's not a bloody Monday, there could be, but the US futures is down. There could be a huge gap down on the open tomorrow, and then it rallies for the whole first half of the New York session to fill that gap on the.
Legacy is going to be shaken up over this Bank of Japan shit for at least a week. I don't think it's been priced into Legacy yet.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, which makes it harder for us to pump on Bitcoin. I don't necessarily think Bitcoin has to go down because of it, but
well, in August there was that huge drop because of the carry trade. But didn't they raise rates between August and now?
yeah.
Or did they pause?
No, they raised.
I felt like they raised at least once in between there.
All right, UK, what you got for us? Let's see, just out of curiosity, what did UK do last time? Although it doesn't really matter as much for UK, they tend to stick.
They're probably gonna pump it.
Yeah, it trended above Asia's box.
Reminds me of that guy. You remember that guy?
Lex.
From a couple years. Lex Luthor.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I was just talking about him yesterday. My team in Dubai is gonna dump on you.
My friends in Hong Kong. My friends in Hong Kong, they're going to dump on you.
You guys don't understand. My team in New York buys, and then my team in Dubai just dumps on you. Yeah, he was a super villain.
He really was.
Yeah.
Dude. He really was.
Yeah.
Dude, you know he got in that room with a couple other people, the NFT guys. The guys that were going crazy with the NFTs in the basement. and he was like, I guess he came out with some sort of coin or whatever, and he got all them to buy into it, and he rug pulled them or something. He like scammed them out of a ton of money.
Last thing I'm doing is buying any coin the Lex Luthor puts out. So not UK. All right. So far, Afghanistan seems like the move, guys. I don't know how well I'm gonna do in Afghanistan, but
And then he had his sidekick Scorpion, who also got kicked. You remember Scorpion?
yeah, but Lex got kicked because he came in. It was, I can't remember what trade it was. It was a legacy trade that had something to do with Bitcoin. And he came in and he said, literally, like word for, I was in a meeting, I have insider information, this coin is gonna pump. And I think Tame was in like a heavy position already in it. And he got pissed, bro. He's like, I can't take profit on this now. I'm gonna have to close this position because bro, yeah, no, the SEC is gonna come for you, bro. I'm sure.
Yeah. He was like, he's violating SEC laws.
What market session do you use?
Market sessions by. I'll tell you right now. TTC,
Dude.
I think. And then I turn off all the moon stuff because he's got a gang of moon cycles and stuff on here, which is cool. But the reason I like it is because it focuses on market maker sessions instead of legacy open and close sessions. Like Traders Reality will show you Hong Kong, and it'll show you all the sessions as they open in their markets respectively. But I'm only concentrated on the market maker session opens.
Let me do this. I'm trying to figure out which one you use.
Just put in market sessions. It's called market sessions, and then I think it's by TTC is the name of it. Yeah, Kane. Yeah. Losing money and getting mad about it really was probably the main thing that's taught me everything I know. Taking it offensively. Like seeing people around me make money at the same thing I'm doing. Like during the bear market, right? Not knowing there was a bear market and then looking around and seeing how many people saw it coming. And I was like, okay, there's some sort of predictability here. Right? This guy bleeds just like me. There's no way that he can know something I don't know. Like, same brain I have. I just got mad at it. This shit either shakes you out and makes you leave, or it gets you mad and you like revenge learn. Like instead of revenge trading, you like revenge learn how the shit works.
Yeah,
And
you gotta be in the trenches for a while. You gotta get your ass beat and knock down a few pigs.
the market will humble
Before
you
you're
for
really
sure.
like, all right.
How much new shit I had to learn during this run. And not the basic shit. 4-year cycle's intact. Literally just had one deviation, maybe two anomalies, which is regular for the bull market, but all the other shit, right? Like having to wrap your head around AI. When it's nothing that you've really looked into. Like, how do you know the difference between these two projects if you don't have no idea what they're talking about? It all sounds good. You have no idea. So now you got to learn AI.
Yeah.
Then you got to go deeper and learn the difference between real AGI and then right when you got that figured out, boom, another narrative pops out. Now you got to figure out DeepIn and what the requirements are for AI projects and how many, it's always something different. Always something different.
Yeah, dude, it's weird.
I love this shit. I would get bored. I would get so bored at any other job.
Yeah, but it's like you said, as soon as you catch on to one thing, then you're like, then something else comes out, then that becomes the hot thing, and then you got to learn about that.
I mean, it's good. It's good to like. So me personally, I focus on AI. I focus on now AI, but I focus on things that have real world sort of utility. And I don't even mean utility projects. I just mean what's going to bring the adoption, right? That's my focus. Games for me, easy in, right? All these people playing off the grid, they have no idea they're even playing a Web3 game. They're earning NFTs. They have no idea worth real money. That's real adoption, right? Where you don't understand how something works, but you still use it every day. Right? You don't know how the credit card system works, but you just slide it in and you buy your stuff and you walk away, and you know. So I focus on that type
The
of
credit
shit.
card companies are getting rich because you're using the card.
Yeah. And you know, I've been a gamer my whole life, so for me, there's an edge there. It takes me 10 minutes to jump in one of these Web3 games and be like, yeah, this is going nowhere. Nobody's gonna play this shit. You know? Some people, maybe they're into real estate. They want to get into RWA and some of the poppy shit and some of the, you know, some of the tokenized REIT trades. Or there's always an angle, bro. Everybody's got an edge. Just look at this season. Maybe all you did was sit on social media and talk to your friends and bullshit and send memes back and forth, and then boom, memes get dropped on your lap. And now when a meme pops up, and since you've been so heavy into memes for the past year, 2 years, 3 years, or whatever growing up, you recognize the popular ones because you're in that world. You've got an edge there. Right? Everybody's got an edge somewhere.
Yeah, my edge is definitely not memes because like I'm never on social media.
Yeah. So think about like a 20-year-old kid, something just got out of college, has been, you know, spamming memes for the past 7 years, got a little money to play with, you know, jumps right into a meme cycle, and, you know, you're on top of all the waves. George. Nah, you gotta give Asmin some views, bro. He's been killing it on his Trump coverage lately. That shit with Elon was crazy, bro. Elon took away his blue check and his gamer check because he put out that video about Elon boosting his POE account. Bro, Elon is petty. Elon's the type of petty that I aspire to be. Just rich for no reason with FU money, and just anybody that screws with you is like, yeah, I got time today. You're not gonna talk shit about me on my platform. Like, to do something petty, like take away somebody's blue check because they called you a fake gamer, is some funny shit for the richest man in the world. Like, to care that much about something like that is hilarious, bro. That's why I love Elon. He's my type of super rich guy. I think if I had that much money, I'd probably be the same, bro. I don't think I'd be disconnected from people. I would just be like super weird online.
He's top dog in like Diablo. Right?
Yeah, the thing is, okay, so the whole issue is that he's good in Diablo, and when he's very good in Diablo. But what they're saying is that he didn't earn all his gear. Duh. The richest man in the world. You think this man was running dungeons, white knuckling it, sweaty for 14 hours a day to try to get the golden shield of doom or whatever the hell they play with? Bro, he was playing. He's got a team of people that grind for him, get him all the shit he needs. And then he jumps on and he plays the game. And they do it everywhere. Those of those games, those are all teams. Those aren't individuals. You got 5 or 6 people that grind your character up to get all the shit that you need, get you up to the top levels. It's the richest man in the world, bro. He's not running dungeons at 7 in the morning.
I met someone that knew how to duplicate items and add extra runes to the gear and
Yeah,
shit.
my
And
boy
yeah,
invited me
I
to
took
my
it.
boy invited me to Diablo once and just unloaded, bro. He dropped so much shit on the floor. I was like, bro, what's this? He's like, just take it quick.
Shit, I met a guy randomly. I was happy about it. And then my brother saw what he was doing and he was like, yo, let me get some. And I was like, yo, my brother wants some. All right, hold on a second. He taught us how to duplicate money, duplicate everything. When I would play online, people would ask me to leave because they're like, bro, can you just go? Like, we're not getting no kills.
Yeah. Kane, yeah, it's too simple. That's what most people do, right? So you want to stay out of that bunch. The trading strategy I have with the 15 EMA, with the 13 EMA and the 50 using it as confirmation will keep you away from a lot of the fake outs. Right? Let's just go to a random part of the chart somewhere. So if you trade the 50, just the 50, you would have got in on this breakout here, right? Which was a fake out. You would have got in on this breakout here, which was a fake out. But what you do is you wait for that 13 EMA to cross the 50 on the 5 minute. It works the best on the 5 minutes. It's going to give you the least amount of fake outs. 13 crosses the 50. You wait for one candle of confirmation. Right? That's why it's important that it's on the 5 minute, because you only have to wait 5 minutes. You wait 5 minutes, one candle, 13 is still above, you go. Your exit is when the 13 crosses back underneath the 50 with one candle of confirmation. The opposite, right? Reversed. So take this for example. You pop up. Now, this is a very basic strategy, right? You can take profits during it, but just playing it basic without any thought. Because this is like a bread and butter strategy that I use to run like 5 or 6 plays in the background. I have 1 or 2 plays that I'm playing live, and then I have like 2 or 3 trades that are just running on their own, that don't need any thought, don't need any sort of like brain power. I'm just literally watching to see where the 13 EMA is. So price comes down here. Everybody gets faked out, I'm sure, right? Big candle like that. Everybody sells off. Comes down, crosses the 50, but your 13 never crosses the 50 EMA. So you don't leave this trade. And it pops up. And you don't officially get your exit till here, right? So as your first tool and the only tool in your toolbox, right? Because this is for brand new people. For the only tool in your toolbox, it's giving you an entrance at this range and it's giving you an exit here. Good trade. GG's. Did you catch the very top of it? No. Did you miss the trade though? No. Did you get out before you lost all your money? Yes. And that's why, that's why I like to show it to people. And then once they get that figured out, then we could start talking about signs that, okay, it's time to take profit, like the separation of the EMAs, right? When you get a big gap between that 5 EMA and the 50, you see how much space there is there between that? You take profit into those, right? Price always reverts to the mean. The further those EMAs are from the 50, the more comfortable you can be taking profits, because eventually the price reverts to the mean. But that's the next step after just learning how to watch the EMAs for momentum. And all you're basically doing is waiting for the EMAs to confirm that there's actually been a shift in momentum before you pull the trigger. Now I've got to find where the hell the price is. Okay. Projecting off that 50, that's not nice. We want to get over that. I was looking over there on Twitch, and there's not a lot of crypto content over there. I was tossing around the idea of multi-streaming, but I don't know how much extra work that would put in. That's a whole nother chat.
Damn, yeah, that candle. Maybe it doesn't have the strength.
Yeah, we need to get over this.
Rejected from that 50. That's a 50 EMA, right? Not SMA.
Yeah, I know, right, Adam? I think the problem with most of these crypto influencers is that they're scared that you're going to learn enough to realize that they're full of shit. I'm not careful. I'm going to teach this person enough to where they realize that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Then they're gone. Or they make the shit so complicated that you just say, you know what, I'm never going to learn that shit. I'm just going to listen to this guy. Come on, baby. Give me a good little W here to go to sleep on. You know what to do, Bitcoin.
Oh, Trump hit $25. Robinhood says a 52-week low, but it's like it hasn't been out for 52 weeks. It has barely been out for a week. And it's like it was definitely way lower than this before. It was listed on exchanges. When it was on DeFi, it was way lower. So they're full of shit.
Yeah, by the time that shit got to exchanges, it was over. You had to get it on dexes to make any good money.
Yeah.
People don't realize, like, people get excited about exchange listings because they feel like it pumps price, but what it really does is it gives people who bought it on dexes somewhere to sell that's connected to their bank account. Right? Dex isn't connected to the bank account. Yeah, but if you're gonna give me an exit right into where I can just ACH these millions back into my bank, I'm out.
Yeah. I'll take it. Especially when it first hits. People are like, oh, I can buy it. Oh, I'm gonna buy into it. Exit liquidity. Like people from the dexes are like, thanks, I'll take that. And I'll throw it right in the bank. I don't know. I feel like sometimes people have been holding stables, which is why I feel like the stable coin dominance has been going up. And it's like if people are getting a yield from that, that's better than the interest they're earning from their bank. Like Coinbase is giving 5% on USDC, or at least they were for a while. And all you got to do is hold USDC in there. You don't even need to stake it. So it's like I feel like people are doing that, but then when it comes to actually spending money, I know there's a way. I don't know if you can use your Coinbase card and actually spend USDC.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, and you get 4% back for it.
What?
Yep. Me and Drew ran that card ragged, bro. There's certain restrictions on what you can buy and what you can't buy, what it counts for and what it doesn't count for. It counts for purchases, it doesn't count for withdrawals, right? So you can't take out $1,000 and get 4% on it. You can buy something for $1,000 and get 4% on it. Or you can be smart like me and Drew were. Buy some green dot cards that count as purchases, load them up with money, get 4% on it, use the money on the card to buy more USDC, and then rinse and repeat.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah. We had a little infinite money glitch going there for a second. I mean, there's only so much that you can spend in a day, right? So there's a limit to it. But I asked support. I was like, so anything I can purchase, if I can, they're like, yeah, well, prepaid cards don't come in as a purchase. They come in as a different sort of thing. And then I'm like, well, I have one that does come in as a purchase. Well, if it's a purchase, it's fine, as long as it's a purchase. All right. Another thing, small grocery stores, like the ones where you can get cash back at the register, they count that cash back as a purchase.
What?
Yeah. So that was another way.
That's sweet. So what is the daily limit?
I think it was like, damn, I don't want to get it wrong. I think it was like 2,500. I think it was like 2,500. 2,500 or 1,500. It's been like over a year since I've been banned from Coinbase. Not for this. I did nothing wrong. They weren't mad about that. They put me on some weird identity loop thing. Me and CryptoFace were both like, can't get our
Have you
Coinbase
tried to
accounts
like
back.
see? Have you tried to see if they let you back?
So it's what it is they've got a loop over there, and I've been stuck in it for a minute. The prove your identity loop. So you go on and it says you can't deposit, you can withdraw, you can't deposit, you can't make any buys, so you prove your identity. So I send them my information, the same information that I, registered with. They say, okay, everything's fine. I literally get the email that says, okay, you've been approved to start trading. And then when I go back on Coinbase to start trading, they say, your account's been suspended due to you having to verify your identity. And it's just this endless loop, bro. I've been through every level of supervisor. I've been through nothing. I even stopped the account, opened a brand new account. And then it looked like it was fine. And when I went to go buy something, it did the same thing. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. Screw them. I can get anything I can get on Coinbase anywhere else. So, Drew, that's what we're trying to figure out right now, brother. We're looking for a left side, higher left side here to put in a W to get out of here.
I
Because
haven't
I've had
had
a
those problems at all.
I had a friend, he had the same problem, and I told him, ask for an agent. Like, can I speak to an agent? And they fixed it. He had to wait like 2 months for it, though.
Yeah, that I was gonna say Static told me he was like he came in one day and was like, yeah, I can't use Coinbase for like a month, so I guess I can't trade. And he had just moved like a bunch of like a couple stacks over there. And he was like, so I'm kind of pissed off because I can't trade on there and I gotta prove my identity and it won't let me trade until I do. And it's gonna take a month. And I'm like, what? What? And then I heard this other girl, Sarah, she was having the same problem, but not the same problem. She like, they asked her to update her information and she sent them updated info, but like she changed her name because she got married and her address changed. And then they said because she sent an ID, it didn't match the name that they had on file for her. And so she had to verify her identity a different way, and she didn't know how to do it. So, like, I've heard from a bunch of people that are going through these issues. I haven't had any issues with them at all. Like, they let me. I haven't
Well,
updated
I've
mine
looked
in a
online.
couple years.
I've looked online, and the people that are having the same issue, and it's the same with CryptoFace. The people that are having the same issue are people with old accounts, with old Coinbase accounts. And what we're thinking is happening is, you remember when the FBI, when they shut down Tornado Cash? Well, not shut down, but when they said it was illegal for Americans to use Tornado Cash. All the old Bitcoin that we had all lead back to Tornado Cash or some tumbler, one way or the other. If you've been trading long enough, it doesn't matter where you got it from. It's been tumbled at some point or the other. We're thinking that maybe Coinbase has something to block accounts that have any sort of crypto that's been tumbled in any way, just to sort of blanket take care of that problem so that they don't step on the SEC's toes and shit like that. That's the only thing that makes any sense. But it sucks because it puts a lot of people in that position that you might not have even known that the Bitcoin that you got had been put through a tumbler. It was such a common practice back in the day. It wasn't considered a bad thing until, you know, some terrorist group used it or something, and the FBI got mad that they couldn't track it. So now it's, you know, now it's bad.
So you're probably on a list.
I don't know. There's no other reason. There's nothing else that I've done. I mean, I made good money on Coinbase, but they got paid their transactions, right? It's not like it's their money. Not like a casino where they just kick you out if you hit them too hard.
Shoot, just use your mom.
Nah, I don't need Coinbase. Like, at the end of the day, it's just an off ramp, and as Americans, we want to hold on to as many off ramps as we can, right? But screw Coinbase. I could still use the DeFi wallet if I wanted to. I really don't. There's nothing on there that I can't get somewhere else. Literally not one coin on Coinbase that I can't find somewhere else.
You might get it first.
And before it lists on Coinbase, yeah.
I was shocked to hear Zeus uses Coinbase. I was like, aren't you in France? I didn't know you can use them.
Yeah, we too. That's part of the game. They don't. The reason that they don't care is because they're still making their transactions, right? It's a transaction game for them. You're getting a percentage of the transactions back. So it's not like they care. There's no victim there. You just got to be smarter than the average bear when it comes to incentives. Yeah, people do that all day long with bank cards and credit cards. Sky Miles and all that shit. Come on, UK. It'd be a great time after I just talked about the Asian session thing. If it like proves my point, it gives us a nice textbook run here.
Like, did you hear about the infinite money glitch with that gold dollar coin that you can get like flyer miles for using that coin to purchase flights with a certain I forget which company it is from the airplanes. Yeah.
I don't fly
I know
enough for
one
that
of them.
shit.
Well, if you pay for it with those gold dollar coins, they give you like flyer miles. A good amount too. You can pretty
I
much
used to
fly
have a
anywhere.
shit ton of those. I like spent them. I should have saved them though, for real.
Be right
I
back.
should have saved all of them. Hey, yo, I'm probably going to sleep. Yo, it was good talking to you, Dbloc. I'll pop in again later or tomorrow or something.
All right, guys. It's way past my bedtime. Bitcoin won tonight. Set this up so that it doesn't go off screen. All right, guys. We're looking for Asia to get over. We're looking for UK to get over Asia's 50% here. If we can get above and hold, and we should target daily open 200 EMA, 800 EMA. If we can't, we've still got now less than 24 hours, right? We still got about 12 hours of false move Monday ahead of us. So this doesn't have to be our lows yet. Don't get too comfortable. First things first, get above the 50. First check. Get above the 50 EMA after holding Asia's 50. Second check. After that, should be a clear shot to daily open 103 vector.
Going 93.
If we can't get over Asia's 50% of this range, yeah, UK needs to show improve here. But no, 93 might be a little bit low.
Crypto face just opened along. He's been doing that before market open. It's 5 a.m. Yeah, money will probably come in with the market opens. Hopefully. That's what's been happening.
All right, guys. I'll be praying for dominance to take a shit while I'm asleep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Hope I don't wake up to anything crazy.
Close to 60%, man. That's crazy.
Nuts. The alts are doing really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I started the day off ahead, man. I was looking good. Those alts, man, at all-time lows was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Which means if you bought and held at bear market bottom,
Yeah.
you're somehow underwater.
Mm-hmm. Would never expect that.
Mm-mm.
That was crazy. A handful of altcoins did good.
Yeah, you want UK to get above 99.8, give or take, and hold.
93.
And then they should push in that direction for the rest of their session.
Actually getting scared to trade altcoins, man. Bitcoin's gonna be at 200K, also gonna be at 0. The way it's going.
People are gonna get their 100x on that altcoin. It's just gonna get them back to break even.
Have you looked at that that FOFO? I mentioned that, right?
Yeah, you were saying.
FOFO. I think it has like a $300 million market cap. I'm not sure.
YouTube, I'm about to reset the stream before bed. If you haven't subbed up, sub up. We'll be back in like less than 2 minutes. You got in on that? You were saying?
No, I wanted to. Because I heard about it early and like, eh. And I even went on his Instagram and I seen the picture of myself and I was like, oh.
All right, we'll be back. Not yet, School. School's already admitting defeat. He just came in with third. All right, give me a second. No, not on my charts, Christoph. Something would have to go horribly wrong. Just my personal opinion.
It was in first place earlier. Like it was on one of the top ones on deck screen, but not no more, I don't think.